Chapter 501. 500,000 wolves start a war in the grassland shrouded by the night, saying he was running for his life. The bone-chilling wind pounced on him, but he, however, was perspiring greatly. Faster. He screamed in his heart, pouring his primeval essence frantically into his movement Gu. Howl. Behind him, a night wolf group was charging towards him. The reason for that was the corpse of a night wolf's cub in Sang Yi's hand, leading to this pursuit that had continued for several minutes. If it was before, these few minutes would be gone in a blink of an eye to Sang Yi. But with the myriad wolf group closely chasing him, Sang Yi felt every second of time passing very slowly and unendurably. Finally, I've arrived. Seeing the small ravine in front of him, Sang Yi burst forth with newfound strength, rushing towards the ravine. Rumble. Close to 20,000 night wolves followed him into the ravine like a dark flood. They have entered. The Gu masters lying low in the ravine shouted in joy. Collect the net quickly, don't miss it. A rank 3 Gu master who was the leader of this group sent the command immediately. Earth wall rise up. A group of rank 2 Gu masters simultaneously activated rank 2 Earth Mound Gu. With so many Earth Mound Gu activated together caused the stones on the entrance of this narrow ravine to rapidly rise up, forming into a barrier like that of a rank 3 Earth Wall Gu. At the same time, on another side of the ravine were dozens of Gu masters who activated Falling Stones Gu. Large numbers of stones fell down and firmly blocked the entrance. The exit to this ravine was already sealed before. Now with the entrance blocked as well, the night wolf group that had entered was like a turtle trapped in a jar. The night wolf myriad beast king saw the situation turn bad and immediately led the wolf group to climb up the ravine and cross over it. However, at this time, a desolate and magnificent wolf howl resounded through the skies. Fang Yuan was riding on a night wolf emperor, commanding large numbers of night wolves to attack from above. The wild night wolf group's eyes turned red and howled furiously, but they hesitated because of the wolf emperor's presence. Clear Mind Gu. With a thought, Fang Yuan summoned a Clear Mind Gu. This was a rank 4 Gu. After the primeval essence poured into it, it immediately changed into a cool wind. The cool wind blew gently over the area. The night wolf group that was starting to turn frenzied due to the effect of onion explosion Gu immediately came to their senses when this cool wind blew over them. The wolf emperor howled again, turning this wild night wolf group to fall into a chaotic mess. Their formation crumbled, and there will the fight received a huge impact. Fang Yuan laughed and commanded his wolf group to attack for real. There were already Gu masters who were tangling up the wild myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan first mobilized his wolf group to divide the wild night wolves before nibbling away at them. The whole situation was in his firm control. Then he approached the wild myriad wolf king and then at the opportune time, used rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. In the end, he only had to pay the lives of few hundred night wolves to smoothly take in this myriad wolf king and close to 20,000 wolves. After this great success, the Gu masters remained behind to clean up the battlefield, while Fang Yuan led the increased wolf group towards the next destination. There, another large group of wild night wolf group was waiting for him. You did good. A rank 3 leader patted Sang Yi's shoulder and gave him 500 primeval stones along with a rank 3 Gu. This is your well-deserved reward. Sang Yi wiped off the sweat off his forehead and looked at these primeval stones and the Gu while breathing heavily. He then looked at the distance, looking at Fang Yuan's receding figure with envy and admiration. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master and have some fame in the demonic path, I cannot be compared to Wolf King. This is a true big shot. When will I have such an accomplishment? In this night, Fang Yuan wandered thousands of li and took in 70,000 wild night wolves. Only by dawn, when night wolves would not go out to hunt and had all returned to their nest, did Fang Yuan lead the wolf group back to He tribe camp. After He Lu Lan established the alliance, with the concept of safety in numbers, 5 enormous camps were stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was divided among these 5 camps for the specialized people to feed them. These few days, he had taken in large numbers of night wolves. The night wolf group that was only about 30,000 originally had now expanded to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the greatest force in Fang Yuan's troops in one go. Adding in the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves, and others, Fang Yuan's wolf group had reached a huge size of 530,000. It is thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor that I could incorporate the Night Wolves so easily. Settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. With the increase in the Night Wolf group, the numbers of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan had to control also increased by several times. These large numbers of Night Wolf myriad beast kings created a burden on his soul, causing him to feel an increasingly heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on a cushion and continued to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He used the Wolf Soul Gu, slowly converting his 1,000-man soul into Wolfman soul. Previously, he had 100-soul level Wolfman soul, which had a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail, and wolf claws. But afterwards, he used large numbers of Guts Gu in Dang Hun Mountain, and his soul rapidly expanded to 1,000-man soul. This instead caused the Wolf Soul Gu's effect to thin out, and his soul recovered the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not clear at all. After more than 2 hours, it only slightly lengthened the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lifted by a lot. With Wolfman soul, controlling wolf groups would become much easier because the wolves would acknowledge the Gu master as one of their own kind from the depths of their soul. Unfortunately, I do not have rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu and can only use the rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. Its effects are clear on 100-man soul, but the effects have great weakened as I progress through 1,000-man soul. After using it for a long time, Fang Yuan stopped it while feeling some regret in his heart. However, rank 5 Gu were never easy to obtain. Refining rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu required an intact soul of a myriad Wolf King. But to refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu required the soul of a Wolf Emperor. Moreover, even a refinement master would only have about 50% chance to successfully refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had thought of purchasing it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but when he recalled he only had 2 immortal essence stones left and the mysterious force hiding in the dark, he dispelled this plan for safety purposes. Although I can't directly buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I have already mentioned this request to He Lu Lan. He tribe is part of the Huangjin family, and their supreme elders are Gu immortals. Thus they have extremely deep foundations. 2-3 days have already gone by. I might as well ask him now. With this thought, Fang Yuan walked out of the secret room and met He Lu Lan, but he expressed that his hands were tied. Brother Shan Yin, truth be told, I have already written a letter to request it from the Supreme Elders, but they thought it would be better to give a live Wolf Emperor instead of rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. And the Wolf Emperor cannot be given casually as well. Their intention is to use battle merits to exchange for it. After all, I need to convince the masses as well. He Lu Lan was very cunning. Ever since Fang Yuan took the poison vow, his attitude was no longer as cordial as before. Together with the fact that he had used large amounts of manpower and physical resources over these days to help Fang Yuan incorporate the Night Wolf group, he felt he had done more than enough for Fang Yuan. Simultaneously, Fang Yuan's wolf group had expanded to over 500,000 in number. Such a large force also caused him to inwardly feel fear. Despite the restriction from poison vow, He Lu Lan was subconsciously guarded. Fang Yuan nodded and expressed his understanding. He had also commanded Little Hu Immortal to keep a close watch on Treasure Yellow Heaven to get any wolf emperors native to Northern Plains. Unfortunately, beast emperors were rarely sold. A beast emperor had been put for sale in these days, but it was a boar emperor and not a wolf emperor. Fang Yuan realized from He Lu Lan's words that he was already unable to hold back and was already preparing to start a war campaign. Over these days, Tianchuan, Mengqiu, Chaofu, and every other region of Northern Plains were already engaging in battle. Among the popular candidates for the ownership of imperial court this time, only He tribe had been holding back and growing the wolf group. Now, they had already accumulated enough wolves. He Lu Lan, who was full of hope, had already been impatient. Then Brother Lu Lan, which force do you want to attack first? Fang Yuan asked. He Lu Lan laughed heartily and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. Little brother is really sharp. I won't hide it from brother. I want to attack Chaofu and eradicate Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe has a lot of beauties, especially that Dongfang Qingyu, who is a famous beauty in Northern Plains. I want to kill all their men and capture all their women. Ha! Fang Yuan was slightly stupefied. History was still steering in the same direction. After making a detour, the focus still returned to Dongfang tribe. But with my 500,000 wolf group, it is different from my previous life. Dongfang tribe. Hee. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Reaching this stage, he could already influence the development of the future. But so what? Let history be completely changed. As long as there are prophets in front of him. So what if the sky and earth collapses? Or if the floods reach heaven? Who cares if his reputation stinks for 10,000 years? The next day, He tribe completely pulled out the camp and began a majestic expedition towards Chaofu. This news immediately attracted the attention of all kinds of forces. The situation was changing crazily, and Chaofu was preparing for a great battle. Different from Yutian's heroes' assembly, where Lu tribe and He tribe were evenly matched, Dongfang tribe occupied the greatest dominance in Chaofu's heroes' assembly, suppressing the heroes and incorporating large numbers of tribes. Only Zhao tribe was barely resisting the pressure, not willing to agree to Dongfang tribe's harsh alliance conditions. The news of He tribe large expedition attracted almost all the attention of Dongfang tribe. Zhao tribe got space for a breather and showed signs of moving their tribe towards a corner. Dongfang tribe's current tribe leader was a rank 5 wisdom path, Gu Master Fang Yu Liang. After making deductions and forecasts over a night without resting, he immediately changed the stiff stance and changed the conditions for joining the alliance to become extremely lenient and generous. Fang Yu Liang personally traveled to invite Zhao tribe to join the alliance. Zhao tribe leader hesitated. Zhao tribe and Dongfang tribe had enmities between them, and this enmity had gotten deeper over the years. But Dongfang tribe's sincerity could be clearly seen right now, and the conditions they offered were also very attractive. Maybe this was a rare opportunity to resolve the old hatred and grudges with Dongfang tribe. Chapter 502. Zhao Lian in the study room. Zhao tribe leader placed down the document wearily. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. Due to handling the tribe affairs for a long time, this 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master already had white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale expedition and the personal invitation from Fang Yu Liang, the tribe was divided into 2 factions. These 2 factions argued endlessly. One side wanted to side with Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudges, while another side wanted to side with He tribe as He tribe was much bigger. Could siding with Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudges? When he thought of the deep hatred that had accumulated over the generations between their tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader could not speak with certainty. And siding with He tribe was also not right. Zhao tribe's main headquarters was after all in this Chaofu region, while He tribe represented Yutian's tyrants and had already gone through the vow with their allies. As a tribe who joined later, Zhao tribe would unavoidably be bullied, and how much profits could they even obtain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader was deeply conflicted. Especially these days, the tribe higher-ups were always busy arguing. Zhao tribe leader had to guard against that cunning Fang Yu Liangs scheme, while also needing to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. He was already very exhausted. Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh and leaned back on the chair, gazing at the dust that was floating in the sunlight. In this dazzling sunlight, the tiny dust could be clearly seen, and Zhao tribe leader felt he was like one of these dust, hesitating back and forth. Now it was floating in the air, but who is to say that it will not fall down to the ground when wind blows over? The battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was precisely a violent wind that would sweep away everything. Facing such a wind, what path should his tribe take? Right as Zhao tribe leader was feeling frantic, a weeping sound suddenly came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Zhao tribe leader's brows slightly furrowed and revealed a concerned look as he immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The guard outside the door immediately replied, "Lord tribe leader, Big Missy slipped on the stairs and knocked her head while running here." Zhao tribe leader stood up with a pained expression. "How could my little darling fall? How much blood did she lose? Quick, bring her here." Zhao tribe leader had several sons, but they were all schemed and killed by Fang Yu Liang, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter was only about 5 or 6 with a very mischievous nature, but her appearance was extremely similar to his late wife, and so Zhao tribe leader doted on her very much. Soon, the door to the study room was pushed open. The guard supported a little girl to the room. The girl looked like she was carved out of jade and looked extremely cute with her embroidered clothing. Right now, she, however, was sobbing, covering her forehead with her hand. "My little darling, my little Yun, where did you get hurt?" Zhao tribe leader quickly walked over and hugged the little girl, asking her with concern, "Father, did you go blind?" "The injury is on my forehead," the little girl furiously shouted inwardly, but on the surface, she smoothly leaned on Zhao tribe leader's chest and acted like a spoiled child. "Father, Yun's head hurts." Oh, let father take a look." Zhao tribe leader softly parted the hair that covered the little girl's forehead and saw a small scrape on her forehead. The scrape had slightly reddened, but was still far from bleeding. But even so, Zhao tribe leader's heart hurt very much. He comforted his daughter with warm words before berating the old caretaker that had hurried over. "Nanny Wu, what are you doing? I told you to look after her closely and protect her at all times. Look, her forehead is wounded. This old lady should die. Please forgive me, Lord tribe leader." The old caretaker immediately kneeled with fear, cold sweat filling her face. But her heart was full of grievances. This child was the most crafty child she had seen in her whole life, and the most troublesome little demon. Normally, if she lost her concentration even a bit, the child would disappear somewhere bizarrely. The child was extremely crafty, toying with this adult woman until she wished she was dead. But in front of the tribe leader, the child showed an obedient and pitiful expression, Her acting was so brilliant that it seemed she was innately born with it. The old caretaker could not find the least bit of evidence on this little demon. Father, don't blame Nanny. It is Yun's fault for carelessly running around, the little girl said in a soft voice, adding in a sentence inwardly, this old woman is too annoying, always following me the whole day. I had to self-harm myself to enter this study room. Was it easy for me, huh? Zhao tribe leader heaved a sigh and stroked the little girl's soft dark hair with a gratified expression. Daughter, you are as kind-hearted as your mother. The old caretaker, however, roared inwardly. Tribe leader, you have been deceived. Your daughter is absolutely a demon. But she could only shout in her mind because she knew very few people apart from her would be willing to believe this fact. She naturally did not dare to tell it. If she said it, who knew how this girl would tease and abuse her later on? Useless thing. If it were not for Yun asking for leniency, leave. Zhao tribe leader waved his hand towards the old caretaker to order her to leave before looking at his daughter with a gentle expression. Little darling, why did you come here to play? Father, Yun was worried about you. I heard others say those elders were arguing with father these days, and that you were upset and locked yourself in the study. The little girl looked concernedly at Zhao tribe leader with her large gleaming black eyes. But in truth, she was shouting in her mind, rubbish, if I did not come, my life would be in danger. Convenient dad, you are too indecisive. With the situation as it is now, you are still not immediately escaping? What on earth are you dilly-dallying for? Zhao tribe leader felt a twinge in his nose. His eyes reddened, almost letting out tears. Good girl, you finally know to care for your father. Father's love for you all this time was not in vain. Don't worry, father's health is quite good and my mood is much better now after I saw you. Convenient dad, it is a matter of life and death now, and you are still so optimistic, so intolerable. For my future happy life, I need to show off a bit regardless of consequences. The girl roared in her mind and said with a couldn't-care-less expression while waving her small delicate hands. Father, Yun thinks those people who quarreled with you are idiots. Our Zheng tribe is like a sheep. Dongfang tribe is a wolf while the tiger from Yutian is coming over. Wolf can't beat tiger, so it wants to find the sheep to help, but whichever side the sheep helps, the tiger or the wolf won't let it go in the end. The little girl's words shocked Zhao tribe leader's mind. The person on the spot is baffled, while the onlooker sees clearly. Sometimes the person involved needs to be enlightened by such words from the onlookers. That's right, whether we side with Dongfang tribe or He tribe, it will be like taking favors from a tiger. But can our Zhao tribe stay out of this? No, the blizzard disaster every 10 years has already decided there is no utopia in northern plains. The struggle for the imperial court is very significant. As long as one can enter imperial court blessed land, they can receive astonishing benefits. But which side should Zhao tribe take? The little girl had been observing the tribe leader's expression all this while, and when she felt the time was right, she added, Father, I heard Ma. One tribe is very strong and also treats its people well. Sheep and horse are both vegetarians, but tiger and wolf are carnivorous. It will be better for us to ally with Ma tribe. Zhao tribe leader's body shuddered. Right, why not? Ma tribe was different from He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The latter two had Gu immortal ancestors and the support of blessed lands. They had long-lasting history and were super tribes with deep foundations. Ma tribe was also part of the Huangjin family, but they did not have a Gu immortal's support and was advancing towards the level of a super tribe currently. Ma tribe leader and its young tribe leader were outstanding heroes. They would definitely welcome Zhao tribe. Except that to go to Tianchuan, it would be a long journey. Convenient dad, why on earth are you still hesitating? Decide quickly. The little girl who had been observing her father's expression changing frequently felt very anxious inwardly. But Zhao tribe leader was thinking of the long distance they had to travel to Tianchuan to side with Ma tribe. This distance was filled with danger which caused him to hesitate. Helplessly, the little girl could only add on. Father, we should leave right away. This is the best time to leave. Tiger and wolf are confronting each other. They don't have any spare strength to care about us. Zhao tribe leader's heart trembled. Right? Why am I still hesitating? If I hesitate any longer, even the best chance to escape will be lost. Whether it is He tribe or Dongfang tribe, they are both not kind. If my tribe wants to get some profits in the battle for the imperial court, laying a bet on them is not a good thing. Good girl, you are extremely correct. Our Zhao tribe cannot meddle in such a huge battle, also cannot throw ourselves in this whirlpool. Right, we shall leave. Zhao tribe leader made the decision. The little girl leaning on his chest was almost sobbing tears of joy at this moment, as she sighed inwardly. Old man, you finally opened your eyes. Ah, it was not in vain that I took so much trouble to run over here to persuade you. But Yun, did you think up all these things? Did someone tell you to say so? Who is it? Tell father. Zhao tribe leader finally sensed something amiss and gazed at his daughter. The little girl's heart thumped. She promptly blinked her large eyes and showed an innocent expression. No one taught me. Father, this was all thought by Yun. Father works so hard every day. Yun does not want father to be so exhausted. So Yun wanted to help father. She then carefully said with a pitiful expression, Father, was Yun wrong? Zhao tribe leader's eyes flashed with a pleasantly surprised look. He did not think this little angel before him would deceive him. How old was this child? And he had watched her grow up. Since she was so intelligent at such a young age, her cultivation talent might also be extraordinary. Seeing his daughter afraid of being scolded, an affectionate feeling rose in Zhao tribe leader's heart. He stroked the little girl's hair. Yun, thankfully I have you. Father is really happy to have such a good daughter. Sigh, it has to be like this, since I've transmigrated here already. In life, friends can be chosen, but parents are predestined. Seeing how you have treated me well, I will naturally return the favor. The little girl said so inwardly, but on the surface, she hugged Zhao tribe leader's neck and kissed this convenient dad's cheek. Father, daughter likes you the most. Haha, good girl, you are really father's darling. Zhao tribe leader laughed loudly. 1. Also read as horse in Chinese. Chapter 503. Dong Fang Yu Liang. Zhao tribe tore down their camp and left. He Lulan glanced at the information report before casually throwing it on the table. Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but it did not have elite troops, and not even a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was at rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged and defeated by Dong Pekong with his rank 4 peak stage cultivation 3 years ago. Thus, he did not have high prestige and also did not make too big of a contribution in his long years of being in power. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dong Fang tribe, he might have given them some attention. After all, even a weak rank 5 Gu master could not be underestimated. However, Zhao tribe had fled in a sorry figure which caused He Lulan to be filled with contempt towards them. Northern Plains men admired the brave and looked down upon such cowardly conducts of escaping before even fighting. Congratulations to Alliance leader. We have not even truly attacked, and yet we managed to scare off a large-scale tribe of the other side. Dong Fang Yu Liang should be bursting with rage. He had personally invited Zhao tribe, but the other directly ran away. In my opinion, Zhao tribe might be a large-scale tribe, but they are nothing outstanding. They were actually such cowards. Humph. The Gu masters in the main tent commented one after another, not concerned about Zhao tribe's stance. Fang Yuan, who was sitting by the side, swept his eyes through the information report on the table. Zhao Lian. He remembered this name. A mysterious woman who would become one of Ma Hongyun's wives, and also a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now, however, she was only a little girl. Looks like the famous persuasion of tiger, wolf, and sheep has already utilized, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. In his past life, after Zhao Lian became wisdom path Gu immortal, someone made a biography on her. This cultural tradition could be traced back to. This first classic of Gu was polished by many Gu masters spending their effort and time. For many outstanding Gu masters and Gu immortals, people would write and spread their biography to remember and praise them. In the contents of the biography of Zhao Lian displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom since she was young. In the huge battle where Black Tyrant He Lulan fought for the ownership of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was sandwiched between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. When Zhao tribe leader was hesitating, Zhao Lian used the comparison between tiger, wolf, and sheep to persuade her father and made him decide to travel far away to side with Ma tribe. In the end, this allowed Zhao tribe to not only be protected, but also received extremely high importance and cordial welcome. His 500 years of memories of his past life was all in disorder, but this information was still fresh in Fang Yuan's memories. Simply because in the Battle of 5 Regions, Ma Hongyun, Shengling Heir, and Zhao Lian would not only become Gu immortals, but also become the symbols and cornerstones of Northern Plains in resisting the invasion of Heavenly Court. In the 5 regions, the biographies of such people would be widely spread and reviewed. People like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lian, I will send them to their deaths before they grow sooner or later. But there's no hurry at the moment. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart while showing a tranquil expression on the surface. Whether it was Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lian, these people who rode the tides of the 5 regions battle, right now they were still a long distance away from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had plenty of time to deal with them. But Ma Hongyun, Fang Yuan had to keep him around to deal with the 88 True Yang building. As for Zhao Lian, although he wanted to kill her, he was hindered by his identity and the situation. After all, Fang Yuan was currently playing the role of Changshan. The great Changshan. How could he attach such importance to a girl that was only a few years old, to the point of wanting to kill her? Moreover, the matter of importance right now is to handle Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts and concentrated on the discussions again. After having ridiculed Zhao tribe for a while, everyone put their attention on their opponent this time. Dongfang tribe was the same as He tribe, a super tribe with deep foundations, and was preeminently a huge force in Chaofu region. Fang Yu Liang was this generation's tribe leader for Dongfang tribe, young and promising. Relying on his wisdom path cultivation, he not only handled all the tribe affairs cleanly, the tribe was even showing the trend of becoming more prosperous. Although He tribe's military strength was superior, their opponent was a wisdom path Gu master who was an expert in planning and deductions. Such strength could absolutely not be underestimated. If we talk of the greatest threat in this battle, it definitely is Fang Yu Liang. Right, this kid is young but has great experience and knowledge, accomplished in the 4 arts as well as astronomy and geology. He lost his parents at 11, and he had to not only maintain his livelihood, but also care for his then 6-year-old little sister Dongfang Qingyu. His parents had left him an enormous inheritance, but this kid knew clearly about the nature of men and that he could not protect the inheritance, so he gave these family assets to an authoritative elder, leaving only a small portion for himself. He performed extremely well during his time at the academy. After graduating, he became that elder's trusted aide. Afterwards, he made many contributions which got him the appreciation and recommendation from the elder, unexpectedly obtaining pointers from their Gu immortal ancestor, finally obtaining his current status and power. Everyone knew about Fang Yu Liang in detail. Each of them said a few words about his origins. Fang Yuan carefully listened. He had not heard of these in-depth things in his past life. Now that he was experiencing this, he immediately realized this Fang Yu Liang was not simple and needed to be given importance. History is vast and profound. Great waves sweep away the sand. Who knows how many heroes it will sweep away? At the same time as everyone was discussing their focal point, Fang Yu Liang was also planning for this extremely important battle in the study room. Dong dong dong. 3 soft knocking sounds were heard. You can come in, sister. Fang Yu Liang knew who was it without even raising his head. The door was pushed open and a gentle, graceful, and extremely beautiful girl wearing a light yellow dress came in with a bright appearance. She had soft and glossy skin with eyes that were clear and transparent. Her soft voice was full of concern. Big brother, the jade apricot blossom we got from Central Continent should have blossomed. Big brother, accompany me to go look at them. Fang Yu Liang smiled. He knew he had worried his little sister by sitting in the study for a day and a night, and she was using this excuse to let him loosen up. All right, let's go, Qingyu. The brother and sister walked out of the study together and arrived at the courtyard. Right now, light rain was falling down and dark clouds covered the sky. Far away, the rainy curtain and the horizon had merged into one, forming a gloomy green color. Coming closer, from the courtyard walls, one could see countless banners and the densely packed tents of Dongfang tribe. People moved to and fro in the camp. It was a clamorous scene as they were preparing for the coming battle. In the small courtyard, there were only the Dongfang siblings. The outside clamorous sounds were separated by the rainy curtain, making the small courtyard appear serene and quiet. Especially that jade apricot blossom with its delicate and exquisite petals which appeared moist and glossy from the rain, and its soft yellow color gave a comforting feeling to the siblings. Big brother, I heard Zhao tribe has moved? After a while of silence, Dongfang Qingyu cautiously asked. Don't worry, little sister, big brother had already anticipated this. Fang Yu Liang smiled and softly held his little sister's hand. Dongfang Qingyu slightly raised her head and looked at her big brother standing in this light rain with his white clothing, jade-like face, deep eyes along with his strategizing aura, carrying gracefulness and calmness. Fang Yu Liang continued. The reason I invited Zhao tribe was to gather all the strength I could, but them leaving is also of no great matter. With my current force, we can still win against He tribe army. Dongfang Qingyu's worries disappeared by over half. Nothing can escape big brother's deductions. But the opponent this time is not a small character. Not only is there He Lu Lan, I heard the previous hero of Northern Plains, Wolf King Changshanin, has also sided with him. Big brother, you need to be careful. Hee, little sister, do you still not believe your big brother? But Fang Yu Liang softly comforted his little sister, a radiant light flashing in the depths of his pupils. We first met He Lu Lan when we went to adventure. This person harbored unkind thoughts towards you and was taught a good lesson by me. But now, it seems this person has still not given up. This time, Big Brother will teach him a lesson that he will never forget in all his life. As for Changshanin, Big Brother has a plan to deal with him. All these are within my plans. You just need to recuperate at ease. Your body has been weak since young, don't worry too much. If you become ill, it will only distract me. Dongfang Qingyu lightly nodded with her mind completely relieved. Since young, it was Big Brother who cared for her, worried for her, and looked out for her. She was like a young, delicate flower that was sheltered by this big tree, her big brother. All these years, she and her brother had gone through all kinds of difficulties together. This time too would be the same. Because since young till now, Big Brother has always been calm and collected like this. It is only that if I didn't have this illness, if I had the aptitude to cultivate, it would have been much better. Dongfang Qingyu heaved a deep sigh in her heart. The siblings quietly stood there, looking at the jade apricot blossom. Little sister, standing in the rain for too long is not good for health. You should go back to rest. After a while, Fang Yu Liang spoke. Big Brother don't work too much. Dongfang Qingyu answered with her lovable voice. Looking at his little sister leaving and disappearing at the corner, Fang Yu Liang could finally not hide his expression. His brows furrowed and revealed a worried expression. This battle was absolutely not as easy as he made it out to be. He Lulan himself is not an easy opponent. Now there is Chongshan Yin as well. 500,000 wolves, really worthy of being an enslavement pathmaster. Just him alone can change the situation, causing this slightly superior He tribe to jump far ahead of my tribe. For this coming battle, our side must first deal with these 500,000 wolves. Otherwise, the hopes for victory will be extremely uncertain. I cannot lose. It was not easy for me to make Gu a mortal old ancestor agree. If I can complete this secret mission, the old ancestor will personally solve the source of the illness in my little sister. For my little sister, I must become the master of Imperial Court and enter 88 True Yang building. Before this, anyone who dares to block my path must die. So, Wolf King Chongshan Yin, why don't you die in this rain before the battle? Fang Yu Liang looked at the dense dark clouds in the sky, his handsome face showing a very cold expression. Chapter 504, Assassination, Long Chapter. The weights-like strength of Tenjun Gu was quietly hovering above Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, his body shrouded by the light from strength of Tenjun Gu. A long time passed. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the light slowly dispersed, and the strength of Tenjun Gu only was half of its original size. I can still use it twice. Fang Yuan silently evaluated. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. After completely using this one, Fang Yuan would possess 70 Jun of strength. This strength could only be said to be just passable even among rank 4 initial stage strength path Gu masters. All-out effort Gu was suppressed to rank 2, and if it was not resolved, there would be no possibility for a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation. That is to say, his strength path battle strength was not useful in this short period of time. He checked his first aperture and second aperture again. The vital Gu of the first aperture was Spring Autumn Cicada, which was still in a concealed state and was recuperating. The 90% purple crystal primeval C was gleaming with light, dyeing the rank 5 peak stage crystal walls with purple color. Above the sea was wolf smoke Gu, which looked a lump of dark clouds in the shape of a wolf. The completely repaired battlebone wheel was afloat on the surface along with the spotless white willow leaf-like snow wash Gu. Rank 5 hints and clues Gu was diving like a cuttlefish, playing occasionally with the wolf swallow Gu. At the bottom was large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu, many strength of Tenjun Gu, and some wolf soul Gu. At the most important Gu to Fang Yuan currently, Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu, East Window Gu, Soul Burial Gu, and Instant Success Gu were lurking around. As for Wolf Howl Gu, Wolf Care Gu, Eagle Rise Gu, Wolf Sprint Gu, and Breath Concealment Gu, they were residing in different places on his body. As the time Fang Yuan spent in Northern Plains increased, his body was also gradually adapting to the Northern Plains environment. His first aperture's cultivation had already recovered to rank 5 middle stage, but Fang Yuan had all along been using Breath Concealment Gu to suppress his aura to rank 4 peak stage. It was a different scene in the second aperture. The crystal membrane of the second aperture shone brightly. 90% true gold primeval C rippled and gleamed. After these days of cultivating, Fang Yuan's second aperture had grown to rank 4 peak stage from rank 3 peak stage. At the center of the aperture was the rank 3 all-out effort Gu. Besides this, there were rank 3 strength Chi Gu, which could condense beast phantoms into solid form. Rank 4 bitter strength Gu, which could increase strength the more one got injured. Rank 4 charging crash Gu, rank 3 Tusita flower, primeval elder Gu, rank 4 expend strength Gu, and the healing Gu rank 3 self-reliance Gu. As for Vajraster Gu, turn gold Gu, pitch black Gu, blood skull Gu, bone flesh unity Gu, yin-yang rotation Gu, and others, they could not be used at the moment and were thus left behind in Hu immortal blessed land. Because Fang Yuan appeared in Northern Plains first from Lanya blessed land, his second aperture was approved by Northern Plains, and its rank 4 peak stage cultivation did not receive any suppression. Second aperture's cultivation could increase so rapidly because of those relic Gu Fang Yuan bought before. But due to the limited immortal essence stones he was unable to buy purple crystal relic Gu. So now the second aperture's cultivation would depend on Fang Yuan's own effort. Rank 4 to rank 5 is a process of qualitative change. There is a huge gap between them. I might as well raise my second aperture's cultivation to rank 5 initial stage tonight. Seeing there was enough time, Fang Yuan continued to sit cross-legged, deciding to break through to rank 5 realm. Second aperture's cultivation was already at rank 4 peak stage and already had sufficient foundation. Its aptitude could not be higher than the first aperture, but with Liang Yu land spirit personally refining it, its aptitude also reached 90%. For normal Gu masters who fulfilled these two conditions, they had enough capital to break through to rank 5 realm. Normally, they would gain enough experience after some failures and then successfully advance. But experience had always been a strong point of Fang Yuan, and this obstacle did not exist for him. More importantly, first aperture and second aperture's primeval essence could be mutually used. There were no two leaves that were completely the same in this world. Similarly, primeval essence was unique to each Gu master. If Gu masters transferred primeval essence to each other without the use of Gu, like bone-flesh unity Gu, the foreign primeval essence would mix together and the aperture would explode eventually. However, whether it was the first or second aperture, they both belonged to Fang Yuan. Their essence was the same, so the primeval essence could be mutually transferred. Rise! Fang Yuan silently willed, and the purple crystal primeval essence in his first aperture charged towards the second aperture in the center of his chest. A rank 5 peak stage primeval essence charging at rank 4 crystal membrane was bound to cause an intense reaction. At the crack of dawn, Fang Yuan had successfully broken through to rank 5 initial stage. The breakthrough to rank 5 this time was the easiest one in all the attempts he had ever tried. But because I used first aperture's primeval essence, the second aperture has also received the region's suppression now. Fang Yuan could perceive that the second aperture right now had light purple primeval essence, but activating it would only give the effect of the previous true gold primeval essence. In just over half a month, the suppression on the second aperture will fade while the first aperture will completely blend into Northern Plains environment in 3 months and will no longer receive suppression. It will also be the time when the struggle for the imperial court reaches the climax. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and stood up to stretch his body. A night of cultivation without rest gave him a slight feeling of tiredness. He pushed open the secret room's door. The 2 rank 3 Gu masters guarding in front of the door immediately greeted him. One of the Gu masters gave good news to Fang Yuan. Lord Wolf King, our Gu masters were fortunate enough to capture a shark fin wolf in the wild. We have locked it within a cage. Tribe leader has told me to inform Lord, when you finish your cultivation, to go to the supply camp to subdue it. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast with the battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Although Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mutated wolves in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not bring them out due to the lack of a clear explanation. If there was a shark fin wolf by his side guarding him, Fang Yuan would no doubt be much safer while battling. After a while, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp. Tu Bo greets Lord Wolf King. A rank 3 Gu master hurried over to welcome Fang Yuan. He was short and fat, his chubby face shining with a glossy light. He spoke with a flattering voice. Lord Wolf King, I have already been waiting for a long time to receive you. At Tu Bo's lead, Fang Yuan and others soon saw that shark fin wolf in a wooden cage. The shark fin wolf was as huge as an elephant and was lying in the cage at this moment. Its whole body was covered with firm carapace like a crocodile's. On its back, a row of shark fins extended from its head to tail. The light of dawn shone on its body. This shark fin wolf was closing its eyes, its consciousness lost under the effect of slumber Gu. Congratulations to Lord. Shark fin wolf is the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. With this wolf's protection, Lord will be like a tiger that has grown wings. What's rarer is that shark fin wolf can not only fight on land, but has even more battle strength underwater. The 2 rank 3 Gu master guards looked at this divine steed shark fin wolf and commented while congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at this shark fin wolf. His eyes slightly narrowed as he absent-mindedly asked, how many people were sacrificed to capture this mutated wolf? Tu Bo knew Fang Yuan was asking him, immediately replying, we had to sacrifice 4 rank 3 Gu masters and at least over 200 rank 2 Gu masters. If not for Wang tribe leader and Fang tribe leader's timely reinforcement, this shark fin wolf would have escaped. Fang Yuan nodded, his eyes squinting to a slit. This shark fin wolf is riddled with injuries, but it looks like it had old injuries. Yes, if not for its old injuries, the investigative Gu master might not have been able to escape alive and hurry back to report. I can see that Lord Wolf King has obtained the blessing of longevity heaven. sending you an injured shark fin wolf before the great battle. Tu Bo flattered. Fortunate, Fang Yuan muttered, a feeling of uneasiness becoming ever stronger in his heart. He was not clear on how this feeling arose, but it gave him an indescribable sense of danger. He asked several questions, but did not find anything wrong. Shark fin wolf was a mutated beast, having battle strength of a rank 4 Gu master. Because it had old injuries, it could be held back and captured alive. Everything was reasonable. The only unreasonable thing was the uneasy feeling in Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan placed utmost importance on this instinct. He did not have this feeling when he had just crossed over in his previous life. It was an intuition that was born from the accumulation of his plentiful experience after enduring hundreds of years of trials and countless deadly situations. People became astute as they aged. No matter how stupid someone was, after experiencing many losses and trials, and seeing many things, they would naturally gain some wisdom. In truth, not only humans, even ordinary beasts would have a type of intuition and sensitivity towards danger. Under the surrounding Gu master's anticipating looks, Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Here, take it. Subdue this mutated wolf. What was unexpected was Fang Yuan did not personally make a move. Instead gave the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo. Lord wants me to use it. Tu Bo was astonished. But I am only at rank 3. Speak less nonsense and use it quickly. Fang Yuan impatiently shouted, forcibly handing the wolf enslavement Gu to Tu Bo. Tu Bo was helpless. He did not know what eccentric temperament a lord like Wolf King had. But due to Fang Yuan's prestige, he could only start pouring primeval essence into the wolf enslavement Gu. He poured his primeval essence for a long time, and only when he was starting to sweat profusely from the exhaustion, did the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu slowly activate. Wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light and descended on the shark fin wolf's body while flickering. Sigh. A regretful sigh of a female suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. At that instant, the warning sign in Fang Yuan's heart suddenly soared, and he immediately retreated without thinking. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the souls of everyone present. Almost at the same moment, Tu Bo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry before dying on the spot. The 2 rank 3 Gu master guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tu Bo lost his life. Subconsciously, they followed Fang Yuan and quickly flew back. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered, losing all life while still in midair. Soul explosion. A light flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Lord Wolf King sure enough has extraordinary insights. A woman's soft sound echoed beside his ear, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping over one another, and suddenly opened up like a peacock fanning its feathers before binding Fang Yuan's body incisively. Rank 4, multiple sword shadow Gu. Cling clang. Immediately, concentrated sounds echoed, blending into one. Multiple sword shadows struck Fang Yuan's body, producing dazzling sparks like gold colliding with iron. Fang Yuan's skin turned dark green, and if one carefully observed it, they would see patterns over his body like that on a turtle shell. Rank 5, turtle jade wolf skin Gu. Female scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu master roared when he saw Fang Yuan being attacked, and changed his direction to help out. The female Gu master who was mounting a sneak attack on Fang Yuan snorted, ignoring him as she made the multiple sword shadows go more berserk. At the same time, she spat out a thin snake. The snake was like a black thread that passed by the sword shadows and directly moved towards Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an icy mountain. He suddenly moved his right hand and grabbed the rank 3 Gu master guard who came to assist him. Lord Wolf King. The rank 3 Gu master was startled. He had come to protect Fang Yuan and had never imagined Fang Yuan would actually grab him. While he was astonished and dazed, Fang Yuan pulled him towards his right side, right in between Fang Yuan and Shark Fin Wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 Gu master gave a short pained groan. His whole body twitched, his eyes rolled, and he foamed from his mouth. The thread-like snake took this chance to slither into Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan gave a stuffed snort. He then let go of the rank 3 Gu master and started to pound the sword shadows. The female Gu master could perceive the enormous strength contained within these punches. She softly chuckled and did not receive the punches forcibly, instead called back the multiple sword shadow Gu. Her body then turned into a black shadow as she swiftly retreated 20 steps away. The black shadow landed on the shadow of a tent and turned back into a woman. This woman looked exquisite. She wore black clothing and her face was covered with a black gauze, only revealing a pair of narrow red phoenix eyes. From top to bottom, her body let out a gloomy and solitary aura, adding a demonic charm to her beauty. One look at her, and it would be hard to forget. Junior Shadowless Sword Bien Si Xian greets Lord Wolf King. The woman slightly bowed towards Fang Yuan. She was in the enemy camp with enemies surrounding her, but she looked calm and at ease. Fang Yuan snorted and questioned, "What gu did you assault me with?" Bian Si Xian smiled. "When Junior went on an expedition once, in a certain ruins, I unexpectedly discovered a strange gu worm. When activated, it would pierce into the ear and enter the brain. As long as the person thinks faster for even a bit, this gu will rapidly expand till the brain bursts. Thus Junior has named it Brain Explosion Gu." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Bian Si Xian bowed once more, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior could actually perceive Lord Dongfang's meticulously planned fatal trap and even avoid most of the force of soul explosion. Junior is truly in admiration. Taking Senior's life will be Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Immediately afterwards, she turned into a black shadow and ran through the shadows of the buildings. She's Shadow Sword expert. Damn it, block her. Many gu masters who had hurried because of the noise shouted furiously and attacked at the shadows, but Bian Si Xian's black shadow had already disappeared. She left, or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. "We came late. We ask for Lord Wolf King's forgiveness." "Lord Wolf King, are you all right?" The worried crowd quickly surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's body did not suffer heavy injuries, but his skin and hair were slashed by the sword shadows, making him look quite miserable. What could happen to me? A group of incompetent trash. No one realized that the other party had infiltrated the camp. "All of you get lost." Fang Yuan shouted in anger, but he was secretly joyful. He had not thought that in this assassination attempt, a clue to one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances would become his. Brain Explosion Gu. Did you really think I could not have blocked it? Humph, inexperienced Junior. In Fang Yuan's past life's memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Si Xian was an important character. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become rank 6 Gu immortal in the future. It was because of her Brain Explosion Gu that Ma Hongyun could obtain one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances. It was only that Ma Hongyun had always avoided mentioning what this inheritance was or the concrete details of it. So Fang Yuan was also not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this Brain Explosion Gu. Ma Hongyun always avoided talking about it. One could see how big of a harvest he had gained from this inheritance and was afraid of others coveting it if he told the truth. Fang Yuan looked extremely furious on the surface, but his heart was calmly analyzing the event. Chapter 505, Star Thought Gu, we did not succeed after all. Fang Yu Liang looked at the rain outside the window with his arms behind his back, sighing. This shark fin wolf was captured from the wild intentionally. He paid a hefty price. After that, he made some secret markings on the shark fin wolf, and as he was afraid of his enemy finding out, he purposely chose a rank 5 soul explosion Gu and planted it inside the shark fin wolf. Finally, he sent an assassin in the demonic path who was famous in Northern Plains, Shadow Sword expert, and gave the corresponding Gu needed to activate the soul explosion to her, instructing carefully. This assassination that he planned meticulously. In order to not waste his efforts, he made several simulations, until all the flaws and loopholes were removed. Be it the shark fin wolf's body, the location or time it appeared, even the attitude of the Gu master who discovered the shark fin wolf was considered by him. But even so, he did not succeed. At the crucial moment, Wolf King Changshan found something amiss and ordered someone else to strike. Seeing that the chance was slipping away, Shadow Sword expert had to activate Soul Explosion Gu. The power of Soul Explosion was formless and colorless. It could not be seen with the naked eye, but Changshan was able to escape at the first moment and reveal the truth. As he was restricted by Bian Si Xian's attacks, he only managed to get to the furthest range of the Soul Explosion. But in the moment of crisis, he was extremely calm, using the reinforcements as a shield and blocked most of the Soul Explosion strength. His reputation matches his abilities, as expected of the Wolf King, who shook Northern Plains. Fang Yu Liang heard Bian Si Xian's report and raised his evaluation of Fang Yuan. With a mutated beast before him, he managed to control the temptation. With his vigilant nature, he made the correct judgment in the face of danger and immediately spotted the Soul Explosion's range, the callousness of using his own alliance mate as a shield, as well as the calmness to not chase after the perpetrator after being assassinated. Wolf King, Fang Yu Liang muttered, his heart becoming heavier. Dongfang Alliance leader does not need to worry. Although Changshan used a meat shield at the last moment, he was still obstructed by me and was within range of the Soul Explosion. Furthermore, he was afflicted by my Brain Explosion Gu. Even if this Gu didn't take his life, his battle strength would be greatly affected. We can say that Wolf King is basically crippled now. At a corner of the study room, Bian Si Xian wore black clothes as she stood among the shadow, saying in a cold voice, Brain Explosion Gu? Fang Yu Liang was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this Gu. Bian Si Xian laughed lightly, explaining to him the origin of this Gu. So that's it. Fang Yu Liang heard this, and his eyes shone. He sighed as he thanked BNC Xian. It was all thanks to Shadow Sword Expert's help this time, but you lost a great trump card in the progress. BNC Xian did not speak. Actually, her heart was bleeding too. Ever since she had tested the effects of Brain Explosion Gu, she had kept it as one of her trump cards. Many of her assassinations succeeded because of it. But when she assassinated Changshan Yin, the situation was urgent, and she could not kill Changshan Yin on the spot, thus she could not retrieve it. When the enemy forces came, she had to retreat to protect herself. This is the reward that you were promised earlier. Fang Yu Liang took out a Gu worm from his aperture. This Gu's body was black, it had a horn and square shell. It was fist-sized, but gave people a heavy feeling. This was the rank 4 overlapping Shadow Gu. BNC Xian's gaze landed on overlapping Shadow Gu, showing some desire and anxious emotion. Although she had multiple sword Shadow Gu, the attacks were dispersed, and she would face a tough battle when fighting against a defensive opponent. If she could have overlapping Shadow Gu, she could overlap the sword shadows together and form a strong attack. It would be a huge boost to her battle strength. But quickly, BNC Xian retracted her gaze, not taking the overlapping Shadow Gu. In the shadows, her cold voice could be heard carrying some arrogance. This overlapping Shadow Gu will be kept by Alliance leader for now. After the Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she fused into the shadows, vanishing. Fang Yu Liang was slightly stunned. He kept the overlapping Shadow Gu back into his aperture. This Shadow Sword Expert is truly a person of her word. No wonder she can gain such success among the large tribes despite being a demonic Path Gu cultivator. Many righteous Path Gu masters would spend a heavy sum to hire her. It seems that she is very confident in Brain Explosion Gu. If this can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less threat to worry about. That is the best case. But what if she fails? What if Brain Explosion Gu was successfully resolved by Changshan Yin? At the crucial moment, he had chosen to deal with the Soul Explosion Gu and instead allowed the Brain Explosion Gu to enter his ear. That shows he had some confidence and countermeasure for this problem. Fang Yu Liang's gaze dimmed. But Wolf King was indeed affected by the Soul Explosion. There are more variables now. I have to make new deductions. Thinking of this, he moved beside the bookshelf and turned the incense holder, opening up a secret tunnel. Walking in the secret tunnel, he came to a deep area. Here, he had planted an Earth Bacteria King Gu. This Gu was a type of Gu house. The space was cramped inside, but it was enough for a person to cultivate. Most importantly, the Earth Bacteria King Gu had strong defense. It could ensure Fang Yu Liang's safety. After he entered the Gu house, Fang Yu Liang closed the exit. The entire Earth Bacteria King Gu curled into a ball and went further down by a few meters before stopping. The Earth Bacteria King Gu's internal walls were soft and thick, like a carpet. Fang Yu Liang sat down and closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture, activating his rank 5 primeval essence and injected it into his Star Thought Gu. He started to think, if Wolf King manages to deal with Brain Explosion, how do I deal with him? The moment this question emerged in his mind, under the effect of Star Thought Gu, it formed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and without matter. It could exist in the brain. But this thought gave off a blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could also leave his brain and head, flying above Fang Yu Liang. Fang Yu Liang quickly thought. To deal with an enslavement Path Gu master, there are 3 ways. The first is the supreme method, pitting enslavement path master against enslavement path master. The second thought shining with starlight flew out of Fang Yu Liang's brain, flying together with the first star thought. The second is the domination method, using the beheading leader tactic, charging forward and taking his life from within the army of defense. The third star thought spun around the first star thought as well. This third is the peculiar method, assassinating Changshan Yin, using bribes or kinship against him. The fourth star thought flew out as well, coiling together with the previous thoughts and collided at times. But no matter how they clashed, the 4 thoughts remained as 4, there were no changes. Soon after, Fang Yu Liang recalled. Our side's military force, the enemy's military force, both sides' rations, Changshan Yin's personality and motive, all of our expert Gu masters' information, all of the enemy's expert Gu masters' information, the recent weather prediction and changes, the terrain of the battlefield, how many mounds, lakes, how many beast groups nearby, whether any forces will intervene. Poof! In an instant, thousands of star thoughts formed at once, gushing out of his brain towards Fang Yu Liang's head. At once, starlight was shining brightly. Fang Yu Liang's expression paled as his primeval sea level fell drastically. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. Orbs of star thoughts, big and small. The biggest were toe-sized while the smallest were thumb-sized. Within this crowded space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some star thoughts collided and formed into 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 new star thoughts. Some fused instead, while others split themselves into smaller orbs. Hundreds and thousands of thoughts filled the air. They were densely packed, circulating around Dong Fang Yu Liang. The primeval sea level continued to fall. Dong Fang Yu Liang's mind was completely focused, manipulating these star thoughts to fuse and collide, or split into new ones. Due to his hard work, or through the help of his other wisdom path Gu worms, the star thoughts continued to decrease in number. After 4 hours, from the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were fist-sized, shining with starlight as they contained a complicated thought. As these star thoughts entered Dong Fang Yu Liang's brain, his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He had successfully deduced several methods to deal with Wolf King. These methods were organized and clear, with proper steps to be taken. If it was a normal person, they would have to think for a month or 2 to clear out these thoughts. In fact, it would be difficult to get the solution from among these messy thoughts. But using his wisdom path method, Dong Fang Yu Liang spent only 4 hours and got his answer. But these answers were not the only ones. Taking out primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, Dong Fang Yu Liang rested for a while before starting to analyze the same question again. This time, he only spent an hour and obtained 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his brain, and he got some answers after reading them. These answers were very similar to the ones before, but there were minute details that were different. Dong Fang Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopping. After a while, he relied on his primeval stones to recover his primeval essence back to its peak condition. But in the depths of his soul, there was a strong sense of fatigue circulating around him. He could not get rid of it. The deductions of Wisdom Path not only expended primeval essence when activating Gu worms, it also expended the soul's energy. The more deductions made, or the grander the scale of the thoughts, the longer the deduction would take, and the greater the burden on the soul. Feeling a sense of weakness was normal. If the difficulty of the deduction was higher, the soul might get damaged, or he might even die. Of course, as a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master, Dong Fang Yu Liang, who had received guidance from a Gu immortal, naturally had a complete set of Gu worms. Rank 4, Refined Essence Spirit Gu. Dong Fang Yu Liang's body became thinner immediately, as the vitality in his body was converted by the Refined Essence Spirit Gu into resources for his soul. The soul was nourished, and his fatigue faded quickly. But a strong sense of hunger soon assaulted him. Dong Fang Yu Liang rubbed his tummy, laughing bitterly in his heart. Refined Essence Spirit Gu, a secretly passed down Gu in my Dong Fang tribe. It can heal the soul well, but it does not treat the core of the issue. Soul Path and Wisdom Path are closely related. If I can get the legendary Guts Gu, I would be able to make deductions as I wish. Even if my soul gets damaged, I can easily heal it. What a pity that Guts Gu can only be found on Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 506. 3 Hearts Combination Soul. After a few days of ominous rain, it finally stopped. The dark clouds dispersed in the sky, as pillars of light shone through the clouds, landing on the wet grassland. The sky was wide and huge, a truly grand sight. He Alliance army formed into a current as they flowed towards Chaofu. Looking ahead, there were people all around. Looking back, the dark troops looked like a tail, extending beyond where one could see. But this was only the middle troops. Other than this, there were the vanguards, support troops, left and right defense troops. This displayed He Alliance's grand army perfectly. A huge twin-headed rhino's body was covered in steel armor as it moved like a small astle. With 16 pairs of pillar-like legs, it moved forward, stepping on the grass causing a dent in it. This was the rank 4 strength huge beast twin-headed steel rhino. It was being manipulated by an enslavement path Gu master as it gave off an imposing aura. He tribe's main tent was on its back. As He Lu Lan sat at the center of the main tent, the tent was propped up highly and their field of vision was very wide. He was black and fat. His face was full of hair. He laid down on the tiger's skin chair, raising his head to gulp some wine in one mouthful. Ha ha! Looking at my army's formation, there is no reason to fear that Dong Fang Yu Liang lad. He looked around, the flames of ambition burning in him, as his laughter revealed a brutal and violent aura. Lord Alliance leader is right. I'm afraid that Dong Fang lad is already peeing his pants in fear already. Haha. With all the heroes present here, our army can definitely take down the opponent swiftly in this battle. In the main tent, the higher-ups present were mostly rank 4 experts. There were few rank 3 peak stage Gu masters. They were laughing and optimistic, agreeing with He Lu Lan's words. Only one person was seated right beside the main seat. He was expressionlessly resting his eyes, like an outsider, paying no heed to the conversations. But this did not make anyone unhappy. In fact, this felt natural to them. He Lu Lan filled his wine cup as he toasted this person. Brother Shanin, let's have a drink. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, raising his cup as he toasted He Lu Lan, drinking the delicious wine together. Brother Shanin, still thinking about that assassination? Ha ha ha. That shadow sword expert is indeed a beauty. I have sent my men to deal with her already. That Dongfang lad is shameless. He dared to carry out an assassination, but we cannot show any weakness. After we win this battle and capture that woman, she will be yours to deal with. He Lu Lan urged with his rough voice. Everyone laughed. With Lord Wolf King's assistance, any defense line can be broken. A Gu master immediately bootlicked. Extremely true. I heard that shadow sword expert is beauty as a flower. She would definitely be fun in bed. A male Gu master winked, showing an expression that all men can understand. What assassination can take our Lord Wolf King's life? Humph. It is but that Dongfang lad's wishful thinking. No matter how many assassinations they carry out, we are not afraid. The Gu master in charge of the camp's defenses laughed. Fang Yuan snorted, looking at this person coldly. How many assassinations do you want? Letting someone sneak in here and leave as they wish. Aren't you ashamed at all? The tent turned quiet. He Lu Lan quickly soothed the atmosphere. Sigh. Don't be angry, Brother Shanin. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. Never mind the rest. But hey, tribe leader, where are the materials and Gu worms that I wanted? Using the opportunity of the assassination, Fang Yuan flew into a rage and demanded some fright recovery fees. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with unhappiness for a moment as he laughed. I have sent them to your tent, brother. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, standing up. In that case, I shall. Go and cultivate. When the battle begins, call me. Saying so, he did not wait for He Lu Lan's reply before jumping off the twin-headed rhino, leaving everyone's vision. Humph. He Lu Lan snorted with his nose, slamming his wine cup on the table. After he succeeded in making the alliance, he became the alliance leader. The authority of controlling tens of thousands of people made him feel great satisfaction. He could not tolerate Fang Yuan's arrogant attitude. The tent was still silent. But quickly, an ominous voice spoke. This Lord Wolf King. I understand now why Chong tribe could not tolerate him back then. Everyone heard this and did not say anything, but agreement could be seen on their expressions. Chong Shan-in was arrogant, but any organization had its chain of commands. Any person in power would not allow a subordinate's disregard for the system. Oh, it is cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan. He Lu Lan turned his gaze over and saw the person speaking. He pointed at Fang Yuan's seat. Come, since Chong Shan-in left already, you shall sit here. Sun Shirhan was overjoyed. He made bad remarks about Fang Yuan in order to please He Lu Lan after all. He Lu Lan accepted his goodwill. After all, Fang Yuan's seat was the closest to He Lu Lan, but this was the reason why not anyone could sit there. Sun Shirhan was called cunning gentleman. He was a cunning and devious person, adept at using schemes and plots, but he always had a good excuse for what he did, using the banner of righteousness to abide by the rules of the game. Although he was extremely shameless, no one could do anything to him. Sun Shirhan had rank 4 initial stage cultivation. He knew he had no qualifications to sit on Fang Yuan's seat. But he had a plan. He stood up from his seat and bowed to He Lu Lan. Thank you, Alliance Leader. But there cannot be reward without hard work. For this battle, I have thought about it for 7 days and 7 nights. I have 23 ideas to offer to you. Oh, Sun Shirhan immediately said his 23 ideas. Each sentence cut to the point. He was extremely familiar with Dongfang Alliance Army, especially all the expert Gu masters that they had. He evidently put in great efforts for this. At once, everyone's attention was on him. After he finished, He Lu Lan clapped as he laughed. As expected of cunning gentlemen, that is a good plan. Sun Shirhan laughed as he continued. Reporting to Alliance Leader, just earlier, I have thought of a new plan. It is called expression weakness to the enemy. That Fang Yu Liang assassinated Wolf King Chong Shan-in. The Wolf King was affected by Soul Explosion Gu, but did not die. Fang Yu Liang would definitely plan again and make many moves against Lord Wolf King. Why don't we make do with this and order the Wolf King to stay put? Only after we tear down Fang Yu Liang's methods in battle will we call the Wolf King to strike, to put an end to the enemy. What do you think about this, Alliance Leader? Everyone heard this and raised their brows. Some were silent. He Lu Lan's gaze shone for a bit. He thought about it and said solemnly, Sun Shirhan's plan is not bad. We will see about it. This answer was very vague, but Sun Shirhan showed a happy expression. Sit. He Lu Lan pointed at the seat again. Thank you, Lord, for the seat. I am honored. Saying so, Sun Shirhan really kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to He Lu Lan. Many of the Gu masters present showed a look of disdain, while some old tribe leaders had an expression deep in thought. Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshang, and Wei Xian pays respect to Dongfang Alliance Leader. In the study room, 3 enslavement path Gu masters, 2 males and 1 female, greeted Fang Yu Liang together. Although there were no enslavement masters like Fang Yuan in Dongfang Alliance army, there were quite a number of enslavement Gu masters from the different tribes, and among them, these three were the most outstanding. Dong. Fang Yu Liang sat as he moved his head slightly at the three, immediately getting to the point. The reason why I called you three here today is to discuss how to deal with Wolf King Changshanin. Wolf King Changshanin. Hearing this, their expressions changed. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. This was an enslavement path master, having shook northern plains decades ago. Now that he had returned, he challenged three mid-sized tribes in one night. Not only did his strength increase, he even had the Night Wolf Emperor. With the help of He tribe, he controlled 500,000 wolves and could affect the entire battle single-handedly. Such an expert, how could they be his match? These three enslavement path Gu masters looked at each other and saw the solemn fear they all had. But at this point, there was no use being afraid. The three said collectively, "We will listen to Dongfang Alliance leader's instructions." Dongfang Yu Liang laughed, but he changed the topic, asking them about the details of enslavement path cultivation. Enslavement path requires the most resources. Although we have our tribe's support, my crocodile group is only about 50,000 in numbers. I am ashamed, Yi Xinming said. I'm sure Alliance leader knows my circumstances. I was not an enslavement path Gu master from the start. I started halfway when I found Blood Sea Ancestors' small inheritance during an expedition and obtained quite a number of the Bladewing Bloodbats group. These years, I have been gathering the relevant enslavement path Gu worms, but my progress is slow. Jiang Wanshan sighed. Wei Xian sighed too. In my opinion, the hardest part about enslavement path cultivation is the soul. Using ordinary Gu worms to strengthen and refine the soul has too low efficiency. I worked hard for 20 years, almost cultivating daily, but now I have only reached 800-man crabman soul. Among the three, the oldest and strongest person was Wei Xian. Soul path, enslavement path, and wisdom path. The three paths had a deep relationship. After Dongfang Yu Liang heard Wei Xian's words, he thought about his own cultivation, and he showed an understanding expression. He slowly spoke. Soul cultivation is very difficult indeed. Ample patience is needed to accumulate your growth. Although I used the Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu to gain 1,000-man soul, it expended 10 years of my precious time. The three heard this, and their expression changed when they looked at Dongfang Yu Liang, turning into a look of admiration. Coptis rhizome Gu and slow slicing Gu. The former could strengthen the soul, but once a Gu master uses it, they would experience the most bitter taste in the world. Eating anything would be a painful torture to them. If they used this Gu for a long time, they would be unable to eat anything, and the Gu master would become extremely thin and weak. Meanwhile, slow slicing Gu could refine the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, but in the process, the Gu master would feel extreme pain, like their flesh was being sliced away piece by piece. Dongfang Yu Liang had outstanding talent, reaching rank 5 at this young age, but this was also due to his hard work, achieved through an uncountable amount of tears, blood, and sweat. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression turned serious. Do you know about our Dongfang tribe's combination killer move used by three people, called Three Hearts Combination Soul? Killer move, Three Hearts Combination Soul. The three's pupils shrunk. Dongfang tribe's famous triple combination killer move. Who in the world would not know about it? Chapter 507. Surprising Thieving Heaven Inheritance. Red, green, and black, three colors intertwined in the air violently. A flickering light was reflecting in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was extremely focused as he concentrated on the half-finished product in front of him, trying to stabilize the situation. Chi 3. Suddenly, a shrill buzzing erupted. The sound waves vibrated in the air, forming a violent wind as it overturned the table and chairs in the room. Even the flower vase fell and smashed on the ground. Ink on the table fell on the ground as writing paper flew in the air. The three colors vanished, and the half-finished product exploded into a pool of blue blood traces, splattering on the surrounding walls. Failed again, Fang Yuan sighed lightly. These days, he had been refining Gu. This Gu was called Nauseous Crying Baby Gu, used mainly to deal with Three Hearts Combination Soul. Three Hearts Combination Soul was a famous killer move of Dongfang tribe. It could allow three Gu masters' soul to fuse into one temporarily, going into a state where all three work as one, regardless of defending, attacking, or retreating. With Fang Yuan's experience these few days, his unclear memories started to become more vivid as well. He vaguely remembered that He Lulan suffered greatly in this battle against Dongfang Yu Liang, only winning by a margin. Because of Three Hearts Combination Soul, He Lulan's side suffered great losses. After that, Ma Hongyan rose up, and when he was dealing with Dongfang tribe, Three Hearts Combination Soul caused great problems for him. Once, he was set up by some people, and lost terribly against this killer move, getting captured alive by Dongfang tribe. Ma Hongyun thus became a prisoner, and met with Dong Fang Qingyu by accident, gaining her affection. Not only did Dong Fang Qingyu let him escape secretly, she even told him all the secrets regarding this killer move. Ma Hongyun returned safely, and together with his wife, Sheng Ling, who was a refinement pathmaster, created the nauseous crying baby Gu, specifically to deal with 3 hearts combination soul. Nauseous crying baby Gu had great effects on the battle. Using this, Ma Hongyun obtained a great victory, while Dongfang tribe lost consecutively. After they failed too many times, the killer move 3 hearts combination soul was slowly phased out of use. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, chaos was everywhere and 3 hearts combination soul was stolen by Central Continent Gu masters. They improved upon it, and it became a powerful move again. Ma Hongyun thus released the recipe of nauseous crying baby, and after everyone learned it, they modified it based on the original Gu recipe to deal with the improved 3 hearts combination soul. Thereafter, 3 hearts combination soul finally lost its use and was left behind in history. Fang Yuan rebirthed. With 500 years of memories, he naturally knew the recipe of nauseous crying baby Gu. But nauseous crying baby Gu was rank 4. While the refinement materials were not rare, the refinement difficulty was extremely high. Even with Fang Yuan's near refinement master level skills, he attempted it more than 10 times, but failed them all. Sighing, Fang Yuan got up and walked to the window. This window was destroyed by the Gu refinement failure. The air blast broke the glass, as a huge hole was created. The wind from outside carried the smell of the grass as it flowed into the room through the hole. Fang Yuan pressed his hand on the window as he sent his primeval essence over. Quickly, the new window panel started growing, forming and blocking all the wind outside. The walls moved like intestines. The earlier crevices and holes created were all filled, while the broken vase fragments on the ground, as well as the blood traces, were devoured. This was the convenience of the large lizard house Gu. Large lizard house Gu was rank 3, advanced from the rank 2 lizard house Gu. The lizard house Gu was already large as a bus. It looked like a 4-legged lizard on the outside, with a pathway inside the lizard that splits into rooms on both sides. The large lizard house Gu was like a 2-story building. Its body was 5 times the size of a lizard house Gu. It was split into 2 stories. There were more rooms and a larger space within. This was given to Fang Yuan by He Lulan personally after he joined He tribe. His daily cultivation was all done inside this room. Aside from Fang Yuan, there were 6 rank 3 Gu masters guarding the surroundings. They took turns as sentries, paired with their investigative Gu that could deal with all hiding and lurking Gu masters. If Shadow Sword Expert attacks again, before she even gets close to 100 steps, she would be discovered by Gu masters, and her traces would be exposed. This was a measure set up after Fang Yuan's assassination. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down from the window, seeing large numbers of mortals and Gu masters anxiously setting up their defenses. Some of them were digging canals, some were growing trees, erecting arrow towers, or building mud walls. A tight defensive line was starting to form. This was the 3rd line of defense. Northern Plains terrain was mostly flat grassland. There were little obstacles, and horses could run freely. Thus, since long ago, when 2 forces in Northern Plains engage in battle, the moment one side loses, they would not be able to escape. The winner would definitely be able to chase them down. Once a battle is lost, it would mean that it was the end. A tribe would quickly weaken or even face its demise. But with a defensive line, the results would be different. Once a battle is lost, be it retreating and escaping, or avoiding the enemy temporarily, waiting for a chance to counterattack, these defensive lines would have great use. Battles were a matter of life and death. It decided the fate of the tribes. It was dangerous and hard to predict. One tiny accident or a mistake from either side could result in failure. At this time, when a tribe retreats and defends according to their defensive line, they would stabilize their footing and would be able to regroup. This was the world of Gu. An individual had mysterious powers. It was not difficult to construct a long defensive line that was longer than the Great Wall on Earth. People soon realized the benefits of these defensive lines. Because battles in Northern Plains were not decided quickly, defense battles were much more advantageous than offensive assault. According to our intel, Dongfang tribe is already starting on the growth defensive line. There are still about 3,000 li of distance between us. According to their habits, every 800 to 1,000 li would have a new defensive line. Fang Yuan recalled from his memories. These days, he had been cultivating in closed doors, but he had a firm grasp of the outside information. He was a higher-up of He Alliance army. Every day there would be Gu masters coming to give him information. Looking at the time, tomorrow our vanguards will meet and begin the battle. But there is still some time before I strike. Fang Yuan was guarding the central camp now with He Lulan. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to convey the message of the showing weakness tactic. In all, They wanted to make use of the opportunity to lure Fang Yu Liang to make arrangements that he had prepared so that Fang Yuan could deal with him. Fang Yuan laughed coldly towards this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor. The Night Wolf group was easy to replenish. But He Lu Lan refused to use these cannon fodder. While he wanted to deal with Fang Yu Liang, he also wanted to suppress Wolf King Changshan Yin. Fang Yuan had displayed Changshan Yin's arrogance perfectly. This made He Lu Lan unhappy. As the alliance was newly formed, all the different tribes were contesting against each other secretly, especially when the current situation was He tribe's dominance. Thus, all the Gu masters were competing for battle merit, suppressing others to vie for more benefits. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood in front of the main tent for 3 days without moving in order to compete for the vanguard's general position. He blocked the door for 3 days and made a din requesting to participate in battle, and after defeating over a dozen competitors, he got his wish. Cunning Gentleman used his schemes to emerge victorious, gaining He Lu Lan's favor by showing his allegiance. Now he was the #1 strategist in the Alliance army. This was the internal strife. Any organization or political system had no lack of internal strifes. Changshan Yin was a loner, and also had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. Since he is so strong, if he strikes, all the battle merits will be his. What would become of our benefits then? He Lu Lan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan because he had to stabilize his position as the leader and also to defend the hierarchy. Wolf King is way too strong now. It gives me great pressure. There has to be balance. He has to be suppressed. Towards these issues and these people's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear as day. His situation was different. The fight for the imperial court was just a jumping board. His motive was greater, much more than anyone could imagine. With the blessed land in his possession, he had little need for these battle gains. Since they do not want me to strike, I would use this time to cultivate. Isn't that more advantageous for me? What Fang Yuan lacked now was not these ordinary resources, but precious resources and large amounts of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard troops and engaged in battle with Dongfang Alliance army. When the generals were fighting, Hao Ji Lu displayed great strength as he killed the enemy's general as well as 3 sub-generals. The enemy troops were without a leader, they lost their morale and were overwhelmed by Hao Ji Lu's army, allowing him to gain a great victory. But in the process of chasing them, he was attacked by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian and got heavily injured. Hao Ji Lu had to stop the attack and make a base there, nursing his wounds while waiting for the main troops to arrive. 3 days later, He Lu Lan led the central army and entered the front lines. 5 days later, the 2 armies converged. The 2 camps were only several hundred li apart. The tribe flags were erected all around the camp as battle was around the corner. The atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the bright moon shines in the sky with few stars. In the room, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as his eyes were shut, activating Space Thought Gu. Space Thought Gu, rank 5, was bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Using Moving Perspective Cup Gu, Fang Yuan obtained it from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Under the effect of Space Thought Gu, Fang Yuan had half-transparent thoughts that appeared like bubbles, getting closer to the Brain Explosion Gu in his skull. Brain Explosion Gu was only rank 4. Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to forcefully subdue it back then. But the Brain Explosion Gu still remained in his head. These days, the Brain Explosion Gu had been absorbing his brain matter, while being corroded by Space Thought Gu. It had finally reached a qualitative change. In an instant, the Brain Explosion Gu scattered into a lump of black light, a lump of white smoke, and a fist-sized space thought. The reverse refinement succeeded. Seeing this, Fang Yuan breathed out heavily as his heart was filled with joy. He moved the black light and white smoke out of his head, as they formed into 2 rank 3 Gu. These Gu were ordinary. Fang Yuan casually placed them at the side. The important thing was that space thought. Fang Yuan placed the space thought into his brain and read the details in it. Soon, his body shuddered as his pupils expanded, his face showing an undeniable joy that could not be concealed. This particular thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance leads to Luo Pa Valley. Chapter 508. Challenging Wolf King, the pioneer of Soul Path. The legendary Gu master at the apex of rank 9 peak stage, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable once said, "In this huge world, the best option for soul strengthening is Dang Hun Mountain, and for soul refinement, the best choice is Luo Pa Valley. 1 mountain and 1 valley. With both, one can obtain great success in soul path and sweep every obstacle in this world." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley became known as the Soul Cultivator's sacred lands. Fang Yuan was well aware of how huge a help these 2 sacred lands could provide since obtaining Dang Hun Mountain. His 1,000-man soul was cultivated through the Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain. Guts Gu was the #1 Gu in increasing the foundation of the soul. It had no side effects, and its efficiency was extremely high as well. Normal Gu masters would usually require about 20 years to cultivate their soul to 1,000-man soul level. Some geniuses, with the help of their clans or the guidance of their seniors, could cut down this 20 years by half. But for Fang Yuan, he used the Guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain to strengthen his soul to 1,000-man level in less than half a year. This was coupled with the fact that Dang Hun Mountain was slowly dying from the immortal Gu Gruel Mud's corrosion. With Dang Hun Mountain, the speed at which Fang Yuan was able to raise his soul to 1,000-man soul level was like charging to the sky with a rocket. But apart from strengthening soul, the cultivation of soul required tempering to purify it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's progress was much slower. Compared to the speed of soul strengthening, his soul tempering speed was as slow as a tortoise climbing. Fang Yuan was using Wolf Soul Gu to temper his soul, to transform his soul to Wolfman Soul. But none of the Wolf Soul Gu he was using were rank 5. The most he used was rank 4. Using a rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu to purify 1,000-man soul was like pouring a bottle of ink in a lake. The efficiency of dyeing the whole lake was way too low. Fang Yuan had been searching for rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, but it was in vain. But even without rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, there was still one method. That was to use second watch Gu or third watch Gu to increase the time flow of his body, or enter the blessed land, to increase the speed of his cultivation. These methods could be used by others, but Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan's first vital Gu Spring Autumn Cicada was slowly recovering with time. Before he becomes a Gu immortal, this Gu would be like an executioner's blade hovering above his neck. My 1,000-man soul was accomplished using Dang Hun Mountain. Luopa Valley is on par with Dang Hun Mountain. If I could obtain it, for a moment, Fang Yuan had an impulse to change to Soul Path. If I can save Dang Hun Mountain and obtain Luopa Valley, with the huge foundation of 2 sacred lands of the Soul Path, cultivating Soul Path would truly be a wise choice, even having much more prospects than the Blood Path I cultivated in my past life. But soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. According to the directions given by Space Thought, Luopa Valley is quite far away. The matter of importance right now is saving Dang Hun Mountain. Now is not the time to go to Luopa Valley. The battle is approaching. I also cannot casually abandon my current Strength Path and Enslavement Path foundation. Fang Yuan was relying on Enslavement Path and Strength Path to become an influential figure in Northern Plains. But his current strength was still far from allowing him to roam unhindered and invincible in the mortal world. One Shadow Sword expert was able to obstruct him. Although he had second aperture, cultivated strength and enslavement path, had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, Fang Yuan was involved in the fight for the imperial court. He still appeared insignificant. This was a whirlpool of war that involved the whole northern plains. If one was just a bit careless, even a rank 5 Gu master had the danger of dying. My enslavement path cultivation has achieved some success and can influence the whole situation, but it is clear that my attack is strong but defense is weak. On strength path aspect, it is still not enough for defending myself. It will be trouble once people like Mo Shi Kuang and Bian Si Xian get near to me. I have to be much more careful in this battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the imminent great battle, Fang Yuan did not have raging battle intent like others. It could be said that Cunning Zhouman was doing him a small favor, letting him stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Fang Yuan nurtured his second aperture while trying to refine nauseous crying baby Gu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal to handle all kinds of matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal disposed of large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day to prolong Dang Hun Mountain's vitality as much as possible. Starry clouds covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land. The scale of starlight fireflies had expanded by 3 times of before, and there were even 50 to 60 more starlight firefly Gu than Little Hu Immortal's initial assessment. Being able to get this many starlight firefly Gu in this short period of time was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Fang Yuan had frequently entered and exited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using Stargate Gu for a long time, which caused the amount of starlight firefly Gu to dwindle. Now, starlight firefly Gu expanded in numbers once more, alleviating his pressure. At the western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of pink rabbits were reproducing. Since Fang Yuan had transferred the wolf groups to northern plains, the pressure on the pink rabbits had decreased, thus their numbers was quickly expanding. After Little Hu Immortal reported these news, Fang Yuan immediately made her transfer large amounts of water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western parts to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbits were still expanding wildly. To prevent a rabbit calamity, Little Hu Immortal had put up a large group of pink rabbits for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. a few days ago. Fang Yuan was most concerned about the hairy men who were momentarily placed at the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's home grounds. Now there was a group of hairy men who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The two sides fought for their territories, causing several small-scale conflicts. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Little Hu Immortals secretly helped the hairy men win against a Stoneman tribe and sold the Stoneman captives to Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect kept on trying to make transactions for the Guts Gu, but were always refused by Little Hu Immortal. Fang Zheng requested to see Fang Yuan several times as a negotiation representative, but was also refused. As for Treasure Yellow Heaven, another batch of gruel mud was sold, gaining another remnant recipe of Immortal Gu gruel mud. The remnant recipes of Immortal Gu Fang Yuan had sold before was once again resold by Little Hu Immortal after a gap of some time, obtaining 11 Immortal Essence Stones. When the same Gu recipe is sold multiple times in Treasure Yellow Heaven and more Gu Immortals obtain it, its treasure light will decrease. Thus, this method could not be treated as a long-term source of income. This was like a gold mine which was already mostly mined. The profits in the future would continue to decrease and not be worthy of too much expectations. After another 3 days of confrontation, Fang Yu Liang personally wrote a war challenge and sent it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was shocked and asked his subordinates, "Has the rear army of Dongfang tribe arrived already?" "Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan answered, "Their rear army is still 5,000 li away, building the 5th defensive line." He Lu Lan gave a sinister smile. Dongfang tribe's military strength was originally lower than ours, and they still dare to split their forces. Sun Shirhan also smiled. Fang Yu Liang is playing with fire. We might as well wait until our rear army converges. Our military strength will greatly surpass theirs, and at that time, we can crush through their whole army in one move. Baleful light flickered in He Lu Lan's eyes. He had a personal grudge with Fang Yu Liang. When he went adventuring to gain experience in his youth, he saw Fang Qin Yu and drooled over her beauty, but he was taught a lesson by Fang Yu Liang and had suffered quite a bit. He really wanted to take revenge, but he was not someone who was easily controlled by emotions. Even a fool can see through this Fang lad's intention. He wants to battle, but I won't give him the chance. How long till my rear army arrives? He Lu Lan asked. Approximated 3 days. Wang tribe leader answered from the side. Good. I will write a letter to Fang Yu Liang to change the date to 4 days later. He Lu Lan laughed loudly. Fang Yu Liang received the letter and skimmed through it. Dongfang Alliance's higher-ups were filled with fury. He Lu Lan had written nonsense, proclaiming he was giving 3 days of time to Fang Yu Liang in magnanimity, and hoped Fang Yu Liang would live up to this good intent and enjoy the last days of his life. The crowd shouted for war one after another, but Fang Yu Liang calmly smiled. Everyone, do not be impatient. This letter was already within my expectations. I have deduced many times over these days and have come up with a plan. Please listen to the details. 4 days were gone in an instant. In this day of battle, it was a day of fine weather with blue sky spreading to the distant horizon. Knee-length grass grew lushly. The two sides moved in formation that reached 100 li, raising banners with tightly packed troops. A twin-headed hill-sized rhino carried the main tent on its back. On the main tent was He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Fang tribe leader, Yi tribe leader, and other experts. Fang Yuan's position was naturally at the topmost left side of the main seat. Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan was standing behind He Lu Lan with a loyal expression. He had already become He Lu Lan's trusted aide. The wind whistled, causing the banners to flutter wildly. Fang Yuan looked into the distance from his seat, seeing the tight and disciplined formation of Dongfang tribe, with their main tent resting on a white cloud, floating in midair. One could vaguely see Fang Yu Liang sitting on the central seat in the main tent with officials and fierce experts sitting on his left and right. Just from their disposition, they did not appear any weaker than He Lu Lan's side. At this moment, He Lu Lan's loud laughter rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Ha! This battle will signify the first step my He tribe takes towards the ownership of the imperial court and ruling the northern plains. Everyone, who wants to go forward and make the first challenge? His words had just landed when a group of Gu masters rose one after another, shouting or vouching for themselves to request to be sent to battle. He Lu Lan's gaze traveled through the group and landed on one of them. Pan Ping, you shall go. Pan Ping was tall and buff. His hair was reddish yellow. On his waist was a scimitar with gold edge and silver handle. He laughed heartily when chosen, and just as he was about to agree, a loud shout came from the enemy. Junior Tang Miao Ming has heard of the awe-inspiring name of the Grand Wolf King for a long time. I have specifically come to get a pointer or two. Fang Yu Liang has guts. He actually chose to challenge us first. That is Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, a rank 4. Middle stage Gu Master. She actually directly challenged Lord Wolf King. They must be planning something. For a moment, everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, waiting for the Wolf King's response. Chapter 509. A wave of his hand, the two armies were poised for battle. He tribe had been about to send Pan Ping to challenge, but Fang Yu Liang was the first to send Tang Miao Ming. Tang Miao Ming was Tang tribe's specially cultivated enslavement path female Gu Master with rank 4 middle stage cultivation. She liked foxes and had exquisite control over them, but she did not have any notable achievements in history. However, Fang Yu Liang specially sent her to directly challenge Wolf King, so it was clear he had a specific plan against Fang Yuan, and Tang Miao Ming was one part of it. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were like this, with plans within plans. The people fighting against Wisdom Path Gu Masters would not sense it at the start, but by the time they realized it, they would be deep under already. Tang Miao Ming's public challenge attracted everyone's gazes towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at leisure as he drank wine and slowly placed down the wine cup, then looked at He Lu Lan. Alliance leader, then should I take the challenge? He Lu Lan laughed heartily, pleased at Fang Yuan asking him before the battle. Let these experts look at Brother Shan Yin's might and be awed. Fang Yuan slowly stood up and used a Gu worm to transmit his voice outside. Little girl, your bravery in challenging me deserves praises, but you are not my match. Moreover, it is getting late. In front of the formation, Tang Miao Ming clenched her hands, which were soaked with sweat. Her lovely body shuddered at Fang Yuan's words, and her thoughts began to unfold at a rapid speed. Wolf King replied, he is truly arrogant, just like Alliance leader Dong Fang expected. Now I should act according to his plan and use words to force him to battle with only 100 beast group against my similar-sized fox group. But what is the meaning of his last sentence? Fang Yu Liang, who was sitting in the main tent, had been observing the situation. Tang Miao Ming was an enslavement path expert he accidentally discovered not long ago. After Fang Yu Liang learned the details, he found that Tang Miao Ming was very good at fighting with small-scale fox groups. Her skill at this aspect was quite deep, and adding in her set of supporting Gu worms, she could even match an enslavement path master. Fang Yu Liang immediately thought of using Tang Miao Ming to openly scheme against Wolf King Changshan. The Wolf King's prestige was deeply set in people's hearts. If he was beaten under everyone's gaze, it would definitely greatly raise their morale. What was even more matching was that Wolf King Changshan was very arrogant. Tang Miao Ming was his junior and a female. As long as she was putting herself in a lower position, even Changshan would also find it embarrassing to bully a junior in front of everyone. Changshan, you are really as arrogant as the rumors say. Hee, as long as you come out to fight, Tang Miao Ming will definitely give you a great surprise. Fang Yu Liang was inwardly excited but also had a doubt. It is getting late? What is he talking about? Not only Fang Yu Liang, but others also had doubts. But Fang Yuan's next sentence immediately answered their doubts. It is getting late. Quickly start the battle. I still need to eat my lunch after it. Come, those who want to challenge me. All of you come out. After he finished speaking, he stood and then waved his hand from the main tent. Howl! 500,000 wolves howled together. The explosive wolf howls resounded through the skies. Their vigor was so majestic that even the wind stopped for a moment, and all the experts shocked. Brother Shan, what are you? He Lu Lan's hand slipped, and the fine wine in his cup spilled down on his robe. Could it be, the Wolf King is thinking? Fang Yu Liang's pupils shrunk, his expression paling. Following, 500,000 wolf group rushed forward like a majestic tide towards the opposite army. My God! Wolf! Tide! This is a wolf tide. Changshan, he is making a direct attack. He has sent all his wolves. Dongfang Alliance army was in a chaos. The enormous momentum from the wolf group shook them. Many people screamed in fear, and countless defensive Gu worms were activated. For a moment, countless light barriers with all kinds of colors shone among Dongfang Alliance army. Some just shielded one person, while some shielded a large patch of land. Some formed into armors, while some caused the earth to bulge and form into earth walls. Tang Miaoming's face was as pale as paper. She was standing between the two armies, and with the wolf group rushing forward, she would be the first they would charge into. Facing the endless wolf tide, she felt like she was a small wooden boat in a vast sea about to be swallowed by a shocking tide. Damn it, the Wolf King is not abiding by the rules. I came forward to challenge him, and only brought 1,000 beast group. Tang Miaoming was shocked, and also furious. Normally speaking, before a battle began, there would be a battle between experts and between the armies. This was an old practice in Northern Plains. In the battle between Gu Master experts, not only would the winner's side's morale greatly increase, they could also understand the strength of the other side and be more prepared later. At the same time, this expert challenge could also build friendship. Once the battle ended, The losing side's Gu masters would have a way out when they surrendered. The challenge between experts. The moment Fang Yuan raised his hand, he used all his wolf groups and directly cut apart the round of expert challenging. Wolf King, do you know the rules? For a moment, countless people from both sides roared and questioned in their mind. The two armies were not too far apart. The wolf group's rush was quick and soon crossed this distance and unfolded an intense battle against Dongfang army. Attack! Don't be in a daze. The wolf group has attacked. Kill, slaughter these damned wolves. Brothers, move together, fight alongside each other. A clamor erupted within Dongfang army. All kinds of colorful lights, rolling stones, golden lights, wooden spikes, water steam, wind blades, and so on landed among the wolf group, causing enormous casualties in Fang Yuan's wolf group instantly. He Tribe army was still standing on their spot, looking dumbfoundedly at the frenzied battle situation in the other side. Brother Shanin. He Lulan stared with wide eyes at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled at Fatty He. Fang Yu Liang is a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Since he initiated the expert challenge, he must definitely have had gathered a lot of intel to help him in making deductions. And it was the talented alliance leader who directly told me to make my move. He Lulan's eyes widened even more. He had commanded Fang Yuan to make a move, but it was not to make such a big move. Clearly, Fang Yuan had intentionally distorted his intention, but he could not bicker with Fang Yuan at this critical juncture. Move. All army charge. Attack. Attack. He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned around towards the front, fiercely waving his hand and giving his command. Orders from Alliance Leader. All army charge. Orders from Alliance Leader. All army charge. The command was conveyed from top to bottom. The great army began to move slowly. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers followed the wolf group in charging towards the other side. Tang Miao Ming manipulated her fox group, changing the formation again and again to firmly protect herself. She was worthy of being the person Fang Yu Liang had chosen. Under the charge of the wolf tide, with just 1,000 beast group, she continuously changed the formation to keep on resisting the charge. Her fox group surrounded her, forming a round formation. The formation kept on rotating with a natural flow to it, like a millstone or a reef. The incoming wolf group was like a tide, attacking wave after wave, but it could not break through the round formation of the fox group. However, Tang Miaoming did not have the least bit of joy on her face. She was even shouting madly in her mind. This damned Wolf King is simply a lunatic. Damn it, I might be able to hold on for now, but with this, I cannot move a single step. Someone save me, eh. Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened. Her complexion went completely white, her eyes showing fear and despair. In front of her, the He Tribe army was gradually starting to move before her, quickly increasing their speed. Under the cover of the wolf group, they showed an earth-shattering influence and power of violence. Tang Miao Ming momentarily lost her senses, and the round formation of the fox group immediately collapsed. The two-headed rhinoceros came rushing over with explosive sounds. As He Lulan looked on from above, his heart received a slight jolt at Tang Miao Ming's beauty. Who will capture this woman for me? He had just spoken when Pan Ping shot out. Pan Ping made a few jumps and fiercely charged to Tang Miao Ming's side, moving rapidly. In a short few moments, he smoothly captured Tang Miao Ming. He Lulan nodded with satisfaction at this scene, then turned his gaze towards the front. Dong Fong lad. He gave a malevolent smile, his eyes burning with the flame of revenge. After a short time, the two armies officially started the battle. A large chaotic battle had begun. With Fang Yuan's one move, this great battle that had just started had entered its climax. Beast. Facing the incoming night wolves, Tang Fong furiously shouted and poured his primeval essence into Fire Pellet Gu. Whoosh. A fist-sized fireball shot forward, bringing a gale with it. This orange pellet fire struck the night wolf. The night wolf whimpered and rolled around the ground, but its whole body burned with the fire before shortly dying. Kill. Tang Fong breathed roughly and was about to charge forward when he was blocked by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't rush ahead. The tribe leader has commanded you to return back quickly. But big sister has been captured. Tang Fong stared wide. He did not want to turn back. His big sister was Tang Miaoming. Third young master, rushing forward like this will only lead to your death. The elder hastily persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fong gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling his powerlessness. He was Tang tribe's genius, and he was only 22 but had already reached rank 3. Yet this rank 3 battle strength that could have controlled the situation in the past was now so minute in this great battle. The rank 3 battle strength that was normally hard to be seen were all present in this battlefield. Rank 3 Gu Masters were reduced to mid-level strength. Above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts, and even more higher were the rank 5 experts. Big sister, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you. Tang Fong calmed down and swore in his mind as he retreated. Humph, leaving whenever you want. Leave behind your life. Right at this time, a rank 3 Gu master of Wang tribe rushed over. It is Wang Jiang. Third young master, leave quickly, I will hold him back. The Tang tribe elder instantly recognized the enemy. Wang Jiang's fiancée Luo Yufeng had been snatched by Tang tribe, so he had deep hatred towards them. And now in this large battle, he naturally would not let this chance for revenge go. Such situations were not few. In this world, people would have gratitude, grudges, and hatred. Now, those with grudges could let out their grudges, and those with hatred could repay their hatred. Chapter 510, Great Battle, Tang Tribe. The humiliation back then. I will repay it double today. Wang Jiang had a malevolent expression on his face as he gave a deep shout, his whole body inflated like a black bear as he violently smashed towards Tang Fong. Tang Fong was startled and furious at Wang Jiang's fierce momentum, and had the intention to battle with his life. Pellet Fire Gu. He pushed his right palm, and an orange fire shot towards Wang Jiang. The fire made an arc in the air, quickly approaching Wang Jiang's face. Wang Jiang felt the burning heat before the fire even struck him, but he just laughed nastily and actually opened his mouth, without any intent to dodge. Gulp. He swallowed the pellet fire. This is rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu. Tang Fong was shocked. Swallow Fire Gu was not an offensive Gu, but a storage Gu. But using Gu always relied on a Gu master's wits. Who was to say storage Gu could not be used for battle? Tang tribe always prioritized fire path Gu worms. Wang Jiang spent a huge price to purchase a rank 4 Swallow Fire Gu, so he could use it against Tang tribe sometime in the future. Wang Jiang, we will help you. At this time, 2 Gu masters rushed over, both with rank 3 cultivation. Tang Fong and the Tang tribe elder's expression turned pale. The Swallow Fire Gu could already restrict them. Now the other side had 3 people, occupying a huge advantage. Third young master, leave quickly, I will hold them back. The Tang tribe elder saw the critical situation and stood up to fight to give Tang Fong an opportunity to escape. Tang Fong was not a conceited man. He gnashed his teeth and turned around to leave. Elder, hold on. I will quickly come back with reinforcements. Chase. Wang Jiang and the 2 others naturally were not willing to let Tang Fong escape safely. But who could have thought the Tang tribe elder that remained was a defensive Gu master and moreover had a rank 3 rare Gu slow steps. As this Gu's name implied, it could slow down Gu master's speed for a period of time. Wang Jiang and the 2 others were slowed down and could only give up on Tang Fong. Then with a belly filled with anger, attacked the Tang tribe elder. The Tang tribe elder could not fend off against the numbers although he had slow steps Gu. First, he was struck by Wang Jiang's punch, then his arm was severed by Windblade. Finally, a snowball turned him into an ice sculpture, killing him. Elder. Tang Fong watched with tearful red eyes. When he came back with reinforcements, he could only collect the corpse of this elder. The flames of hatred raged in his heart, but he could not find his enemies. The battlefield was in chaos. Large numbers of wolves rushed forward and created a havoc. Besides them, there were fox groups, war crabs, bats, and other beasts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. All kinds of attacks streaked through the sky and landed on the ground. Rocks were smashed, flames ablazed, ice spread, lightning dazzled the eyes. Gu masters shouted and screamed. Some attacked while some retreated. Some were rushing to reinforce while some were defending. A great chaotic battle between hundreds of thousands of people was enough to fill a range of thousands of miles. Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous blue wave with the momentum of covering the sky descended like an evil flood dragon. Large numbers of wolves and Gu masters were swept by the enormous wave. This part of the battlefield was instantly cleared up, several large puddles forming in this cleared grassland. A Gu master arrogantly stood in this center of the battlefield while laughing wildly. It is Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Tang Fong's pupil shrunk as he recognized this man. Retreat. This person is a rank 4 upper stage expert. He is a demon. Many surviving rank 3 Gu masters wisely chose to retreat. Water Demon's fierce gaze swept through the battlefield and landed on Tang Fong's side, who had the highest numbers. These rank 3 Gu masters were moving battle merits to Water Demon, representing a bountiful reward after the war. Water Demon licked his dried lips with his scarlet tongue, a bloodthirsty killing intent filling his face. Consider it your bad luck to have ran into me. Water Demon laughed loudly as he fiercely pushed forward his 2 palms. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu. Boom. In an instant, an enormous torrent bubbled and charged towards Tang Fong and his group with an immense momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt he was like a single person facing a tsunami, feeling he was facing a great catastrophe alone. Third young master, we will hold it back, retreat quickly. Several elders who had been accompanying Tang Fong gnashed their teeth and stood in front of Tang Fong. They combined their strength and were finally able to hold back this waterfall. Leave. The elders' urging caused Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on. I will get father to come rescue you. He gnashed his teeth and finally chose to leave. Gagaga. Water Demon laughed wildly and engaged in the battle with the several Tang tribe elders. His offense surged forward. His water abilities charged forward with huge momentum as he used his power to overwhelm the elders. And although the Tang tribe elders had many people, they were falling into a disadvantage, and it was becoming difficult for them to hold back Water Demon. After several moves, an elder lost his life at Water Demon's hands. After dozen or so moves, only one elder remained, with the rest dead. Water Demon laughed sinisterly and was just about to make the final move when suddenly a cold, killing intent pounced on him. His plentiful battle experience had given Hao Ji Lu an intuitive feeling towards danger. He did not even look and immediately retreated backwards, giving up the battle contribution that was within his reach without any hesitation. Whoosh! A soft ripping sound echoed, and right at the instant of his retreat, a four-leaf wind blade crossed through the air and brushed past him. The wind blade kept on rotating, making a long arc through the battlefield. Everything that it passed through, whether it were humans or beasts, were cut through. Blood flew and limbs scattered. The light green wind blade spiraled a long arc in the air before flying back to its master. It is you? Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng. The sinister smile on Water Demon gradually disappeared, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Tan Wu Feng and him were called Wind and Water Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Previously, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern areas of northern plains while Wind Demon wreaked havoc in the western areas, their fame echoing with each other. But later, Fang Yu Liang devised 3 escapement scheme to subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wu Feng became Fang Yu Liang's subordinate and sided with Fang tribe. Water Demon, your laughter is too ear-piercing. Lord has ordered me to bring an end to your life. Wind Demon Tan Wu Feng was clothed in green clothes, hovering in midair, grasping the wind blade that had returned. The wind blade only had 3 sides remaining from the consumption in the way, but with Wind Demon pouring in primeval essence again, it gradually began to recover back to the previous 4-leaf wind blade. Normally speaking, wind blades could not be retrieved once they were sent. Wind Demon played with the wind blade like some toy. He clearly had extraordinary wind manipulation skill. Humph, it seems you have been taught pretty well by your master over these years, seeing nothing worthwhile around you. Water Demon laughed sinisterly, gazing at Wind Demon like a falcon. Wind Demon's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He swung his palm and shot out the 4-leaf wind blade, and at the same time, he also charged towards Water Demon. Come! Water Demon was at ease, a huge wave rising from below his feet. He stepped on the wave and charged towards Wind Demon. Boom! A huge explosion echoed. Wind screamed madly and water waves surged high, unfolding an intense battle of rank 4-level experts. Surrounding Gu masters hurriedly retreated, and soon a special battlefield was formed for the battle of Wind and Water Demons. As time passed by, not only these two, other rank 4 Gu master experts also found their opponents. Dozen or so battle rings emerged one after another in the chaotic battlefield. These battle rings were not set in place, but instead moved with the battle between the experts. With the battle of higher-level forces, the whole battlefield began to become clear. First of all was the large battle rings for the fight of the rank 4 experts. Surrounding these large battle rings were small-scale battle rings where rank 3 Gu masters fought. And beyond that were the fights between groups of rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters. Fang Yuan took this chance to assemble his wolf group. The two armies faced off against each other, creating a deadlock. Usually, the side which broke through this balance would obtain the initiative which would accumulate into advantage. After their dominance was accumulated enough, it would change into victory momentum. Both He Lulan and Fang Yu Liang knew this. Thus, their gaze landed on their elite troop. These elite troops that were either made of 300-400 soldiers or 500-600 had received strict training to deploy their Gu worm together and create a formidable attack in an instant. They were the weapons to rampage the battlefield, the trump cards of their commander. Not every tribe had the ability to form elite troops. He Lulan side had 5 divisions of elite troops, while Fang Yu Liang had 6. Fang Yu Liang first deployed 100 Blossoms elite troop. This was Hua tribe's elite troop who were quite weak at attacking and defending, but were specialized at healing. With this division of elite troop moving out, they immediately healed large groups of wounded and stabilized the situation, providing a great assistance to Fang side's base-level Gu masters. He Lulan looked at this scene from the main tent and snorted, commanding Blue Butterfly elite troop to attack 100 Blossoms elite troop. the Blue Butterfly elite troop that contained 500 soldiers who detoured the rank 4 Gu Masters battle rings and easily pierced through the battlefield, charging towards 100 Blossoms elite troop. Just when it looked like they were about to succeed, 3 elite troops charged in separately from east, south, and west, surrounding the Blue Butterfly elite troop. Fang Yu Liang had already planned for this and sent 100 Blossoms elite troop as the bait, while making these 3 elite troops lie in ambush. He Lulan naturally was not willing to see the annihilation of Blue Butterfly elite troop, immediately sending other elite troop divisions as reinforcements. Each elite troops of the two sides quickly converged and formed into several lines of encirclement. The situation once again entered a deadlock. Lord Tribe Leader, let me go forward and crush them. Dongfang, she could not restrain anymore as he requested to be sent to battle. Fang Yu Liang slowly shook his head and did not permit him. Dongfang, she was Dongfang Tribe's Feather Arrow Elite Troops commander with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. But as long as He Tribe's Black Banner Elite Troop did not move, this Flower Feather Elite Troop could not be sent out. Fang Yu Liang slowly swept his gaze through the battlefield and placated Dongfang Shi. Elder, she does not need to be impatient. This is not the time for you to take the stage. The current situation is already within my expectations. Saying so, he calmly smiled and turned towards the 3 enslavement path Gu Masters. It is time for you to show your strength. These 3 were precisely Yi Xianming, Wei Xian, and Jiang Wanshan. Chapter 511, Dark Vortex and Cloud Whirlpool. At Fang Yu Liang's words, Yi Xianming, Jiang Wanshan, and Xian glanced at each other before nodding and activating their Gu. Rank 3, Jin Heart Gu, to enhance the spirit. Rank 2, Heart Sound Gu, to strengthen the voice of one's heart. Rank 2, Harmony Gu, the harmonization of one's heart and voice. Rank 3, Flying Soul Gu, the soul can leave the body. Rank 3, Soul Chain Gu, souls can be interlinked. Rank 4, Soul Combination Gu, 3 souls can be linked and fused as one. Killer move, 3 hearts combination soul. Boom. A soundless explosion burst out as the 3 Gu Masters' souls flew out of their bodies and merged together into a complete entity in the air. For a moment, in the radius of 200 li, all Gu Masters with at least 500 man soul could feel a strong pressure spreading and weighing down on their souls. The Gu Masters with less than 500 man soul, however, could not sense anything. This pressure, it is already at the level of 1,400 man soul, as expected of 3 hearts combination soul. Fang Yuan immediately reacted and gazed towards Dongfang Tribe's main tent. He had 1,000 man soul originally, but there was injuries from the soul explosion, though he was able to escape from most of its force. His soul strength had fell to 800 man soul, and after these days of recuperation, it had recovered to 900 man soul level. 900 man soul naturally was not able to match against the other side's 1,400 man soul. Unfortunately, there are many eyes within the Alliance army. I cannot get rid of them. Otherwise, I would have gone to Dang Hun Mountain and used Guts Gu to easily heal all the injuries on my soul. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed while mobilizing the wolf group. Large numbers of night wolves, water wolves, wind wolves, and turtleback wolves formed into an enormous force that charged towards the enemy army like a raging river. Wolf King, let us experience your brilliance today. Xian, Yi Xianming, and Jiang Wanshan simultaneously spoke. Because their souls were temporarily merged together, their every movement was done simultaneously and was completely in sync. Under their command, large numbers steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, and big chi crabs flocked together, forming into a firm defensive line within several breaths of time. The wolf group fiercely smashed into this defensive line, like a flood striking the dam. Sharp wolf fangs and claws collided intensely against the firm crab shells. Fang Yuan snorted and gazed afar while standing on the twin-headed rhino. Under his exquisite control, the whole wolf group formed into waves after waves of offense. The defensive formation formed by the crabs soon was on the verge of collapsing. This is the 9-layered wave charge. Quick, reinforce me, my crab group won't be able to persist longer. Xian had just thought of this when the other two felt it. Under the effect of 3 hearts combination soul, they were just like one person. Any thought would be immediately known by the others. No need to worry, my crocodile group is coming. Yi Xianming's expression was unshaken as an excited battle intent emerged in his concentrated gaze. The enemy is the famous Wolf King. Being able to fight with such an existence, this life was really not in vain. Under his control, large numbers of 6-legs crocodile, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow plunder crocodiles soon rushed to the front line. After the addition of these new forces, the defensive line that was on the brink of collapsing showed a sign of being indestructible. Whether it be crabs or crocodiles, they are both beasts excelling in defense. At the same time, under the three hearts combination soul, they are like three people merged together, increasing their beast commanding skills greatly, directly reaching master level. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. There was no signs of irritation due to not getting any results. Suddenly, he stopped the fierce attacks and wisely chose to slow down the offense. He was not wholeheartedly controlling the beast group. Instead, he divided half of his concentration to observe the battlefield. His enemies were not these three people, neither Jiang, Wei nor Yi. As a person of importance who could influence the whole battlefield, he was extremely likely to encounter another assassination attempt from Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Since the battle started, Shadow Sword expert was nowhere to be seen and was likely observing Fang Yuan from the darkness, looking for a good opportunity to kill him. It was only that beside Fang Yuan was the rank 5 Gu master He Lulan. Maybe because of this, Shadow Sword expert had not revealed herself. Right at this time, a large group of blood-colored bats emerged above the wolf group. These bats possessed 4 wings. The wings were sharp and firm like knives. Under the attack of the bat group, large numbers of casualties started appearing among the wolf group. The crocodile and crab groups took this chance to attack, pushing forward their battle line by 100 steps. Sure enough, it is Jiang Wanshan's Bladewing Bloodbats group. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He was not a bit surprised. With the intel from He tribe, he had a rather good understanding of the enemy Gu master experts. Dong Fang Yu Liang did not have any enslavement path masters under him, so Fang Yuan had guessed Dong Fang Yu Liang would use 3 hearts combination soul to deal with him. And the candidates to use this killer move were extremely likely to be the strongest 3 enslavement path Gu masters. Now, under Fang Yuan's probe, these 3 were sure enough Jiang Wanshan, Wan Xian, and Yi Xianming. Bladewing Bloodbats' offense were extremely violent, changing the direction of this part of the battlefield the moment they joined the fray. The wolf group that had been occupying the upper hand was being defeated bit by bit, while crocodile group and crab group seized the chance to attack. Mud crabs, small chi crabs, big chi crabs, steel pincers crabs, crystal drilling crabs, 6-legs crocodiles, lava crocodiles, rock crocodiles, and shadow plunder crocodiles formed into a large mixed army that stretched out like an open steel fist, defeating the wolves in its way and charging straight towards He tribe's main tent. According to logic, enslavement path Gu masters would find it hard-pressed to cooperate with each other. A mixed beast group would usually impede each other, making 1 + 1 less than 2. But Wei, Jiang, and Yi, these 3 merged their souls with 3 hearts combination soul and were like one person, forming a qualitative effect of having 1 + 1 greater than 2. Brother Shanin. Facing the mixed beast group's strong charge, He Lulan could not help feeling some pressure, and his expression turned dark. If they let this group of beasts charge over, he would have to use Black Banner Elite Troop earlier than scheduled. But if he did so, they would not be able to contain Dong Fang Yu Liang's Feather Arrow Elite Troop. The scales of victory was slowly inclining towards the other side. Fang Yuan said to He Lulan in a low voice, "The other has Bladewing Bloodbats group, which has very sharp offensive power, and my wolf group is unable to do aerial attacks. More importantly, the other side has used 3 hearts combination soul to achieve 1,000-man soul and are able to lead this mixed beast group as if they were one person. If we can break through this killer move, the mixed group will disperse without even putting up any fight." He Lulan frowned deeply, an ominous glint flashing rapidly in his eyes as he made a decision. "Brother Shanin, concentrate on the battle. I will resolve this quickly." He suddenly extended his arm that was the size of an ordinary person's thigh. His right palm formed a claw, while his palm faced upward. Rank 5 aura rose fiercely while the primeval essence in his aperture fell rapidly, pouring into 4 different Gu. Dongfang tribe has 3 hearts combination soul, while my He tribe has dark vortex. He Lulan smiled sinisterly, an intense killing intent raging in his heart. Whoosh! A pitch-black stream rose in the air and rotated once before flowing towards He Lulan's palm. Following, the second stream, third stream, fourth stream. In a blink of an eye, large numbers of dark streams were created one after another and converged in He Lulan's right claw. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless dark streams rose and merged with each other, creating a wild gale. These finger-sized dark streams pressed at each other and formed a dark speck of light. As large numbers of dark streams continued to pour into it, the dark speck of light gradually inflated, forming a fist-sized dark sphere. The dark sphere seemed to have immeasurable depth in it, as if the night was condensed into it, even absorbing the light around it, causing a terrified feeling to grow in people. He Lulan, however, revealed an extremely excitement and a mad, killing intent when he looked at this dark sphere. "Dongfang lad, take this!" He Lulan suddenly shouted and disappeared from his place. The next moment, he appeared above the enemy main tent. "Go and die." He Lulan let out a crazed laughter and flipped over his wrist. As if he was holding 1,000 jun of weight, he exerted all his strength to slowly push the dark sphere towards Fang Yu Liang. Following his movement, that small dark sphere madly expanded and in several breaths of time had expanded to size of a small hill. The pitch-black giant sphere pressed down with a seemingly slow speed, but was actually very fast. It covered the light of the sun and casted a giant darkness on the ground. Before the giant sphere even struck, all the Gu master experts in the main tent felt terror like they were facing a calamity. They looked at the pressing giant sphere and felt heaviness as if lead was poured into their body. They wanted to retreat, but were barely able to move. Damn it, it is He Tribe's killer move, Dark Vortex. Retreat, retreat. Gu masters exclaimed in shock, not having even a trace of intent to resist. Wei Xian and the other two had a despairing look on their face. They were under 3 hearts combination soul state, and would require at least 2-3 minutes to get rid of this killer move. The corners of Fang Yu Liang's lips, however, curled up. He looked towards the sky, the dark sphere growing bigger and bigger in his sight, but his expression was a scene of calmness. Sure enough, like I expected, He Lulan, I have been waiting so long for your move. He slightly raised his right foot and lightly pressed on the white cloud below his feet. The originally tranquil white cloud crazily surged as clouds and mists burst out in blink of an eye like boiling water and formed into an enormous whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly rose up like a giant open mouth and swallowed the dark sphere. This is... He Lulan was shocked and furious. At this moment, he realized he had fallen for Fang Yu Liang's scheme. Fang Yu Liang had meticulously arranged this trap, waiting for He Lulan to come crashing in. Let me teach you. This is the killer move I spent 3 years of my life to plan meticulously. Cloud Whirlpool. It was specially created to deal with your dark vortex. He Lulan, you have lost just like many years back. Fang Yu Liang proclaimed his victory. Damn it. He Lulan gnashed his teeth, his forehead filled with sweat. He wanted to pull back, but the cloud whirlpool was firmly sucking in his dark vortex. The smile on Fang Yu Liang's lips became even bigger as he summoned. Dong Pakong, Bien Si Xian. His voice was not loud, but under the effect of Gu Worm, it could be clearly heard by everyone. Hearing his command, the shadow sword expert who had been concealing herself for a long time, turned into a dark shadow, and moved while wriggling in the shadows on the ground. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of the twin-headed rhino. And at the same time, a flash of lightning broke through the air and crossed the battlefield, instantly arriving in front of the twin-headed rhino. The lightning dispersed and turned into a valiant man, who then pounced towards Fang Yuan. Flying lightning Dong Pakong, shadow sword expert Bien Si Xian. In an instant, both He Lulan and Fang Yuan had fallen into danger. 512 Reliable Alliance, mate Fang Yu Liang lived up to his name as the Wisdom Path Gu Master, accurately calculating He Lulan's reaction. 3 hearts combination soul killer move was only bait to lure He Lulan into attacking. Then, Fang Yu Liang was able to leisurely unfold his trump card, a killer move that was specially designed to restrict Dark Vortex and trap He Lulan. He Lulan had been at the main tent, but now he was trapped. The defense around Fang Yuan had suddenly decreased by a very large amount. Taking this chance, shadow sword expert Bien Si Xian appeared and charged into the main tent to once again assassinate Fang Yuan. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse, and the scales of victory would greatly incline towards Dongfang Alliance army. To make sure this beheading the leader tactic succeeded, Fang Yu Liang had not only arranged shadow sword expert, but also an even stronger Gu master. He was Dong Pakwang, known as Flying Lightning, one of the few flying masters of Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He had not made a move even in the chaotic battle earlier, patiently waiting till now to shock the world with one move. Protect Wolf King. Sneaky bastards, don't think you can have your way. Wolf King, leave quickly. 6 rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up one after another, trying to hold off Dong Pakwang and Bien Si Xian. Scram! Dong Pakwang coldly shouted, lightning suddenly crackling around him. The 3 Gu masters who were blocking him were struck by the lightning. Their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed, 2 instantly died, while 1 was heavily injured. Bien Si Xian chuckled softly. Her body turned into a shadow and quickly moved like a poisonous snake through the Gu masters blocking her and moved past them. What? Such speed. Is this shadow sword expert's true strength? The 3 Gu masters were shocked. They gazed back only to see Bien Si Xian's seductive back figure. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move at all. Their hands and feet were tied up by a dark shadow, firmly binding them to the spot. Facing the above and under pincer attack from Dong Pakwang and shadow sword expert, Fang Yuan paled. his gaze revealing a frantic look as he retreated in panic and shouted, "Quick, someone come protect me. Wolf King, no need to worry. Hey Xiao, he will guard you." One person stood behind Fang Yuan, clothed in black and had unshaken expression. He walked forward few steps and stood in front of Fang Yuan. "Courting death," Dong Puquang shouted. The lightning over his body crackled violently and turned into a battle spear which he then stabbed towards He Xiaoyi. Bian Si Xian snorted and flicked her wrist lightly, immediately throwing out a torrent of shadow swords. He Xiaoyi's expression did not change at this combined attack from two experts. He put together his palms in front of his chest and transferred his primeval essence. Boom. Next instant, his defense was fully activated. 56 flying bone shields flew together and blocked in front of him. A green halo flew above his head and illuminated a range of 100 steps. Black iron-like metallic light formed a set of thick armor which then covered him from top to bottom. 9 ghost faces whimpered and wept as they revolved around him. At the same time, a dark brown oil wind breezed in between the flying bone shields. Dong Puquang's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying shields and made a hole through the dark brown oil wind, but was blocked by the black armor. Bian Si Xian's shadow swords bombarded upon the shields, shattering 18 shields but were thwarted by the oil wind. The shadow swords seemed to have fallen into a swamp as their momentum dispersed and were no longer a threat. He Xiaoyi was He Lulan's expert and also one of the 3 commanders of Black Banner Elite Troop, an expert in defense. Facing the defense specialized He Xiaoyi, Dong Puquang and Bian Si Xian were actually delayed for a while, unable to break through. He Xiaoyi had suffered a terrible defeat during the battle with Mo Shikuang. It did not mean he was weak, but the enemy was too strong, a top expert in the whole of Northern Plains in this struggle for Imperial Court. Now, facing the combined strength of Flying Lightning and Shadow Sword expert, He Xiaoyi shielded here and there, firmly protecting Fang Yuan who was behind him for dozen moves. His Gu set had complementing Gu worms focused on defense and had been carefully chosen. Dong Puquang and Bian Si Xian tried to break through multiple times, but it was all a failure. The aftermath of this battle caused severe pain to the twin-headed rhino. The giant rhinoceros screamed in pain and stamped its feet, recklessly charging in the battlefield without considering allies or enemies. He Xiaoyi's expression turned heavier. His primeval essence was quickly depleting because of this intense battle, already reaching the bottom. While the other side had 2 people, and their primeval essence consumption was half that of He Xiaoyi. He Xiaoyi was now confronted with a difficult choice. The first choice was to continue to defend to death without caring about his primeval essence expenditure and hoping He Lulan or others would come in time to support him. But now the twin-headed rhino was crazily rampaging and had already traveled far away. How high was the possibility for the reinforcements to cross the battlefield and arrive in time? Second option was to conserve his primeval essence. But with this, his defense would fall and the chance for the enemies to break through would increase dramatically. In case they were able to move past him, Fang Yuan who was behind him would be in grave danger. What should I choose? A hesitating look flashed in He Xiaoyi's eyes, but was soon replaced by resolve. He began to slowly cut down on defense and was no longer very active in facing the enemy's attacks. Dong Puquang and Bian Si Xian immediately sensed the change in He Xiaoyi. They attacked several times and took some risks and were about to succeed. Even if Wolf King had an important identity that concerned the whole situation, even if He Xiaoyi was appointed by He Lulan to defend Changshan, but at this critical juncture, when he was at risk, He Xiaoyi was not able to give up his own life. If it was Lord He Lulan behind me, I would definitely risk my life to protect him. But Changshan is just an outsider, always acting so arrogant and looking down on me. Why should I sacrifice my life for such a person? Even if Wolf King dies, we still have the Black Banner Army and are still a match for the enemy. Yes, I need to save myself and continue to render my service to the tribe. He Xiaoyi's thoughts surged rapidly to justify himself and gradually began to have a clear conscience. He was originally guarding Fang Yuan, but now was only looking after himself. Thus his primeval essence consumption immediately slowed. Now is the time, overlapping Shadow Gu. Suddenly, Bian Si Xian noticed a gap in the defense. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she grabbed this chance and activated the Gu worm Dong Fang Yu Liang had lent her. This overlapping Shadow Gu was a rank 4 rare Gu which was very difficult to find in the market, and its price was comparable to many rank 5 Gu. Initially, Bian Si Xian had agreed with Dong Fang Yu Liang for this Gu to be her reward once she assassinated Fang Yuan. But Bian Si Xian's assassination failed, and the brain explosion Gu she had struck with was also dealt with by Fang Yuan. With her proud nature, she would naturally not accept this overlapping Shadow Gu. But before this battle, Dong Fang Yu Liang had lent her this Gu of his own initiative, just to be on the safe side. Overlapping Shadow Gu might only be a rank 4 Gu to others, but to Bian Xian, it could raise her battle strength explosively and was even more precious than rank 5 Gu to her. Under the use of overlapping Shadow Gu, Bian Xian's multiple shadow swords overlaid upon each other, and in just a second, only one sword remained of the overflowing shadow swords. This shadow sword was as dark as the abyss and was like a solid object. All the offensive power of the shadow swords had been overlaid together in it. Bian Xian pierced the sword forward. The sword easily broke through He Xiuyi's defense like a knife cutting through tofu and pierced towards Wolf King. The defense that had lasted for a long time was finally broken. Dong Paquang let out a breath of relief at this scene. He continued to hold back He Xiuyi to provide a chance to Bian Xian. But He Xiuyi could not care about this as he already had an intent to retreat. Now that Shadow Sword expert was charging towards Changshan, this was the chance for him to retreat. Why would he not take this chance? Thus, he quickly retreated and directly jumped off from Twin-Headed Rhino's back. Dong Paquang looked at He Xiuyi's fleeing figure in shock. He hesitated for a moment before thinking that it was better to quickly kill Wolf King, so he did not chase He Xiuyi. But when he gazed back, he saw Bian Xian's shadow sword had already pierced into Changshan Yin's chest. Bian Xian pierced it so deep that only the hilt of the shadow sword remained on the outside. The sword had pierced through Fang Yuan's chest, and large part of it stuck out through his back. Wolf King, remember, the one who killed you is shadow sword expert Bian Xian. Bian Xian's eyes turned red, excitement filling her face. The famous Wolf King whose name had spread throughout the northern plains died by her hands. This glory, this brilliant battle achievement, caused her whole body to shudder in happiness. It's over. Dong Paquang also raised his brows in joy. Wolf King has died. My army has now the upper hand and victory is within grasp. Far away, Fang Yu Liang, who was observing the battle with the detective Gu, clenched his fists in excitement. He raised his head and smiled calmly at He Lulan, who was competing with the Cloud Whirlpool. He Lulan, Changshan Yin has been beheaded. Now stop and admit your defeat. I will give you the position of a general and also an opportunity to enter the imperial court. But what made him surprised was He Lulan not only did not fly into a rage, but instead revealed a malevolent smile. Fang Yu Liang, look carefully with your dog eyes. Right at this time, Bian Xian and Dong Paquang's shocked exclamations rose from the twin-headed rhino's back. What? Fang Yu Liang had a very bad feeling and immediately used his investigative Gu to gaze ahead. He saw Changshan Yin had already turned into a puddle of water. Several Gu worms flew out with only a water image Gu remaining in the water, which was almost pierced into two by the shadow sword with only a thin layer of skin holding its body. This was the water image Gu of water demon Hao Ji Lu. Previously, he had used water image Gu in the hero's assembly to deceive everyone by passing it off as the genuine body, and was able to kill fire prodigal Chai Ming. Before this great battle, Fang Yuan had taken this method into consideration and made a plan with He Lulan. To prevent news from leaking out, this arrangement was only known to the three of them. Fang Yuan's true body had never been in the main tent, but was instead hiding in a corner of the battlefield. With Wolf Hair Gu, he had been observing the battlefield and commanding the wolf group to fight. The dialogues with He Lulan previously was also a facade prepared by using a series of Gu worms. Damn it, this is a fake. Where's the real Changshan Yin? Bian Xian and Dong Paquang's expressions turned extremely unsightly. They had fought so hard for such a long time, but the result was that they were tricked. Chapter 513. 7-star light from the back of the twin-headed rhino, shadow sword expert, and flying lightning looked around everywhere. In the chaotic battlefield, dozen or so rank 4 Gu masters had formed their own battle rings out of which 3 matches were finished. He Tribe 1-2, while Dongfang Tribe 1-1. Several divisions of elite troops were still fighting against each other, and because of Fang Yu Liang's scheme, He Tribe was on the losing end in this aspect. The battle of Wolf Group with Crocodile, Crab and Bat Group was also in a deadlock. There was no sign of Fang Yuan. No one knew where he was hiding. Bian Xian and Dong Paquang searched in vain, their expression turning several shades darker. Fang Yu Liang soon accepted the fact of this failure. He smiled brightly. This is somewhat interesting, but still within my expectations. As long as Wolf King continues to command the wolf group, his soul fluctuations will be revealed and sooner or later, we will find his position. He Lulan, your loss has only been momentarily delayed. Ha ha. He Lulan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter containing a disdainful intent. Dongfang child, you really think I was restrained by you? Saying so, the skin on his whole body turned pitch dark like the night. At the same time, endless black smoke oozed out of the pores on his body. The black smoke surged and soon covered his whole body. In just moments, He Lian turned into a human-shaped black smoke, with smoke rising in spirals. When looked from outside, one would only see a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. A very ominous feeling welled up in Fang Yu Liang's heart. A thought to retreat immediately crossed in his mind. However, although the cloud whirlpool was restricting the dark vortex and restraining He Lian, in another aspect, was it not same as the dark vortex restricting cloud whirlpool? The next instant, He Lian turned into black smoke and actually entered into the dark vortex. Not good. Fang Yu Liang immediately felt his blood run cold. But it was already too late. The dark giant sphere that was as big as a small hill was originally being slowly swallowed bit by the cloud whirlpool. But suddenly, the dark vortex rapidly shrunk. The cloud vortex was unable to react in time and quickly contracted with the flow of the dark vortex. But next instant, the dark vortex suddenly expanded violently. No, instead of saying expansion, it is better to call it explosion. Fang Yu Liang was overwhelmed. There was no sound. It was a soundless explosion. The cloud whirlpool could only hold for 3 breaths before it was burst by the dark vortex. The dark giant sphere continually enlarged and swallowed everything, be it humans or beasts, like a prehistoric giant monster. Only when it covered a radius of 10 li did the semicircular dark sphere disappear. There was no sound wave like that of a normal explosion, and also no wind force was generated. This strange tyrannical explosion had the nature of corrosion with the ability to melt everything. After the dark vortex disappeared, 10 li of battlefield was completely cleared, with only He Lian remaining in the air and Fang Yu Liang, who was in a deep crater on the ground. All the remaining humans or beasts within the radius of the explosion of the dark vortex were eroded into nothingness. He Lian looked down at Fang Yu Liang with extreme exhaustion. He was gasping for breath, and his whole body was soaked in dark red blood. But the corners of his lips had curled up into a crazed, sinister smile. Ha ha, Fang Yu Liang. Since you can think of this cloud whirlpool killer move to restrict dark vortex, I can also improve on my killer move. How is it? How is the taste of the banquet I prepared for you meticulously? This is a trump card which I have been concealing all along, not even letting my kin know. He Lian laughed wildly, his laughter echoing throughout the whole battlefield. For a moment, his aura pressed down on his surroundings. Even the Gu masters in the battle could not help but gaze towards him. When they saw He Lian occupying the upper hand, He Tribe's Gu masters' morale surged high, while Dongfang Tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy pressure on their heart. The generals were the source of courage of the troops. The fight between He Lian and Fang Yu Liang was crucial to the soldiers. It was very important and was not only a matter that concerned an individual life or death, but would influence this great battlefield. Cough cough. He Lian was laughing wildly, when suddenly he spurted out several mouthfuls of dark blood. Although this move was very powerful, it would also cause self-harm. It was classified as a self-harming move, and no matter what the result, once it was activated, most of the Gu worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. Once Gu worms died, the Gu masters would naturally suffer from backlash. But this move was already very profitable. In one move, He Lian not only escaped from the trap, he was able to counterpressure Fang Yu Liang, and also kill Wei Exine, Jiang Wanshan, and Yixian Ming, who were in 3 hearts combination soul state. With these 3 people dead, the mixed beast group immediately began to fight against each other with there being no one to guide them. Just like Fang Yuan said before, they crumbled. With this mixed beast group rushing everywhere and attacking recklessly, the battlefield turned even more chaotic. Fang Yu Liang rose up slowly with a solemn expression. He Lian had kept this move extremely confidential. Fang Yu Liang did not even have a trace of any relevant clue, so he had not expected for the killer move to be improved with such terrifying destructive power. As a matter of fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yixian Ming, Wei Exine, and Jiang Wanshan, which could directly transfer these 3 to the rear of the battlefield. However, when He Lian was improving on his killer move, he added a space path Gu as well. Thus, when the dark vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Fang Yu Liang's methods lost their effectiveness. Fang Yu Liang, it is still not late for you to accept your defeat. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and forget all my past hatred, and appoint you as my first military advisor. He Lian tried to make Fang Yu Liang surrender in front of everyone. Fang Yu Liang coldly smiled. He Lian's lustful nature was widely known, and had already been coveting after his sister Fang Qingyu. Fang Yu Liang might surrender to other forces, but he would never choose to pledge allegiance to He Lian. He Lian, you are really too optimistic. Even if your side is occupying the upper hand, you are still a long way from victory. Come, let us fight. 7 starlight. Fang Yu Liang softly shouted. 7 lights swiftly rose up beside him. These 7 lights had different colors, continually rotating around his body, drawing a beautiful light orbit. This was Fang Yu Liang's signature killer move. These 7 lights had different effects, and under their empowerment, Fang Yu Liang activated Star Thought Gu. Whoosh! Countless thoughts gushed out as bright as starlight. The radiance of these star thoughts could not be covered even by the sunlight. A sea of star thoughts rose up to the air, and within few breaths of time, Fang Yu Liang had tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the air, starlights merged into one and formed a large patch of star cloud which surged forward with great momentum. "Hey Lulan, take this!" Fang Yu Liang shouted, and shot the star thoughts beside him towards Hey Lulan. Such an enormous scale of star thoughts burst through the wind with astonishing grandeur. Humph! A trace of fear flashed past the depths of Hey Lulan's pupils. Wisdom Path Gu Masters were not defenseless people. Each Gu Master path had its own attacking methods. A path without any attacking methods would be eliminated and vanish in the passage of history. Many years ago, Hey Lulan and Fang Yu Liang had crossed swords. At that time, just a scale of several thousand star thoughts was enough to make Hey Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts were very fast and would directly attack the enemy's mind from any direction possible, and were very difficult to guard against. So many star thoughts, it seems Fang Yu Liang really intends to bet his life. Creating so many star thoughts without any restriction, it is already no longer as simple as injuring soul or body. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, Fang Yu Liang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My state is not good now. I had better avoid it first. Hey Lulan had thoughts of retreating when he looked at such a large scale of star thoughts. He disappeared from the spot, appearing 1,000 steps away. But star thoughts were as fast as lightning as they chased after Hey Lulan without giving up. Hey Lulan snorted, healing himself while continually dodging. The enormous star cloud formed from the star thoughts continued to chase after Hey Lulan, devastating everything in its path. Some Gu Masters with weak willpower were directly struck into idiocy by the star thoughts. Most of the Gu Masters whose minds were struck by star thoughts immediately felt dizzy and could not keep standing stably. Only few Gu Master experts with firm willpower moved their thoughts to destroy the external star thoughts. But because of these Gu Masters resisting the star thoughts, the intense battle had slowed down. Rank 4 Gu Masters could rampage through the battlefield, but once a Rank 5 Gu Master moved, they could influence the whole situation. Fang Yu Liang made an all-out attack, pressing down Hey Lulan into disadvantage. The star cloud formed from the majestic star thoughts became the first force to dominate the battlefield. Although star thoughts exhausted rapidly, the star thoughts Fang Yu Liang created were extremely fast. As time passed, the size of the star cloud did not decrease, but instead slightly increased. Almost everyone in the battlefield were concentrating on the star cloud. When the star cloud neared, most of the Gu Masters would choose to flee, afraid of being struck into idiocy. However, Fang Yu Liang did not have the least bit of joy and was instead filled with worry. Hey Lulan's movement Gu was outstanding. Even star thoughts could not catch up. Fang Yu Liang knew clearly there were 2 people who were the most significant in Hey Alliance army, Hey Lulan and Changshan. Right now, Hey Lulan was escaping faster than a rabbit while Changshan was hiding somewhere, meticulously suppressing his soul and only using a portion to control the wolf group. The chance of bringing him out in the light in this chaotic battlefield was extremely minute. Since it is so, I shall destroy your elite troops. I want to see if you can still keep on enduring. A cold glint flashed in Fang Yu Liang's eyes. The star thought cloud suddenly changed direction and charged towards the battle rings of the elite troops. These elite troops were at least of rank 2 cultivation with rank 3 Gu Masters as their leaders. They had numerical advantage but could never be Fang Yu Liang's match. Under the special consideration of star thought cloud, Hey Tribe's Blue Butterfly elite troop immediately collapsed with countless casualties. My elite troop. At this sight, Yi Tribe leaders shouted in heartache. Still not coming out. Fang Yu Liang slightly raised his brows and mobilized Star Thought Cloud to attack War Dog elite troop. War Dog elite troop was immediately disrupted, and the surrounding elite troops took this chance to besiege them, killing this elite troop quickly and easily. My War Dog elite troop. Wang Tribe leader's body trembled in heartache. Who knew how much resources and energy Wang Tribe had used to cultivate this elite troop? Such precious battle force was destroyed within moments. Still not coming out to rescue them. Fang Yu Liang's brows furrowed deeper. Killing 2 elite troops one after another had caused a huge consumption in the star thoughts. If not for him continually creating new star thoughts, the star thought cloud would have already been used up. Despite the empowerment from 7 starlights, Fang Yu Liang still felt an intense weakness at this moment. Strands of white began to appear in his bluish-black hair. Kill. Kill. I want to see how long you can maintain this killer move. Fang Yuan, who was hiding in some corner enjoying this scene, threw Wolf Hair Gu while smiling coldly. To him, the more people that died, the more souls he would be able to collect after the battle. Anyway, as long as they obtained victory at the end, he still held the qualification to enter imperial court. Fang Yu Liang was trying to force Fang Yuan out by slaughtering the elite troops, but it will only happen in his sweet dreams. Chapter 514. Wolf King's Ruthlessness. The battle continued. Because of Fang Yu Liang using all his strength to attack and slaughtering 3 elite troops one after another, Dongfang tribe began to occupy upper hand. Kill. Let us kill all these He tribe thugs. Kill all the men, and take all the women to our camp. Dongfang Alliance army's morale surged high, their offense becoming fiercer as they beat back He tribe allied army without giving them room for breather. However, the originator of this momentum, Fang Yu Liang, was somewhat worried. Although we look to be moving towards victory, my side has already shown our trump cards. My killer move 7-star lights won't last for long. If I still can't force He Lulan and Chang Shanin out, then Fang Yu Liang's eyes flashed with a cold light when he thought of this. His clear and incisive eyes gazed towards the mid-army of He tribe where Black Banner elite troop was stationed. This division of elite troop had formidable strength, far surpassing others. Till now, this precious force had not made any move and was holding their position. Next, Fang Yu Liang's gaze moved towards a specific corner of the battlefield. Gu tribe Gu masters were gathered there with Gu Guang, and the rest being blood-soaked and fighting bravely. Fang Yu Liang expressionlessly split the star thought cloud into 2. One half moved towards Black Banner elite troop, while the other half moved towards Gu tribe. Seeing the invasion of the star cloud, Black Banner army's 3 commanders paled. Defend. All forces activate Gu together. The commanders sent the command, and all the heads of the Black Banner elite troop put all their efforts in activating Gu. Battle Thought Gu was similar to Star Thought Gu and Empty Thought Gu, and was also one of the Wisdom Path Gu worms. All the different ranking commanders of Black Banner elite troop coordinated to activate rank 3 to rank 4 Gu. These Battle Thought Gu were meant to be used on Black Banner elite troop. During the Battle Thought Gu would enter their brain and surge their battle intent, making them fearless. Star Thought Cloud pounced towards them. Red thoughts emerged above the Black Banner elite troop. There were few of these battle thoughts, but with them guarding beside the Black Banner elite troop, the elite troop was able to forcibly resist the impact of the Star Thought Cloud. He tribe is indeed worthy of being a super tribe. The quality of their elite troop is far beyond that of other tribes' elite troops. Fang Yuan inwardly praised at this sight. These Black Banner elite troop belonged to He tribe completely and would keep on accumulating their strength during peaceful times. The Gu masters in this troop were carefully selected elites, and with the large amounts of training and enormous resources invested in them, they were able to form into a trump card. Each of them had firm willpower and possessed the ability to resist the thoughts' impact by themselves. Now, with the protection of battle thoughts added, the devastation of Star Thought Cloud was restrained for the first time. Naturally, there was a crucial reason for this. Fang Yu Liang had not used all his strength in this, and had divided the Star Thought Cloud into 2, only using half of it to attack Black Banner elite troop. Black Banner elite troop's breathtaking performance shocked the people, forming a clear contrast with the other devastated elite troops. While on the Gu tribe's side, miserable screams kept on ringing out. They were being slaughtered under the attack of the majestic Star Thoughts. Fang Yuan watched this indifferently. He was able to use Wolf Hair Gu very proficiently, allowing him to see Gu tribe's miserable condition clearly. Gu tribe was no more than one of his chess pieces to disguise his identity. As the chess master, why would he put himself in danger because of a chess piece? Still not coming out? Fang Yu Liang waited patiently for a while, secretly observing with his detection Gu. As long as Fang Yuan made any move to rescue the Gu tribe, he would be able to pinpoint Fang Yuan's exact location through the soul fluctuations. But, no matter how long he waited, Fang Yuan did not make any move. Such cold and heartless action of Wolf King made Fang Yu Liang feel a chill down his spine. On the contrary, when He Lulan saw his Black Banner elite troop showing signs of not being able to hold off anymore, he quickly made his move. Fang Yu Liang, die! He shouted with a grandeur that looked like he had already recovered from the backlash. Fang Yu Liang snorted. Large numbers of new star thoughts emerged above his head and charged towards He Lulan. The two collided in the mid-air, exchanging many moves. For a time, the victor or the loser could not be determined. With He Lulan's interference, the star thought cloud that was causing troubles for Black Banner elite troop had no more support and completely disappeared after causing mayhem for a while. The battlefield that had turned chaotic for a while again entered a deadlock. A smaller part of the dozen or so rank 4 battle rings had already ended, with the result ending in death or injuries. Among them, Wind Demon and Water Demon were still fighting. Shadow Sword expert Bian Si Xian and Flying Lightning Dong Pakong, however, were moving back and forth in the battlefield. These two both had outstanding movement Gu, and even when they were blocked by rank 4 Gu masters, they were able to easily get past them. They were continuously searching for Fang Yuan's traces, but unfortunately Fang Yuan kept on hiding without making any moves, causing their search to be fruitless. At the same time, in Niu Blessed Land, 2 Gu immortals, a male and a female, were sipping tea while observing the smoke image on the center of the table. The smoke image kept on surging, showing the scenes of the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe. The scenes were extremely clear, showing minute details of every corner. The female Gu immortal Tai Bai Yun looked away and smiled towards the male Gu immortal Dongfang Chang Fan. Looks like this battle will be determined by the battle between Dongfang Yu Liang and He Lian. Whichever side wins will be the side that will occupy the upper hand. Dongfang Yu Liang. This young man is pretty good, being able to bring the battle into a stalemate while having weaker military forces than He tribe. It seems Brother Chang Fan's guidance is quite effective. Dongfang Chang Fan had an ancient noble appearance, with eyes that intermittently flashed with all kinds of colors. This soul wisdom path Gu immortal of Dongfang tribe indifferently shook his head and said with indifference, "Actually, I only said 2 to 3 sentences to Dongfang Yu Liang. But this young lad is indeed good and quite interesting." After returning, he wantonly proclaimed this and rose up, borrowing my prestige. He has some talent and also puts in great efforts. I have already promised him that as long as he can be the lord of the imperial court, I will heal his little sister and nurture him as one of my successors. Become the lord of imperial court? Tai Bai Yun was slightly dazed before smiling. Please forgive little sister for being blunt. In this round of the imperial court contest, I am afraid Dongfang tribe does not have a high chance. Within the several popular candidates this year, Yi Lui tribe's Yi Lui Sang is thought to have a high chance by everyone. This time, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai has secretly entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui Sang. This is already an open secret in the circle. Yi Lui tribe might be part of the Huangjin family and one of the super tribes of Northern Plains, but they haven't gained ownership of imperial court for the last 8 rounds. Because of this, Yi Lui Lai has been made fun of by He Chung of He tribe in these days. He is probably mobilizing immortal Gu this time to regain face. Dongfang. Chang Fan chuckled after he finished speaking. His chuckle seemed to contain disdain. Tai Bai Yun sipped tea and said, "Yes, speaking of He Chung, He Lian is his 27th concubine's child. This is his son, so he has been actively supporting from behind because of sentiment and principle. Thus, He Lian is also one of the popular candidates. Historically speaking, the struggle for the imperial court is no more than a competition between several large Huangjin family tribes. Those that are able to be the lord of imperial court have immense support from behind. From what I see, He Lian's chances are much higher than your tribe's Dongfang Yu Liang." Dongfang Chang Fan, however, slowly shook his head. Tai Bai Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of interest at this. What is it? Could it be Brother Chang Fan also privately gave an immortal Gu to Dongfang Yu Liang? Or maybe you set up some arrangements to ensure Dongfang Yu Liang becomes the lord of imperial court? Wisdom Path Gu masters had the ability to scheme deeply and make deductions. Most Gu immortals have either experienced this personally or have heard of it. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in numbers. Dongfang Chang Fan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu master of Northern Plains. If he had secretly made arrangements, and as long as it did not openly break the game rules for the fight for imperial court, Dongfang Yu Liang would have a great probability of success. However, Dongfang Chang Fan negated Tai Bai Yun's conjecture. No. During this round's competition for imperial court, Ma tribe has enormous momentum and could be said to have 1 foot on the throne of imperial court. Why would I Dongfang Chang Fan do pointless work? He, Dongfang Chang Fan, was already old and did not have much time left. He had calculated that the time of his death was around the corner, and thus for the tribe, and also for his legacy to be continued, the matter of importance was to choose and nurture his successor. The fight for the imperial court was secondary. Not all Gu masters could become Wisdom Path Gu masters by having a set of Wisdom Path Gu worms. Dongfang Chang Fan was very pleased with Dongfang Yu Liang's talents, and even was slightly fearful. What made him even more pleased was Dongfang Yu Liang had a weak and sick little sister who was unable to cultivate. This was Dongfang Yu Liang's weakness, and as long as he grasped this hold on him, he would not need to worry about Dongfang Yu Liang's loyalty. The fight for the imperial court was only a plan he set for Dongfang Yu Liang. After Dongfang Yu Liang was defeated, he would definitely come to beg him to save his little sister. This was akin to him gaining a hold on Dong Fang Yu Liang of the latter's own initiative. If Dong Fang Yu Liang succeeds by fluke, that would also be an unexpected surprise. Even though he had promised Dong Fang Yu Liang to heal his little sister, who is to say if she would be cured completely? Tai Bai Yun was surprised. What is this? Brother Chong Fan, you actually are optimistic about Ma tribe? Ma tribe might be a large-scale tribe with quite extraordinary military strength, but they don't have Gu, immortal supreme elder. Dong Fang Chong Fan seemed to be waiting for this question as he leisurely replied. Sister Bai Yun, you are unaware that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has already secretly contacted Ma tribe to give them support. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, that group of demonic path Gu immortals? Tai Bai Yun's complexion sank as the news had quite a huge impact on her. She closely looked at Dong Fang Chong Fan. Brother Chong Fan, how did you know this? Dong Fang Chong Fan proudly smiled. I personally deduced this. You were the first one to know of it. Tai Bai Yun immediately believed most of it. Dong Fang Chong Fan was a wisdom path Gu immortal. This deduction he made personally should be equal to the truth. She also knew his details and knew he did not have any reason to deceive her. Moreover, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's group of demonic path Gu immortals had always been coveting after 88 True Yang building. This time, they were secretly supporting Ma tribe to get their hands on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's inheritance. Such things had happened many times in the past as well. Thinking of this, she could not remain seated anymore. She was Lu tribe's external supreme elder and was secretly supporting Lu Wenwu. In case Lu Wenwu obtained the throne of imperial court, it would be an extremely big help to her status in Lu tribe. Ma tribe's existence had severely affected her arrangement. She naturally could not be tolerant and stood up. Brother Chong Fan, this matter is of grave importance. Demonic path Gu immortals are jackals and wolves. The others are still in the dark. Little sister will go inform them. Please forgive little sister for taking her leave. Go, go. Dong Fang Chong Fan slowly nodded and opened the door of the blessed land. After Tai Bai Yun left the blessed land, Dong Fang Chong Fan's face that had no change like an ancient well showed a hint of a smile. This discussion was a scheme he had made for Tai Bai Yun. Tai Bai Yun was also an astute Gu immortal, but since she was involved herself and also had her own expectations from this, she could be easily plotted against. Dong Fang Chong Fan's gaze moved towards the smoke image where some changes had appeared in the battle. After a long fight, Dong Fang Yu Liang was slowly unable to hold up and began to retreat. With the main chief commander retreating, the army morale instantly fell, and under Dong Fang Yu Liang's command, also began to retreat. The army was rattled but retreated without rushing. They had clearly received a lot of training. Dong Fang Yu Liang had already expected this. Thus he had spent a lot of care in planning the retreat prior to the battle. Dong Fang army slowly retreated while counter-attacking occasionally. Many Gu masters of He tribe were instead the ones to lose their lives due to carelessness. Wind demon, you gutless rat, wanna run? Water demon Hao Ji Lu shouted. His body was filled with injuries and was soaked in blood. Wind demon scoffed but did not reply, instead retreating silently, firmly acting on Dong Fang Yu Liang's command. The defensive line the army had constructed before was several hundreds of li farther. As long as they could retreat to the defense line, they would have time to get some rest and recover their strength. At that time, it would be He tribe army's turn to feel a headache, and this bad start would only be a small detail. However, right at this time, Wolf Group suddenly howled and gathered together, once again forming into a wolf tide that unfolded a death charge towards Dong Fang army. The Wolf Group was different from Gu Masters. Gu Masters cherished their lives while the Wolf Group could charge on without fearing death. Damn it! Dong Fang Yu Liang's heart was tearing as he looked at this. Under the Wolf Group's charge, Dong Fang Alliance army suffered countless casualties and panic soon spread in the army, continuing to show signs of crumbling. Fang Yuan used 80% of his master-level enslavement attainment. The people who looked at it were dazzled as the assault came in waves after waves, unceasingly. Dong Fang army was like mud which under the cleansing of the wolf tide, broke apart piece by piece. The strong soul fluctuations revealed Fang Yuan's position. But Fang Yuan was already in the open now. He was standing on the calm twin-headed rhino with many Gu master experts gathering beside him. Wolf King Chong Shanin. Dong Fang Yu Liang gnashed his teeth, his eyes seemingly breathing fire. In this battle, he had thoroughly experienced the ruthlessness and the ferocity of Fang Yuan. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had only acted twice in this battle. The first time he moved, he directly created the all-out war, causing many of Dong Fang Yu Liang's arrangements to have no place to be used. And now, the second time he moved was the time when Dong Fang army was its weakest, throwing stones at them when they were having difficulties. Right now, the Gu masters almost had no primeval essence in their aperture, having risked their lives for so long. Although they still had strength to battle, they were perishing together with the wolves. Fang Yuan's wolf group also had severe losses. But this was already a great profit. His wolves could be easily replenished. There were many wolves in northern plains. But the sacrifice the other side had to make were precious Gu masters. Chapter 5:15. Fang Yu Liang's backup plan. Dongfang army suffered huge losses within a short period of time, and they abandoned the large numbers of corpses as they retreated. Run, run, it will be too late if we don't go now. The situation Fang Yu Liang was most worried about finally happened. Dongfang Alliance army collapsed with no intent to battle, only concentrating on escaping. He Tribe army took this chance to unfold a cruel massacre. Fang Yu Liang gnashed his teeth and promptly mobilized rank 4 Gu master experts to hold back the enemy. The experts turned around and dealt a heavy blow, restraining the momentum of He Tribe army. But this did not last long as He Tribe's rank 4 Gu master experts took the stage and hindered the Dongfang Tribe's experts. Fang Yu Liang made a move again, but was pinned down by He Lian. Seeing his side troops chasing after the enemy and having the momentum in unfolding cruel massacre, Fang Yuan stopped and summoned the wolf group beside him. This move immediately won favorable impression from the Black Banner elite troops commander who was beside him. In his view, this was a great chance for Wolf King to get battle contributions, but the latter instead gave these battle achievements to others. This commander praised Fang Yuan openly. Fang Yuan knew the other party was trying to express goodwill. He Xiao Yi had been appointed as his bodyguard, but Xiao Yi deserted him in the face of danger, and if not for the water image Gu, he would have already been dead. However, Fang Yuan never counted on someone else's protection. He only relied on himself. Moreover, He Xiao Yi was He Lian's trusted general, and because of this, he would not be able to do anything to He Xiao Yi if he raised this topic. Even if he could, Fang Yuan was not willing to be in such pointless internal friction. He casually replied, secretly hinting the commander that he did not put this matter in heart. Only then did the commander let out a breath of relief, secretly feeling. Though Wolf King was arrogant, he was truly magnanimous and extraordinary. Finally, Dongfang army made a mad run to the first defense line, paying a disastrous price for this. 20% of the whole army had died during the first battle, but 50% had died during the chase by the wolf group and the enemy. The remaining 30% who were injured and disabled managed to run to the defense line. Among the rank 4 experts, 2 died in the process of holding back He Tribe army. The He Tribe army chased without stopping, but they were shot through by the Feather Arrow elite troops who were standing on the defense walls and lost hundreds of people before running away in sorry figures. This was the elite troop that the Dongfang tribe had cultivated by spending a lot of care and resources. They were not any weaker than the Black Banner elite troop. He Tribe's Gu masters tried to charge through 3 times, but were shot back into retreat by the Feather Arrow elite troop. He Lian mobilized the rank 4 Gu masters to charge forward, but they were trapped by Fang Yu Liang's arrangement and lost 3 experts. Lord Alliance leader, the enemy is relying on their location to defend, and they occupy the geographical advantage. Our side has fought hard for long. We don't have sufficient primeval essence to keep on fighting. It would be better to retreat for now and make new plans. The group of experts returned to the main tent where cunning gentleman's son Shi Han suggested this idea. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. He had his previous life memories and knew Fang Yu Liang was very good at handling messy situations, winning against stronger opponents as the weaker side. If they delayed for long, the amount of intel he would receive would increase, and it would be more unfavorable for He Tribe. This time, there was Fang Yuan's interference which led to the He Tribe occupying a greater dominance than in his previous life, but Fang Yu Liang, who was in a good shape, was an enormous threat. To deal with Fang Yu Liang, the best way was to continue attacking, without giving him the chance to scheme and calculate. He Lian pondered on cunning gentleman's suggestion in silence. He had crossed hands with Fang Yu Liang before and was well acquainted with Fang Yu Liang's methods. He did not want to let go of this chance in front of him, and thus his gaze moved towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan proudly smiled and said to He Lian, He Tribe leader does not need to worry. I can guarantee you that I will break this defense line in just a quarter of an hour. The crowd raised their eyebrows in surprise while cunning gentleman sneered, feeling Fang Yuan was boasting. He Lian, however, was joyous. Then I shall see the Wolf King's ability. The wolf group once again gathered together and unfolded an endless charge at Dongfang tribe's first line of defense. The Dongfang tribe defended very tightly, and in just moments, wolf corpses littered under the walls. He Tribe's troops were overwhelmed at this sight. Fang Yuan was simply sending the wolf group to their death, disregarding the sacrifices. Especially the Feather Arrow elite troop. They were experts at long-distance attacks and were with the direction of the wind from the walls. Rank 4 experts acted as emergency response group, moving everywhere. As long as an area showed signs of falling, they would move one after another to avert the disaster. Dongfang tribe's defense line was truly like a fortress. Fang Yuan scoffed while continuously activating Wolf Howl Gu and creating shocking variations in the assault. Every variation brought an enormous threat to the defense line. This high intensity of battle caused enormous sacrifices in the wolf group. 280,000 wolves had died in a short period of time. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he commanded the wolf group from the twin-headed rhinoceros's back. The gazes the crowd in the main tent looked at him quietly changed. Wolf King's ruthlessness caused fear to emerge in these people. Such a majestic and fierce wolf tide gave them a feeling of being insignificant. Wolf King Changshan, such a ruthless heart you have. Do you want to spare none? Fang Yu Liangs' expression was heavy. The large numbers of sacrifices in the wolf group were exchanged with intense consumption of primeval essence of Dongfang army. He was extremely regretful. If he had known this, he would rather give up on He Lu Lan to take Changshan Yin's life. Finally, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters could not hold up anymore, and the wolf group's offense made them so exhausted that they did not even have time to take a breather, much less recover their primeval essence. Retreat. Helplessly, Dongfang Yu Liang could only send down the command to retreat. Just like Fang Yuan proclaimed, after a quarter of an hour, Dongfang tribe's first line of defense was broken. Dongfang Yu Liang left behind a group of crippled Gu masters to cover their retreat and led the remaining troops to escape towards the second defense line in the fastest speed possible. My wolf group is very exhausted and is not fit to chase them anymore. Fang Yuan withdrew his wolf group and made way to give He tribe army the chance to move. This action won him almost everyone's good impressions. I have sustained some injuries in this battle. You guys chase them and kill them all. But be careful, that Dongfang lad definitely has some arrangements. He Lu Lan did not move from the main tent, and instead sent Hao Ji Lu, Pan Ping, the Wang tribe leader, and others to chase. The crowd excitedly crossed over the broken defense line and moved in pursuit. But the troops had just crossed over the defense line when an intense explosion suddenly burst out. Boom. Just like the crackling of a thunder, dozens of Gu masters were instantly fried, leaving behind flesh and broken limbs on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, large numbers of explosions exploded in a chain reaction, covering the whole defense line. The troops who went to chase immediately suffered huge losses and fell into chaos. It is charred Thunder Potato Gu. Dongfang Yu Liang buried large numbers of them under the defense line. The investigative Gu masters returned to report in the main tent. I can see it. He Lu Lan's expression was extremely dark as he waved his hand for the investigative Gu masters to take their leave. He was not stupid and immediately realized he had been schemed by Dongfang Yu Liang. Setting up so many charred Thunder Potato Gu would require a long time. This time was actually given by He Lu Lan. Before the battle, Dongfang Yu Liang had purposely sent a challenge letter to start the war. In retaliation, He Lu Lan listened to Cunning Gentleman's words and delayed it for several days, only starting the battle after his rear army gathered. This gave Dongfang Yu Liang the chance to put this plan in action. The explosions continued without an end, inflicting many casualties among the He tribe army. The most crucial point was that their pursuit had stopped. The He tribe army could only watch as the Dongfang tribe's remnant troops safely escaped. Charred Thunder Potato Gu might only be a rank 2 Gu with limited power, but there was just too many of it. Besides this, there were also many rank 3 Muffled Thunder Potato Gu and a few rank 4 Thunderclap Potato Gu mixed among them. Even if Gu masters were able to activate defensive Gu and preserve their life, their primeval essence would be greatly consumed. There were only a few Gu masters who had flying Gu worms. Even if these people could catch up to the enemy, their strength was weak and would instead be giving Dongfang tribe the opportunity to kill them. The Gu masters who had been worked up and excited to establish merits finally returned to the camp in a sorry figure, full of injuries. We have already gained a huge victory today. Dongfang lad is only delaying his death. I can still have the pleasure of killing him later. He Lu Lan pacified himself and began to handle the post-war affairs, cleaning the battlefield, healing the injured, listing the battle merits. These were all complicated affairs that required energy and time. Fang Yuan naturally was not willing to waste his precious time on this. He casually gave an excuse and left the main tent, returning to his large lizard house Gu to continue cultivating. He had established huge contributions in this battle, and although he only moved a few times, each time was crucial. In front of his military success and position of strength, even Cunning Gentleman kept quiet, much less anyone else. The Wolf King was not injured by the blast. Dongfang Yu Liang listened to the battle information from the detective Gu master and felt quite regretful. Through this battle, he placed Fang Yuan as the #1 enemy with threat even higher than He Lu Lan. Changshan was extremely cunning and vicious, not even caring about Gu tribe's life or death. Although he was only at rank 4 peak stage, he was much more troublesome than He Lulan. Fang Yu Liang had originally calculated that the chance for Changshan Yin to mobilize his wolf group to chase them was very high. But his meticulously prepared trap did not even ensnare a single wolf, and instead killed large numbers of He tribe's Gu masters. A Gu master's life was much more precious than wild wolves. But Fang Yu Liang was not happy. To a wisdom path Gu master who were experts at deductions and schemes, a strong and powerful enemy was not troublesome. But even though the Wolf King was strong, he was not conceited, and instead was a very calm opponent. Such opponents were a thorn in the neck. It was precisely because of Fang Yuan's few times of making a move that caused Dongfang army to fall from slightly losing position to utter defeat. From this, a gap appeared in the two sides where the He tribe was in a clear superiority and Dongfang army was in a disadvantage, in a worsening situation. Looking at this battle coming to an end, in Niu blessed land, Dongfang Changfan retracted his gaze and collected the smoke on the table into his sleeves. Even without a need to deduce, he could tell that Fang Yu Liang was already in an absolute disadvantage after this battle. Unless He Lulan made a great mistake, Fang Yu Liang's hopes of advancing to imperial court had become very minute. However, Fang Yu Liang had performed remarkably in the battle, even creating a stalemate with his comparatively weaker military force. He had made full use of all the cards available to him, especially his move in protecting the tribe's strength, which caused there to not be a single loss in Feather Arrow elite troop. This is his loyalty towards the tribe. Now, it is a test to see how well he deals with this messy situation. Dongfang Changfan slowly closed his eyes, very pleased with this point. Other tribes' casualties were their matters. It was okay as long as Dongfang tribe's losses were not large. The struggle for the imperial court by itself was an arrangement set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. One of the objectives was to preserve his bloodline while weakening the other tribes. Chapter 516, Battle merit board. The red clouds surged in the air, giving Fang Yuan a burning hot feeling. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a mat with his eyes closed, his mind holding the fire cloud together. It is time. He inwardly calculated the time and slowly opened his eyes, after which he took out a wine vat. The wine vat was filled with dark blue liquid, giving off a shine like the reflection of the moon on the sea. Descend. Fang Yuan softly spoke, and the fire cloud in the air slowly fell down, pouring completely into the wine vat. For a moment, the contact of fire and water along with their merging produced thick black smoke. The black smoke rapidly pervaded the whole room. Fang Yuan could not even see his own fingers as if he was in a dark night. With a shift of his mind, the wine vat suddenly let out an attraction force that completely absorbed all the black smoke within a few breaths of time. The room was bright once again with a vague sweetness remaining in the air. Fang Yuan repeatedly flicked his finger, throwing Gu worm after Gu worm into the wine vat. The wine vat kept on shaking for 2-3 minutes before finally calming down. Fang Yuan gazed into the wine vat and only saw black mud inside. Those Gu worms he had thrown inside had completely merged together, forming a semi-finished product that was concealed in the center of the black mud. Rise. Fang Yuan cautiously poured his primeval essence. The surface of the black mud broke open and a thin, delicate sprout grew out of it. The delicate sprout was glossy green and grew rapidly, already growing into a small sapling in an instant. The sapling grew thicker with a visible speed, slowly growing upwards. Conversely, the black mud in the wine vat rapidly decreased. When the black mud decreased to 80%, the small tree stopped growing. The crown of the tree had formed into a tight shape, like a clenched green fist. Open! Fang Yuan gave a light shout, and simultaneously poured in large amounts of primeval essence into the tree. The green fist slowly opened, revealing a Gu worm in its palm. This Gu had a long oval body with a dark brown carapace. A majestic horn was on its head, which made it look thick and powerful. It had 4 pairs of long, strong legs, and its whole body emitted a glossy metallic luster. One look at it was enough for anyone to know that it was not an ordinary Gu. A trace of joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This Gu was precisely the all-out effort Gu which he had failed to advance 3 times before, finally succeeding in this 4th try. Fang Yuan carefully observed, examining the differences in before and after the refinement. Rank 3 all-out effort Gu only had 3 pairs of legs, and because it was from the southern border, it received the region's restriction and was suppressed to rank 2. Rank 4 all-out effort Gu had 4 pairs of legs and was larger in size, over 2 times bigger than its rank 3 counterpart. And because it was refined in Northern Plains, it became a Northern Plains Gu and did not suffer from suppression, thus letting out a genuine rank 4 aura. With this rank 4 Gu, my strength path battle strength has immediately recovered for the most part. I will have to make preparations for its rank 5 recipe. Fortunately, I now possess a blessed land and can connect to treasure yellow heaven. and also have some connection with Liang Yu blessed land. There is hope in getting hold of all-out effort Gu's rank 5 recipe. Fang Yuan stored this new all-out effort Gu into his aperture and cleaned the room once before coming out of the large lizard house Gu. Outside was a bright and beautiful scene. Large numbers of Gu masters were moving back and forth between countless tents, hurrying about their respective affairs. Some were going to supply camps to exchange for Gu worms, some were returning after cleaning up the battlefield, and some were building up defensive structures. 8 days had passed since the great battle with Dongfang Alliance Army. In these 8 days, Tribe's army kept its patience, cleaning up the battlefield every day, making details of battle merits, and healing the injured. These serious and diverse affairs caused the army higher-ups to be extremely busy. A mountain of paperworks had piled up on He Lu Lan's table. Cunning Gentleman was given heavy responsibilities and was so busy that he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and his face had become pale as paper. Each of the tribe leaders were also very busy, rushing about to fight for the benefits of their respective tribes. As people holding top positions, they naturally had their own duty and responsibility. In this period of time, Guguang also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping Fang Yuan would come out for Gu tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored and refused to see him, only concentrating and cultivating. In this time, they appeared to be free and unconstrained like those demonic path Gu masters. For the most part, they did not receive any implications and only looked after themselves. Apart from checking whether their battle merits had not been embezzled, they were either healing their injuries or using battle merits to exchange for new Gu worms, actively preparing for war. The treatment abilities of this world was far above that on Earth. On Earth, amputated limbs would mean becoming a disabled. If fingers were cut off, the fingers would need to be preserved and transplanted within a set period of time. And this transplantation had a chance of failure. But in this world, even if one's limbs were completely cut off, they could be directly grown under the healing effects of Gu worms. Basically, as long as the Gu masters were not inflicted with troublesome injuries, they could be healed. Thus, although only a short period of 8 days had passed, the number of injured in He tribe army had already decreased by 80%, among which most had recovered the ability to fight. As one went nearer towards the supply camps, they would discover a bigger stream of people. Over these days, large numbers of Gu masters came here to exchange their battle merits for goods. The supply camps became the most busy place in the whole camp. They opened 15 large tents in a row with each tent occupying at least 3.25 acres, and over 1,000 Gu masters were working to serve people. But even so, the supply camp was packed with people, and every tent was crowded and clamorous. Subordinate greets Lord Wolf King. Please come this way, Lord. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a professional female Gu master led him to a Gu house with a smile on her face. As long as there was an organization, there would be hierarchy, upper and lower levels, and also difference in treatments. Fang Yuan belonged to the upper layer in the whole army, and the treatment he received would naturally be different from ordinary people. Lord Wolf King is mighty. You are the first in the battle merit list in this battle. The young and beautiful female Gu master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a look of worship. Fang Yuan gently pulled apart the 2 ends of the scroll and saw Changshan Yin at the very start. After his name was the amount of battle merit, which was a series of numbers written in Northern Plains language, denoting over 100,000 characters. Fang Yuan only roughly glanced at it. In this world, battle merits were easy to calculate, because there were large numbers of Gu worms that could monitor or capture images. In every large battle, every tribe would use large numbers of Gu worms to record the whole process of the battle. Besides the purpose of calculating the battle merits, it was more importantly for assimilating experience, gathering intel, probing the enemy's real details, and understanding one's own side's deficiencies. Besides this, many Gu masters would also use their own Gu worms to record their own battle. With all these details and images of every corner, the battle merits would be calculated again and again to verify the correct statistic. Fang Yuan opened the scroll further. Under his name was He Lu Lan. His battle merit was over 80,000. He Lu Lan fought and pinned down Fang Yu Liang, who was the strongest expert in the enemy's side. At the same time, he killed Wei Xian, Yi Xianming, and Wan Shan, who were under 3 hearts combination soul, getting rid of the mixed beast group. This was an enormous battle contribution. Under He Lu Lan was water demon Hao Ji Lu, Wang tribe leader, Pan Ping, and so on with tens of thousands as their battle merits. As Fang Yuan went further down, the battle merits became less and less. After the top 10, the battle merits fell down to over 9,000. After the top 20, the battle merits fell down to around 7 to 8,000. The scroll recorded 106 people altogether, with most having around 3,000 battle merits. It was clear this scroll was the list of the highest battle merits achiever. The complete battle merit list was erected in the 15 large tents and was as large as defense walls, with large numbers of swim word Gu used on them. Thus, the characters on the surface of the large list would flicker time to time, showing the change in the battle merits. The battle merit statistics had started from the moment the battle started and would keep on being maintained. Some Gu masters would exchange their battle merits for Gu worms, thus their battle merits would fall. Some Gu masters' battle merits would instead continue to rise. Especially healing Gu masters, they would have considerable gains in the post-war. Fang Yuan placed the scroll to the side. The female Gu master had been observing his expression, and at this moment, she handed over a Gu worm. This Gu worm looked like a ladybug with square carapace, protruding edges while the middle part was sunken like a window frame. This was rank 4 East Window Gu, an information path Gu, used to store information. Previously at Liang Blessed Land, when Fang Yuan asked for the information on 88 True Yang building, the Liang Land spirit had given him an East Window Gu. Fang Yuan took the East Window Gu and held it in his hand, pouring primeval essence into it. East Window Gu gave off a glimmer, and an enormous amount of information poured into Fang Yuan's mind. There was a large number of goods including Gu worms from every path, beasts, vegetation, primeval stones, variant men, Gu recipes, and so on. These goods were put up by all tribes, and according to rules, as the alliance leader, He tribe put forward the maximum number of goods, no less than half of all these goods. Soon, Fang Yuan discovered many things he wanted to purchase from these goods. Although Fang Yuan could connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven through Little Who Immortal, the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transactions between great sects and clans, which used immortal essence stones as the currency. It was not suitable for Fang Yuan's current state. At the same time, there was also the mysterious force represented by Old Man Yin Shi, who was coveting after Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel Gu. If Fang Yuan wanted to buy rank 5 Gu to raise his strength, he would need to buy Northern Plains Gu worms. If he did that, it would definitely provide an important evidence to this wisdom path Gu immortal. Thus, the supply camp was much more suitable to the current Fang Yuan than Treasure Yellow Heaven. Among my strength path Gu worms, all-out effort Gu has been raised to rank 4 and has adapted to Northern Plains. But I still have rank 3 strength Chi Gu, Tusita Flower, Primeval Elder Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, as well as rank 4 Bitter Strength, Expend Strength Gu, and Charging Crash Gu. These Gu are all from Southern Border and is under region suppression in the Northern Plains. To remove the region suppression, I would need to advance these Gu to higher rank in Northern Plains. But to do so would mean too much investment. There was a probability of failure in Gu refinement, even though Fang Yuan had close to master-level skill. In refinement path, he was not exempted from this probability. The rank 4 all-out effort Gu he refined had failed several times before succeeding. The refinement of nauseous crying baby Gu failed for over 10 times, yet it still did not succeed in the end. The higher the rank of the Gu, the higher the probability of failing the refinement. This was especially so for rank 5 Gu, as those were very challenging and difficult to refine, with the probability of success usually being less than 1 in 1,000. Chapter 517. Lurking Soul Coat Gu. Advancing Bitter Strength Gu, Expend Strength Gu, and Charging Crash Gu to rank 5 was a huge project. Fang Yuan would need to use large amounts of materials and Gu worms. Thus, often only the Gu immortals who had blessed lands had the capital to gather a complete set of rank 5 Gu. It was very hard for mortals to bear such a price. Thus, in the mortal world, a lot of rank 5 Gu masters did not even have one rank 5 Gu. Only people like He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yu Liang, who had the support of a large force behind them, had 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu. In the information provided by East Window Gu, there was only a dark path rank 5 Gu that could be exchanged with battle merits. My enslavement path Gu originated from Changshan Yin. Almost all are rank 4, and it will be extremely difficult to raise them to rank 5 in a short period of time. Thus, I need to concentrate on gathering Gu recipes, just in case. As for my strength path Gu, those originate from Southern Border. Rather than refining them, it might be better to make direct purchases. After all, these Gu are not my vital Gu, so if the refinement fails, they will perish. And if I want to refine again, I will have to accumulate them again. Fang Yuan's plan was the same as the choice many foreign region Gu masters sensibly made in the troubled times that were to come in the future. He made his choice. There was only one rank 5 Gu among the goods, but there were many rank 4 Gu, including Bitter Strength Gu, Tusita Flower, and Primeval Elder Gu. But there was no Charging Crash Gu. Fang Yuan could only opt for the next best choice and choose 2 pairs of rank 3 Horizontal Charge Gu and Vertical Crash Gu, intending to fuse them himself. Self-Reliance Gu was a perfect match for Strength Path Gu masters, and a rare Gu at that. In He tribe's enormous list of goods, there was one Self-Reliance Gu, but unfortunately, it was only at rank 2, even lower than Fang Yuan's. Rank 3 Self-Reliance Gu could reach a price of 45,000 primeval stones, which corresponded to 4,500 battle merits. A Rank 4 Self-Reliance Gu's price could be compared to a Rank 5 Gu, and had a very low possibility of appearing in the exchange list. Fang Yuan pondered and bought this Rank 2 Self-Reliance Gu as well. If there was truly no other way, he could only try to refine it. If the Self-Reliance Gu was like this, then there was no need to even mention Strength Chi Gu. Strength Chi Gu was already extinct in the mortal markets, and Fang Yuan's Strength Chi Gu was obtained by reverse refining Rank 4 Atmosphere Gu. But the Atmosphere Gu was Rank 4, and was not a mainstream Gu, and was also very rare on top of that. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Strength Chi Gu, he could only use Northern Plains Atmosphere Gu and reverse refine it to Rank 3 Strength Chi Gu. He had Rank 5 Cultivation now. Rank 3 Strength Chi Gu was not suitable for him anymore. Rank 3 Gu's help to him now was extremely small. Since there is no expend Strength Gu, then so be it. After all, this Gu is used for restricting Strength Path and has few applications. If I don't have Strength Chi Gu, it will truly be miserable. I will be lacking long-range attack methods and land in the most common predicament of present-age Strength Path Gu masters. Strength Chi Gu might not be treated as a core Gu, but it was extremely important to Strength Path Gu masters. So I can only try to gather Rank 4 and Rank 5 recipes of Strength Chi Gu for now. Chi Path has already died out. Treasure Yellow Heaven has them, but the prices are definitely high. Perhaps my greatest hope is in Liang Blessed Land. But Liang Land Spirit is not easy to deal with. I will have to pay a huge price if I want to obtain the recipe. Just when Fang Yuan was inwardly vexed about this problem, he suddenly had a realization. Wrong. His mind received a slight jolt. Even if my Strength Path doesn't have long-ranged attack methods, my Enslavement Path can make up for it. My situation is no longer the same now. I have two apertures. I cultivate Enslavement and Strength Path. They can complement each other. Fang Yuan's view suddenly cleared up. Although he was someone who had been reborn and was meticulous, it was unavoidable for even him to have times of habitual thinking. He only had one aperture in his previous life, and even though he had touched upon other paths, it was mostly after he became a Gu immortal. But now, he was already cultivating two paths as immortal. Enslavement Path Gu masters are most afraid of beheading the leader tactics. I can use Strength Path to defend. On the contrary, Strength Path's weakness can be filled by using Enslavement Path. Strength Chi Gu, there is no need for it. Because he cultivated two paths, this problem that troubled Strength Path Gu masters was easily resolved. Following after this, Fang Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for many Space Path Gu and large numbers of Gu refinement materials. These Space Path Gu and materials were preparations to enter Luo Po Valley later on. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had sealed Luo Po Valley back then. If one wanted to enter, normal methods wouldn't work. One must have a Rank 5 Open Door Gu. Open Door Gu could let the fated ones enter Luo Po Valley. But to close the passage would require refining a Rank 5 Closed Door Gu to prevent the exposure of the passage and others entering in. Lord Wolf King actually exchanged for so many Strength Path Gu and Space Path Gu, and there are also huge amounts of Gu refinement materials. The goods Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for caused this female Gu master to be inwardly surprised. Exchanging for Strength Path Gu was still reasonable. After all, Strength Path might be declining, but it consumed less primeval essence. In case primeval essence was about to be exhausted, it could act as a Gu master's last support. Thus, in northern plains where battles occurred frequently, almost all the Gu masters cultivated some Strength Path Gu. But what is Lord Wolf King going to do with these Space Path Gu? Maybe he wants to use Space Path Gu to protect himself? After all, Enslavement Path Gu masters are often restrained by beheading leader tactics. There are also these astonishing amounts of Gu refinement materials. Is Lord Wolf King interested towards refinement path? Or maybe he is researching a completely new Enslavement Path Gu. The female Gu master was full of doubts, but did not express them. She was very aware that rashly inquiring about these secrets was an extremely great offense to the Gu master. Thus, she did not reveal any curiosity on her face, concentrating only on handling these exchanges. Fang Yuan soon saw his battle merits decreased by over half on the battle list, immediately falling down from first position. Lord Wolf King, these goods you exchange for will be sent to you one by one today, and will be completely delivered by dawn. The female Gu master informed in a soft voice. Fang Yuan nodded and was just about to leave when this female Gu master said in a low voice, Lord Wolf King, please wait a moment. Here is a Gu recipe which is extremely suitable for you. Lord Tribe Leader specifically told me to hold it for you. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. There was no need to even guess. The female Gu master before him was definitely He Tribe's Gu master. In such an important place like the supply camp, He Lulan could only be at ease if he placed his men inside. Listening to the female Gu master's words, Fang Yuan realized this was He Lu Lan's goodwill towards him. It was extremely likely that it was because of He Xiao Yi deserting in the face of danger, and that Fang Yuan let the bygones be bygones, so He Lu Lan was secretly reciprocating for it. Fang Yuan immediately felt some interest, and after understanding about the details, he found that this Gu recipe was truly very suitable for him. This was a Gu recipe of Lurking Soul Coat. Gu. Lurking Soul Coat Gu had only one ability, and that was to cover soul fluctuations. Previously, Fang Yuan was hiding in a corner of the battlefield and had to mobilize the wolf group without being able to use his full strength to prevent being discovered. But with this Gu, he could completely cover his soul fluctuations and mobilize the wolf group with his whole strength while hiding. This Gu recipe went all the way from rank 1 to rank 5, thus it had very high price. Fang Yuan used all his remaining battle merits and barely obtained it. He skimmed through the Gu recipe once and saw the difficulty in refining this Gu was not high, but there were monumental amount of refinement procedures. Moreover, the cost involved was not low, especially one procedure among them required a large number of fresh beast skins as Gu refinement materials. Tribe leader has said himself that if Lord Wolf King feels like the Gu refinement is too complicated, you can ask the refinement path Gu masters to do it. You only need to pay equivalent battle merits to them. If Lord Wolf King has insufficient battle merits, you can borrow 500,000. The female Gu master timely suggested. Primeval stones were the currency during normal times. But during battles, because of Gu masters using a large number of primeval stones to restore their primeval essence, refine new Gu, or so on, primeval stones were in scarcity. At such times, battle merits were often used as currency. This was not only in northern plains, it was also the same in southern border and other regions. Borrowing battle merits naturally was not a treatment given to ordinary people. Fang Yuan, however, was a crucial battle strength as he could directly raise the strength of the whole He tribe army by himself. Thus He Lu Lan was happy to actively promote such actions secretly. Fang Yuan nodded and borrowed 500,000 battle merits on the spot. With this, his battle merits went into negative, falling down to the last position on the large battle merit list. The Gu masters who saw this scene in the 15 large tents exclaimed in surprise. In the enormous battle merit list that was as large as defense walls, the negative 500,000 which was written in scarlet was exceptionally dazzling. From first to last, such a huge discrepancy caused people to be greatly taken aback. Clamorous discussions rose before gradually quieting down. The Wolf King's strength and status made them involuntarily accept this fact. Soon after, several assignments that came from the Wolf King caused the quietened discussions to again turn into a clamor. The assignments were capturing wolves, gathering souls, peeling off wolf skins and processing them, along with large numbers of Gu refinement assignments. Once completed, could give them a lot of battle merits. These assignments quickly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm. In the next few days, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate, concentrating mainly on strength path. Because of Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu, his body could bear even more strength. Several days later, Fang Yuan's strength path broke through the 100 June strength barrier, and he had already successively received 10,000 rank 1 Lurking Soul Coat Gu. But to push to rank 5, this amount was still far from enough. He tribe army rested and reorganized for a week more before pulling up the camp and pushing forward towards Dongfang tribe's defense line. The battle began once more. Fang Yu Liang relied on tall and firm defense walls to defend tightly, and along with repeated clever plans, he was able to push off the battle to the limit, causing great trouble to He tribe. But it was still very difficult for him to make up for the large gap created by the first battle. The 5 defense lines Dongfang army had built was broken through by He tribe in a row. In the end, the Dongfang army had retreated to the final defense line, in the central zone of Chaofu, and were firmly surrounded by He tribe. Fang Yu Liang, you are surrounded. Your loss is already determined. A wise man submits to fate. As long as you surrender, my army's main military advisor position will still be yours. He Lu Lan stood high on his twin-headed rhino, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Chapter 518. Famous facing He Lu Lan's offer of submission, Fang Yu Liang went silent. He was standing on the walls, looking at the black enemy troops. The wind blew his hair, and his clothes fluttered lightly in the air. He sighed lightly. Even though he had many brilliant schemes and always held the initiative with his predictions, the difference between the two sides was just too overwhelming. In the end, they reached this stage. Wisdom Path was not invincible. Throughout history, there were a great number of Gu Master Path and styles. Even Chi Path and Strength Path, which were dominant in a point in time, did not manage to cause other paths to go into extinction, becoming the sole path of the Gu Master world. Every path had its strengths and weaknesses, especially when Gu Master paths were established on the basis of resources. As times changed and environments changed, when the resources that Gu masters needed to cultivate dwindled, that particular path's vitality would go down. Any Gu master familiar with history would know that throughout the long river of time, countless paths were buried. Speaking of which, Wisdom Path had been popular since the immemorial era until this day. Even though they were always low on numbers, such an established path could be said to be independent already. In this world, there were no invincible paths, only invincible Gu masters. But to be truly invincible, there were only 10 in history. Fang Yu Liang was only a rank 5 Wisdom Path Gu master. Although he was at the peak of the mortal realm, he was far from invincible. Even though he had his self-created killer move, 7-star light, the primeval essence expenditure of it was too great, it could not be sustained. Against a huge force like He tribe, he was already feeling overpowered and outnumbered. If I was an enslavement path Gu master, there might be a chance of salvaging it. But even enslavement path would need to be worried of beheading the leader tactic. Even Wolf King Changshan does not dare to venture out alone, leading his wolves to leave the main troops. Thus, only by ascending to Gu Immortal can one rule above the mortal world. Fang Yu Liang sighed in his heart. At this time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu came forward to battle. Wind Demon, come out and die. He shouted out his enemy's name. Wind Demon was furious, growling. Hao Ji Lu, don't be arrogant. Saying so, he leapt from the defense walls, activating his Gu while in mid-air, as 2 4-leaf wind blades formed, shooting out. All you can use are old tricks. Water Demon laughed, not dodging as he charged head-on. Bam bam bam. The water and wind demons had battled for dozens of rounds. They were very familiar with each other. Thus, the moment they fought, it reached the climax. Wind blades and water bullets flew on both sides, colliding in mid-air as they exploded. Wind Demon's attacks were sharp and focused on penetrating and kiting, while Water Demon engaged in frontal assault, overwhelming the enemy. The two were established characters. Now that they were engaging with each other, they were displaying great strength as the battle could not be decided easily. The Gu masters from both armies focused their attention on these two people. The strength of a rank 4 Gu master was well known by all, but now, it still gave them a great sense of fear and trepidation. After a while, Water Demon gradually gained the upper hand. Wind Demon's condition was not good. There were times where a Gu master's strength fluctuated. Like now, the conclusion had already been decided. Being surrounded by He tribe heavily, Dongfang tribe's warriors had low morale. Wind Demon was affected too. Seeing his rival of equal strength suppressed by himself, Water Demon shouted in joy as he attacked even more fiercely. The general was the courage of the soldiers. Seeing this, He tribe army's morale surged, as Dongfang Alliance army sank into silence on the defense wall. In the main tent, He Lulan laughed heartily as he sent another rank 4 expert into battle. Dongfang Yu Liang sent a person to deal with him. But the battle between these two Gu masters was not as intense as the battle between demons. Not only was the commotion smaller, they even talked in the middle of battle, talking about their ancestors' time and their alliance marriage. Dongfang Yu Liang's expression became uglier as He Lulan's smile became deeper. Dongfang Alliance army had low morale. The troops had lost their sense of belonging. All the forces in the alliance were starting to find a way out of their predicament. He tribe army's morale was high. All the rank 4 experts requested to battle. He Lulan laughed as he approved all their requests. Quickly, before the two armies, 12 battle rings were created. I am Pan Ping, who will battle me? Pan Ping carried a fierce aura as he became the 13th person to enter the battlefield after getting He Lulan's permission. Dongfang Yu Liang was silent. By now, the rank 4 experts under him had mostly perished. Many experts were worried for the present and future. They were no longer giving it their all, but instead hiding their strength. Although when the alliance was made, all the leaders and experts used the poison Bao Gu, the content of the vow was not strict. There were many loopholes that could be exploited. As the alliance leader, although they would want to tie the large tribes closely to them, other forces were not idiots. Thus, the content of the poison vow had been passed down for numerous generations, created through many collective agreements. As Pan Ping requested for battle, Dongfang Yu Liang found that he had no one to summon already. He thought about it before sending an order. What? Dongfang Alliance leader is order my father to battle? In the camp behind the defense walls, Tang Fong saw this messenger, and his expression turned ugly, his eyes almost blowing fire. In the earlier battle, in order to protect his tribesmen, Tang tribe leader was attacked by 2 He tribe Gu masters and suffered grave injuries. After that, he had been bedridden. He had not even recovered now. This is the alliance leader's orders. Are you trying to defy it? I know your tribe leader is injured and bedridden, but there are so many bedridden tribe leaders. After getting the alliance leader's orders, didn't they participate too? The messenger's words were rigid as he looked at Tang Fong with disdain. You, Tang Fang was furious, shouting, "They are pretending to be injured. My father is truly heavily injured." "All right, son, enough. As the Tang tribe leader, I have to participate in this battle." At this time, the pale Tang tribe leader walked out. "Humph, as long as you obey the orders." Dongfang tribe's messenger snorted as he walked away. "But father, your body." Tang Fang was extremely worried. "No matter." Tang tribe leader patted his son's shoulders. "I have been recuperating these days. My injuries are mostly healed. Today's battle might be the last. If I do not participate, it would be detrimental to our tribe and our reputation." Tang Fang gritted his teeth. "Then you have to be careful, father. Sister is still with them. If there is a chance, I will do my best." Tang tribe leader frowned as he walked out of the tent. He came to the defense walls as he met Fang Yu Liang before going to the battlefield, starting the battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fang stood at the edge of the wall, staring at his father. "Young tribe leader, we will be fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has some poison in him, today's battle is different. Everyone will not go all out." A Tang tribe elder consoled. Tang Fang looked at his father battling on par with Pan Ping, with neither giving it their all, and the worry in his heart dissipated. But at this moment, Pan Ping burst out and drew the scimitar by his waist. Everyone saw a bright white light flash past quickly. The next moment, Tang tribe leader was beheaded. "Ah, father." Tang Fang was stunned before crying out painfully. This had occurred too suddenly. Both sides were shocked for a few breaths' time before starting to discuss fervently. "Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been taken down by me, Pan Ping." Pan Ping's eyes were shining with a bloodthirsty light as he raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted. Tang Fang's vision turned dark as he fainted on the spot. "What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see anything clearly. I wonder what Gu or killer move Pan Ping used." Pan Ping killed an expert on the same level as him. He gained great fame as even the resting Fang Yuan opened his eyes slightly to give him a glance. Northern Plains was huge. It was a land of battles. Countless wars and battles created numerous experts. These experts might have some unknown trump cards that they had been hiding forever. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 Gu master, his reputation was not very high. Among the rank 4 Gu master, he was not outstanding. But after this battle, he rose to fame by stepping on Tang tribe leader's corpse. Pan Ping's expression was shining like flowers as he returned victorious. He Lulan laughed loudly, ordering his men to bring his wine cup and gave the delicious wine to Pan Ping as a reward. "Thank you, Lord Alliance leader, for the reward." Pan Ping stood in the main tent, drinking the wine in one pulp. His gaze was full of anticipation as his expression was lively. He got this Gu by accident. Once, there was a market set up by a few tribes. He saw this scimitar and thought it was beautiful, thus he bought it out of interest. But to think that when he was toying with it, he found the secret in this scimitar. On the blade of this scimitar, there was a cold light. This cold light was actually a mysterious Gu worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort before finally refining this Gu. Although he did not know the name of this Gu, it had executed many strong foes for him. It had an extremely sharp attack. He had great expectations for this imperial court contest. Originally, during He tribe and Dongfang army's first battle, he had requested to be the first to battle. At that time, he was planning on using this Gu to slay a strong enemy, gaining fame immediately. But Tang Miao Ming called out the Wolf King Changshan Yin and challenged him. It obstructed his plans. What's worse was, Fang Yuan did not go with the norm. He attacked directly and skipped the challenge, directly causing the war between both sides. The chance that Pan Ping was looking for was gone like that. Although there were battles later, it was not the environment that Pan Ping was hoping for. But today's battle was a huge chance. Tang tribe leader, Tang Yu, is an established character. After this battle, my status will rise and I would become He tribe's #1 general. After all, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had greater reputation, but he had not taken down Wind Demon yet. As for Wolf King Changshan Yin, he is an enslavement path Gu master. There is no point competing with him. Pan Ping looked around, feeling that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The happiness in his heart rose again. This is the feeling of a top dog one. One day, I, Pan Ping, will have my name resound all over Northern Plains. He shouted in his heart. Chapter 519. Just a game in IU Blessed Land. A long jade-layered walkway led the way along the lake's surface towards a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there was a light rain and soothing wind. Different from the outside world, the rain here fell from bottom to top. The name of NIU1 came from this. After the female Gu immortal Tai Bai Yun, there was a new guest in the Blessed Land. Junior He Bai pays respect to Senior Dongfang. The person who came looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but he was a true rank 6 Gu immortal. It has been 70 years since we last met. Back then, you were still He tribe leader, a step away from entering the imperial court. He Bai stood on the stone bench, bowing slightly. I am ashamed. Back then I was greatly supported by my tribe. but I lost by one move, and Lu tribe emerged victorious. Dong Fong Chong Fan laughed. That's right, the Lu tribe leader back then, Lu Yifeng, had unprecedented talent. He was a genius barely seen in 100 years. Senior has good memory. Junior is full of admiration. Dong Fong Chong Fan shook his head. Us Wisdom Path Gu masters will always collect every single information we can get in order to make our deductions. Although Lu Yifeng was glaringly talented, he failed when charging towards Gu Immortal Realm. Among the people of that generation, the one who remained standing at the end was you, commonly known as Hey Tribe Rockman. Senior is too kind. This junior was lucky. No need to put yourself down. Becoming a Gu Immortal is as hard as ascending to heaven. Out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters, not even one might succeed. Sigh, to speak the truth, I have observed many juniors these years, and now my hopes are on this child. Dong Fong Chong Fan pointed with his right index finger, and a colorful smoke rose from the stone bench, reflecting the real-time battle situation in Northern Plains, Chaofu. Coincidentally, the two Gu Immortals saw Pan Ping flash his scimitar as he beheaded Tang tribe leader. He Bai frowned, lightly gasping. This is interesting. If I did not see wrongly, this is the Soul Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu is unique. Once activated, it can ignore all defenses of the same level. This was created by the Gu Immortal Blade Demon. It has a strange form, merely a flash of blade light, and has to be kept on a blade. This Gu eats blades as food, and the blade it resides in will gradually shrink and turn into dust. Dong Fong Chong Fan nodded. That's right, Soul Blade Gu can reach rank 6 at most. Back then, Blade Demon used the rank 6 Soul Blade Gu to hold his own. No one dared to trifle with him. But eventually, he lost to Butterfly Sword Immortal. Blade Demon died in battle, and his blessed land was consumed by Butterfly Sword Immortal. The recipe of Soul Blade Gu was not passed down, but now there are still many Soul Blade Gu in the mortal realm. These were handed out when Blade Demon disguised as a mortal and traveled the world back then. It seems this lucky lad obtained one of the gifts from Blade Demon back then. Senior is wise. I have learnt much today. He Bai said with admiration. Dong Fong Chong Fan was a famous Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. He had glorious battle results his whole life. Numerous Gu Immortals suffered from his schemes. When he was born, Dong Fong tribe was already declining like the setting sun. When he became a Gu Immortal, he single-handedly held them up as he made many schemes against his enemies. He had great methods and eventually caused Dong Fong tribe to rise up again. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a great power in Northern Plains undoubtedly, and the pillar of support for Dong Fong tribe. But now, his lifespan was at its end. He was eager to leave his inheritance. In the past, Dong Fong Chong Fan had high expectations, and many did not meet his requirements. Now, Dong Fang Yu Liang might not have met all his expectations, but he was the best candidate out of them all. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Even for Dong Fong tribe, which was a super tribe, one of the largest force in Northern Plains. Of course, a part of the reason was that the Righteous Path Gu Immortals secretly colluded to restrict the selling of Lifespan Gu to Dong Fong Chong Fan. Similarly, demonic Gu Immortals who were schemed against by Dong Fong Chong Fan hated him to the bones. Dong Fong Chong Fan schemed against numerous people, but at the end of his life, he was ganged up on collectively by his enemies. He was clear about this. He had offended too many Gu Immortals. Even the Righteous Path did not want to see him live longer. He Bai understood. This meeting with Dong Fong Chong Fan would be the last time he could see this legendary Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The rainbow smoke on the stone bench displayed the battle situation perfectly, showing it to them without any lack of clarity. Dong Fong army, while already weaker in terms of power, got into an even worse situation after Tang tribe leader was killed by Pan Ping. Eventually, Dong Fang Yu Liang challenged He Lu Lan, entering the battle himself. He wanted to use his own strength to fight for a bit of chance and hope, but eventually, he could not emerge victorious as he and He Lu Lan ended in a draw. When night descended, He Lu Lan ordered a collective attack. At night, night wolves surge in battle strength. The wolf tide came waves after waves. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, they broke through Dong Fong army's final line of defense. Dong Fong army had low morale and the troops were not united. Even though Dong Fang Yu Liang made many preparations, the defensive line only lasted for 7 minutes before being taken down. Helpless, Dong Fang Yu Liang could only surrender. At this point, He tribe and Dong Fong tribe's battle ended, as He Lu Lan and Dong Fang Yu Liang's personal grudge ended in He Lu Lan's victory. This young man, Dong Fang Yu Liang, has few flaws, except that he cares too much for his sister. In order to protect her safety, he made a portion of the troops stay at the back to protect his sister. Thus, Dong Fong army became far weaker than He tribe, even though they were already disadvantaged to begin with. If not for this, the first battle's victory might not have been like this. Hee. This is embarrassing to show you, hey Bai? Dongfang Chong Fan smiled lightly at this rainbow smoke. After He tribe army stabilized the battle situation, they entered the camp and starting to take over captives and clean up the battlefield. Winning and losing is part of battle. If we failed this time, there is always next time. In my opinion, Fang Yu Liang is already very outstanding. He preserved the strength of his tribe well. He did it even better than I would. His affection and protective nature towards this tribe is very precious. He Bai said. That's right. Dongfang Chong Fan's tone was rueful. So be it if other tribe members die, but we are all descendants of Ancestor Giant Sunday. Back then when Ancestor set up the imperial court, he had one motive, that was to weaken other tribes and preserve our bloodline. Unfortunately, even a grand existence like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away when his lifespan was expended. In this world, what can truly be immortal and indestructible? He Bai did not speak, he only listened silently. Dongfang Chong Fan soothed his emotions, laughing softly as he stretched out his palm towards He Bai. All right, let's get to business. Yes. He Bai took out a list from his storage gu and handed it over to Dongfang Chong Fan. There was a great amount of content on the list. There was a huge amount of resources listed. Dongfang tribe lost in this imperial court contest and became He tribe's captive. According to Zhang Sun Immortal Venerable's rules, Dongfang tribe could pay a certain amount of resources to redeem themselves. Dongfang tribe and He tribe were super tribes. They had more than one gu immortal. The contest between two giant forces, this imperial court contest, was merely a game. Most importantly, these battles would weaken other tribes and expand one's own tribe, recruiting and choosing new talents. This grand scheme engulfing all of Northern Plains was naturally not created by Dongfang tribe or He tribe's gu immortals. It was created by one of the 10 supreme invincible beings, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Dongfang Chong Fan received the list and started browsing through. The resources on this list were not only a great amount, there were also many aspects that it touched on, like some specialty gu worms that only Dongfang tribe had, or some newly created gu recipes. But Dongfang Chong Fan did not show any indignance. He nodded lightly and agreed. Winner takes all. Since we failed, a small price is but fair, we will go with this. Loser pays the price. This was the rule that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set. In history, there were some times when tribes were unwilling to pay this price, but they all ended up being wiped out. But now, not a single tribe dared to violate the rule. This was the rule of Northern Plains' righteous path. If any tribe refused to obey it, they would be ostracized and become the target of all others. A giant light ring suddenly appeared in the night sky of the battlefield. After the light ring stabilized, a giant light door of about 60 meters was formed. The light shone across 1,000 li. As it opened, a jade light path was formed. From the door, a young female gu master walked out. She held a token as she landed before He Lu Lan under everyone's gaze. I am the envoy. I am here to bring back Dongfang tribe, she said expressionlessly with a cold tone. The two finished their business on the spot. After checking the battle reparation, He Lu Lan's brows were uplifted. He had earned a fortune. Using so much resources, he could equip more gu masters, and especially the tribes that surrendered. After taking them in, his military strength would surge by at least 50% of the original. We will meet again. Since the results were decided, Fang Yu Liang had no lingering emotions. He bid farewell to He Lu Lan calmly and led his tribesmen on the light road, entering the door. Because they absorbed a lot of tribes, Dongfang tribe's size expanded by 30%. How great! Even if they lost, they can still hide from the blizzard inside the blessed land. There's no choice. They are a super clan. There are gu immortals shielding them. All right, concentrate. It is a turning point for us after submitting to He tribe. As long as we win a few battles, our losses would be recuperated. If we are fortunate enough to enter Imperial Court blessed land and obtain those inheritances, we would have a chance of striking it rich. Everyone looked at the light ring on the air as they discussed. Fang Yuan watched this silently. This 10-year blizzard involves the entire Northern Plains, causing numerous homes to be destroyed and countless people to rise up from battle. It was a contest of the top predators, a game that they engage in together. Some people immerse themselves in it and chase after fame. Some cry in grief, feeling extreme pain. As for Fang Yuan, as a person within this giant game, he would watch coldly as he make his own plans. Such is life. The law of the jungle. It is truly fantastic. Chapter 520, Stealing Shoes, 1/2. In the camp, there was silence. On a bright red table, books were stacked highly into a pile. At times, wind would blow through the window and carry the fragrance of the grass with it, as it flips the top few pages of the documents. It was a bright and sunny day outside. At times, sounds of battle horses or hump wolves could be heard from far away. This, in fact, intensified the silence in the camp. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie was sitting on his cushion as he lowered his head, helping his father settle the administrative matters of the Alliance Army. Ever since Ma tribe unleashed a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, their largest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly had been removed. Thereafter, at Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Cheng tribe to become the alliance leader. After taking the poison vow, Ma tribe's military force rose to 600,000. They were at the peak of their strength. After that, Ma tribe ventured west, going southwest from Tianchuan. Along the way, they found beast groups or stubborn forces to train their troops, sharpening their battle strength. Because of the continuous battles and the absorption of defeated tribes, they expanded once more and their morale was surging. Right now, Ma tribe had arrived at Mirror Lake and found an equal, Song tribe alliance army. At the moment, Ma tribe was building their first line of defense. Report. At this moment, the investigative Gu master from outside the tent reported. Ma Yingjie's eyes shone with brilliance. He knew that this would definitely be some important military information. Thus, he placed down his documents and called, "Come in." The exhausted investigative Gu master heard the call and was about to enter, but the guard outside stopped him. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes. Don't dirty the carpet inside." The investigative Gu master apologized profusely. After changing his shoes, he entered the tent. Upon seeing Ma Yingjie, he kneeled down on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. "I have brought important information regarding you, Tian." He reported a summary of the events that happened, and after Ma Yingjie made some inquiries, about 15 minutes later, he left. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe. That is the first crucial victory they had. Ma Yingjie's heart was slightly heavy. The imperial court contest had occurred for many times. At his level, he was already clear of the rules of this game. He knew the importance of victory. After He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe, they would receive a huge amount of compensation. These compensation would include Dongfang tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as an ocean of battle resources. As long as they make good use of these gains and take in the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would rise by 5 times. In all the past imperial court contests, the first battle is the most crucial. Once the first fight is won, the foundations would be earned. Those who lost the first fight would almost certainly be eliminated. Very few could reverse the situation. He tribe has already won their first battle, while Ma tribe and Song tribe are still at a stalemate. Fei Kai carefully came to the tent entrance, trying not to make any noise. The two guarding Gu masters gave him a look before diverting their gaze. After Fei tribe was wiped out, the blur Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the terrible fates of his tribesmen. His daily job was to manage the shoes outside the tent. Ma Yingjie was a clean freak. Every guest that entered his tent would need to change their shoes, so as to not dirty his elegant and beautiful carpet. After every guest wears the shoes provided, Fei Kai would need to wash it before placing it back in. But this time, it was different. Fei Kai held the shoes worn by the investigative Gu master and hesitated for a moment before stuffing the other pair of shoes in front of his chest. No one noticed this tiny action of his. Fei Kai managed to leave without any problems, and after 10 tenths, he came to the water pond. He squatted beside the pond as he started washing the worn shoes. He was extremely focused and did not even notice that there was one person behind him. "Hey, big dummy, why are you so serious in washing shoes?" A small hand patted Fei Kai's shoulders roughly. Fei Kai was shocked. Turning around, he saw a girl that resembled jade with pinkish skin and a pair of crystal-clear eyes. It was Zhao Lian. Zhao Lian used her tiger-wolf-sheep analogy and conceived Zhao tribe leader to leave. After some hurdles, they arrived at Ma tribe camp without casualties and was welcomed by Ma tribe leader. Zhao tribe managed to join Ma tribe army and was highly regarded by Ma tribe higher-ups and received warm hospitality. "It is you, Lady Xiao Yun." Fei Kai saw Zhao Lian and showed an innocent smile. After his father was killed, he sunk into endless grief. By chance, he became Ma Yingjie's personal servant and was ostracized by the old servants. Thus he did not have a single friend. After Zhao Lian made fun of him many times, but he acknowledged her as his only friend. Thus when he saw her, he was overjoyed. "Lady Xiao Yun, I have something for you." Fei Kai lowered his volume, moving his head towards Zhao Lian's ears. Zhao Lian pushed his head away, muttering unhappily, "Hey blockhead, don't come so close. Do you know that there should be prudency between sexes?" Fei Kai almost fell into the water after being pushed, but he did not mind it. He secretly pulled his shirt and exposed the shoes that he were hiding, asking as if he was looking for praise. "Look, what is this?" Zhao Lian gave him a look of disdain. "A pair of stinky shoes. They've obviously been worn before." "Stupid blockhead, why are you so dumb? You actually gave me something like this. It doesn't even fit me, and I wouldn't wear this pair of stinky shoes anyway." Fei Kai said. Lady Zhao Yun, didn't you say you were lacking primeval stones earlier? This pair of shoes is exquisite and beautiful. We can sell it in the black market and exchange it for primeval stones. Zhao Lianyun's brows lifted, looking at Fei Kai in another light. Oh wow, blockhead, you actually thought of abusing your position and smuggling public property? Amazing, I never thought you would think of this. But how much can this pair of shoes sell for? My daily pocket money is 10 times of the shoes. I appreciate it, but you should sell it. Change your tattered and dirty clothes. Fei Kai rubbed his nose, shaking his head. No need, my clothes are still wearable. Actually, I did not think of this. Those old servants always do this, since there is a large number of shoes constantly worn by different Gu masters, and Lord Young tribe leader loves cleanliness so much, he always changes the shoes together at set intervals. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Snakes and rats have their own way of living. Servants might have low statuses, but they also have their own way of living. Especially someone like Fei Kai. Although he is a servant and lost his freedom, he got close to Ma Yingjie and was most likely the first person to receive information from Ma tribe higher-ups. Zhao tribe had entered Ma tribe's army. Zhao Lianyun purposely got close to Fei Kai because she also had the intentions of gathering intel. At this time, a commotion could be heard. Where is Fei Kai? Get out here now. Fei Kai, you're in trouble now. You dared to take young tribe leader's shoes. Young tribe leader wanted to walk around the camp, but realized his shoes were gone. Fei Kai, you are too daring. You are unforgivable. A bunch of old servants shouted arrogantly, coming out of the entrance as they searched for Fei Kai's whereabouts. Fei Kai's expression paled. Oh no, I have been discovered. Lady Zhao Yun, quickly leave. This has nothing to do with you. I cannot implicate you. I will go ask for forgiveness from young tribe leader. Forgiveness my ass. Zhao Lianyun shouted, her expression turning ugly. You fool. You have been plotted against, and you don't even know it. Quickly follow me and run. Fei Kai had no idea what's going on, but as Zhao Lianyun pulled him, they entered a narrow alley. Damn it, this path has been blocked off. Zhao Lianyun relied on her familiarity of the area and brought Fei Kai around, finding 4 exits, but 3 were blocked. Lady Zhao Yun, quickly go, it will be too late otherwise. Fei Kai was getting dizzy from moving around. He had lost his sense of direction. He was anxious as he did not want to get his only friend into trouble. Zhao Lianyun stomped her feet in anger, howling in her heart. Was it easy for me to find an insider to provide information? In this day and age, where can I find such a dummy like Fei Kai? These old servants are all shrewd snakes. They will request for money when I want a bit of information, and they would even give half-truth information. They are jealous of this newcomer Fei Kai and wants to get rid of him. As expected, any place with humans will have conflicts, and thus schemes. No way. I cannot take this lying down. You are courting death if you want to harm my informant. Zhao Lianyun's expression was full of uncertainty as she tried her best to think of a solution, while the old servants' voices could be heard. He's not here. I've searched the water pond. He's not there either. Did he leave? How can that be? We were following him. I'm sure he came here. We have not searched there yet. Go. Hearing the old servant's footsteps, Zhao Lianyun thought of a solution amidst the anxiety. Big dummy, you are truly lucky. I just bought some silk from the market. Zhao Lianyun said as she took out some high-grade silk from her pockets. This silk was meant to be made into clothes for her. Big dummy, listen to my instructions and do as I say. This might benefit you greatly. Zhao Lianyun placed the silk into Fei Kai's hands. Fei Kai was dumbstruck. Zhao Lianyun quickly told him about her plans. After a dozen breaths' time, Fei Kai walked out and was discovered by the servants. They were overjoyed, encircling him as Fei Kai clenched his fists, beating them to a pulp like he was crazy. He's revolting. This dog slave dared to attack us seniors. Fei Kai, you are in huge trouble. Young tribe leader is looking for you. We came to arrest you, but you dared to resist. Fei Kai shouted. Young tribe leader is looking for me. I will go on my own. Don't touch me with your filthy hands, you lowly scum. Chapter 521. Stealing shoes. 2 halves. The slaves were old while Fei Kai was acting like a crazed man. For the moment, the slaves could only surround Fei Kai without daring to go forward. Fei Kai stared with wide, furious eyes as he kicked an old slave in front of him. Filthy bastard. I am going to pay respects to young tribe leader. Don't block my way. The old slaves felt ashamed and furious. Sinister glint flashed past their eyes, but they still did not dare to go forward. They had already noticed a bulge in Fei Kai's clothes. Many sneered in disdain in their hearts. This stupid kid really has the courage to steal. It doesn't matter if he stole shoes, but he actually stole the young tribe leader's shoes. His luck is truly bad. I originally wanted him to be relocated to cleaning the latrine, but now this kid might even lose his little life. Serves him right. Is it so easy to become young tribe leader's personal servant? Fei Kai walked towards young tribe leader's tent while being surrounded by the old slaves. The two Gu masters guarding the tent saw Fei Kai and looked at him as if he was a dead person. Ma Yingjie stood at the entrance of the tent with a solemn expression. He had been tired of handling the various affairs and wanted to take a walk outside, but he found that his shoes had disappeared. He called for his old personal servant, and the old slave told him the shoes were very possibly stolen by the new young slave to possibly sell them for money. The old slave also informed Ma Yingjie that this was not the first time Fei Kai had stolen. Ma Yingjie was naturally furious. He had never expected that his kindness would bring in a thief. Fei Kai was extremely anxious with panic already filling his mind, but he firmly remembered Zhao Lianyun's instructions and walked towards Ma Yingjie with his head high like a valiant hero. Ma Yingjie was secretly amazed at this sight. Those old slaves that were following Fei Kai to keep an eye on him instead looked like they were escorting him. More importantly, Fei Kai did not appear panicked. Was it not him who stole the shoes? Unwittingly, the fury in Ma Yingjie was replaced by curiosity and doubts. Subordinate greets young tribe leader. Fei Kai kneeled on the ground and greeted with a clear voice. Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai and shouted in a displeased voice. My shoes, did you steal them? I would never dare to steal Lord's shoes even if I had 100 guts. Fei Kai denied flatly. He is lying, his clothes are bulging. He has something there, we will know once we look at it. The old slaves immediately shouted from behind. Fei Kai snorted and opened his shirt, revealing a ball of snowy white, high-grade silk. He carefully took out the silk and opened it, revealing the shoes inside. Ma Yingjie looked at this pair of shoes and knew it was the pair which he wore, and he couldn't help but coldly smiled. Great, great. The proof is here. A thief having such confidence is really hard to come by. I implore young tribe leader to investigate clearly. Fei Kai did not refute and placed the shoes on the ground respectfully. He then placed his forehead on the ground like he was willing to take on any punishment. Lord young tribe leader, there is clear evidence. Please punish this vile bastard fiercely. Yes, he actually dared to steal young tribe leader's shoes. He might steal many more things later on. He is such a thief, we should just cut off his hands. The old slaves continued to speak extremely sinister words. Fei Kai's heart trembled, but remembering Zhao Lianyun's words, he did not retort. This scene caused Ma Yingjie to be somewhat interested. Killing a slave was nothing, but Ma Yingjie had always praised himself as wise and benevolent to restrict himself so that when he took over the tribe in the future, he could become a wise ruler of the generation. Especially now that Ma tribe had become the head of a huge army, their every move was being paid attention to by others. Rashly killing a slave just because of a small matter like stealing shoes, would it not be spread as brutal? Ma Yingjie had such misgivings in his heart. A good reputation was easy to build, but difficult to maintain. Thereupon, he asked, I have always dealt with things fairly. Fei Kai, I will give you a chance to explain yourself. Fei Kai immediately let out a breath of relief. He had been waiting for these words just like Zhao Lianyun instructed him. This gave him a huge confidence, and he decided he would reply exactly according to Zhao Lianyun's instructions. My father died because of the internal strife in the tribe, so young tribe leader obliterating Fei tribe can be said to have taken revenge for me. Young tribe leader is so wise and benevolent. How could I do a thing like returning benevolence with enmity? When Ma Yingjie heard the words, wise and benevolent, his mood immediately took a turn for the better as he asked in a gentle voice. Then do you have some ulterior motives? Fei Kai, however, shook his head. No ulterior motives, it is just that I wanted to repay young tribe leader. But what can I do? I am only a mortal. I have no ways to break through the enemy defense lines for young tribe leader. I am very stupid. I cannot bring forward any plans to young tribe leader. I am only your personal servant, who can only clean shoes and place them properly. I thought in young tribe leader's place. These shoes have been put outside for so long that young tribe leader's feet might become cold when you wear them, right? So I used all my savings to buy this real silk to cover young tribe leader's shoes and held it in my clothes. With this, young tribe leader won't feel cold when you wear them. So it was like that. Ma Yingjie was greatly surprised. He was obsessed with cleanliness, and if Fei Kai had directly held the shoes in his clothes, he would instead be disgusted. But covering the shoes with silk was different. Moreover, this was a genuine high-grade silk. There should not be anyone who used such materials to cover shoes, right? This Fei Kai is really a good servant. He is actually so considerate. Ma Yingjie's thoughts moved, and the gaze he looked at Fei Kai quietly changed. If what Fei Kai said was true, his devotion was really overwhelming. At this moment, Fei Kai suddenly kowtowed. Young tribe leader, I have sinned. What sin have you committed? Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai with a clear smile on his face. Fei Kai replied, I only thought of keeping the shoes warm for young tribe leader, but forgot it would be extremely inconvenient for you when you go out. I have sinned. Please punish me. Ma Yingjie heaved a sigh. It is not like I only have one pair of shoes, but because I saw that the pair I usually wore had disappeared, I called you over. It is fortunate. I nearly blamed my loyal servant. Lord Young Tribe Leader, don't listen to his words. Lord Young Tribe Leader, this kid is deceiving you. He is very crafty and is lying to you. The old slaves experienced a reversal of fortune when they saw the normally stupid Fei Kai speak with such a glib tongue, and thus they began to hurriedly shout. Fei Kai spoke again at this moment. Young Tribe Leader, please inspect clearly. There is indeed a matter of stealing shoes, but I have never done it. Instead, it was these old slaves who did it many times. After I was appointed to this post, these old slaves incited me many times, but I never listened. Thus they resent me. I am not afraid of being investigated, and also not afraid of punishment. I earnestly request Young Tribe Leader to investigate clearly and give me justice. Fei Kai was naturally not afraid of investigation, as this was the first time he had stolen shoes. He had heard the old slaves carelessly speaking that a pair of the finest shoes could sell for a high price. Fei Kai was ignorant. He had followed the Young Tribe Leader for so long, but had not paid attention to the look of the shoes Young Tribe Leader wore, and thus was easily plotted against by the old slaves. Fortunately, he met a crucial person during the crucial time. Zhao Lian became his savior, and under her instructions, Fei Kai made a comeback and averted danger. When the old slaves heard the request for investigation, their face turned as pale as paper. Gu masters had plenty of methods and could easily get to the bottom of this trivial affair. These old slaves were already regretting their actions, never having expected for them to be the ones landing in deep trouble. Ma Yingjie noticed the change in the expressions of the old slaves and became 70–80% convinced in Fei Kai. But since his resolve was to become a wise ruler, he naturally could not rashly decide based on his thoughts. Immediately, he summoned an investigative Gu master and commanded him to get to the bottom of this affair. Receiving Ma Yingjie's personal order, the investigative Gu master investigated enthusiastically. In only 5 minutes of time, the truth of the matter was brought to light. As the facts were disclosed, the old slaves kneeled on the ground and began weeping and howling with their bodies trembling in fear, asking the young tribe leader to forgive them. Ma Yingjie snorted, fawning upon your superiors and bullying your subordinates. You slaves actually dared to deceive me. You should all be put to death, but considering the many years you have served me, and that some of you even having served me since I was a child, and also served my subordinates, I will forgive your cheap lives and send you to the supply camp to serve my army. Clean the feces and latrine. Thank you, young tribe leader, for showing mercy. The old slaves kowtowed like they were pounding garlic, extremely thankful for this. As for you, Ma Yingjie looked at Fei Kai and smiled playfully. You dared to steal my shoes. You truly are extremely daring. From now on, you shall be punished to be the head of the slaves and redeem yourself by serving me properly. Fei Kai was stumped for a long time before he came to his senses. Ma Yingjie's punishment was actually a promotion. He immediately kowtowed and expressed his thanks. Ma Yingjie laughed heartily and waved his hand. All right, now get lost. Think properly on the ways to serve me. Yes, my lord. Fei Kai left with a dazed expression the whole way. Only after a long while did he become clear. He had profited from the disaster and became the head of the slaves. This is all thanks to Lady Xiao Yun. Ah, right. Lady Xiao Yun told me to report to her quickly if everything went all right. Fei Kai shook his head and promptly changed direction towards the secret place. What? You actually became the head of the slaves? Zhao Lianyun's eyes involuntarily widened when she heard this news and looked at Fei Kai with surprise. Her plan might have been ingenious, but also carried risks in that it depended completely on Ma Yingjie's mood. If Ma Yingjie was in a bad mood, he would only need to issue a death command and Fei Kai would be done for. But clearly, this big dummy was quite lucky, and not only were there no accidents, he even got appointed as the head of the slaves. Chapter 522. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. Although servants were servants, the one tasked to take care of Ma tribe's young tribe leader was definitely a crucial person that was closely related to the tribe in many ways. Having such a role, if the low-rank Gu masters want to find out information about the higher-ups, they would need to go through the servant leader. What a huge profit. He became the servant leader. I am truly a genius. Zhao Lianyun laughed furiously in her heart. She did not waste her efforts after all. She stared at Fei Kai with shining eyes, saying gently, Big dummy, after you become the servant leader, you have to work hard. Fei Kai shuddered at once, replying truthfully, Lady Xiao Yun, I don't know why, but that tone of yours made me really nervous. Zhao Lianyun immediately changed her expression, kicking Fei Kai's leg as she screamed, You idiot! Now that you are the servant leader, your situation is more precarious than before. I wonder how many people will target you, and among them, there might even be vile and evil Gu masters. Fei Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? Humph, you're lucky to have a friend like me. As long as you listen to what I say, I assure you, you will live blissfully. Zhao Lian stretched out her hand, wanting to pat Fei Kai's shoulders, but found out that she was too short. She immediately opened her mouth. Quick, squat down now. Fei Kai squatted down obediently, and Zhao Lian succeeded in patting his shoulder. She nodded her tiny head in satisfaction, speaking in an old and experienced tone. Do you know what to do next? Fei Kai naturally shook his head. Humph, you idiot. Zhao Lian snorted. Since you are the servant leader now, and those old servants have already been sent away, you have to recruit new subordinates first. Otherwise, how can you handle everything alone? Oh, you are extremely right. Fei Kai realized at once, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lian snorted again. But just this is not enough. You need to learn about the young tribe leaders' likes, dislikes, and lifestyle habits. You have to ask those old servants for these information. What? Ask them. Will they tell me? Fei Kai stared with wide-opened eyes. Zhao Lian snickered. You are now the servant leader. Your status is different already. They are the lowest of slaves. I'm sure they are afraid of you taking revenge now. If you ask them, they are sure to tell you everything. Of course, if they do not know what is good for them, I have my ways of making them spill everything obediently. Oh, Zhao Lian looked at Fei Kai's blank expression and rolled her eyes uncontrollably. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. I am not a person of this world. Humph. There are simply too many ways to make these stinking men talk. As long as we learn about Ma Yingjia's habits and please him accordingly, Fei Kai's current position would definitely be stable. Chao Fu, He Tribe Camp. All sorts of tents and Gu houses covered the wide grassland. As tribe flags fluttered in the wind, large numbers of Gu masters entered and exited. If one looked from above, they would resemble a nest of ants. In the supply camp, Fang Yuan held the east window Gu as he checked the resources silently. The female Gu master in charge of attending to him stayed focused as she stood at one side, waiting for Fang Yuan to make his decision at any moment. Ever since they received Dongfang tribe's reparations, the resources that could be exchanged for using battle merits had increased by more than 10 times. Of course, among these resources, not all of them were the compensation from war. Other than He tribe's previous accumulation, there were also the resources offered by tribes who surrendered and joined the He tribe alliance army. Just a few days ago, He Lulan organized another alliance meeting and ordered the newly joined tribe leaders to make the poison vow to prevent the good things from being exchanged by others. Once the resources were collated, Fang Yuan entered the supply camp at once. Even Shadow Sword Expert and others, after they joined He tribe army, could not affect Fang Yuan's status of being second to only He Lulan. Fang Yuan had such authority, the others definitely had issues with it, but no one dared to reprimand him in public. Oh, there's a rank for self-reliance Gu. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. Among these resources, he found the Gu that he had greatly desired. Self-reliance Gu was rather precious. Fang Yuan had a rank 3 version of it in southern border, but after coming to northern plains, it was suppressed to rank 2. Fang Yuan did not have the relevant Gu recipe. He could not advance it further. Earlier, he had found a self-reliance Gu in He tribe's resources, but it was rank 2. Without a choice, he planned to collect the Gu recipe and use these 2 Gu as the foundation to refine the higher rank Gu. But this way, it would take eons for him to get a high-rank self-reliance Gu. If his luck was bad and he failed the refinement several times, the duration would be prolonged further. Now he found this rank 4 self-reliance Gu. Without doubt, he had to get it. Other than rank 4 self-reliance Gu, he also found the rank 4 charging crash Gu. But he had already bought the rank 3 vertical charge and horizontal crash Gu earlier, and had succeeded in refining them into a rank 4 charging crash Gu. Diverting his attention from charging crash Gu, Fang Yuan found several good things, especially Dongfang tribe's unique Gu worms. Even with his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was still very interested upon seeing these things. What attracted him the most was the refined essence spirit Gu. If it was categorized, this should be a healing Gu worm. Refined essence spirit Gu could convert the essence of a Gu master's physical flesh into a mysterious form of energy that could nurture and heal the soul. There were many Gu worms that could heal the soul, but this refined essence spirit Gu was far superior to its peers. Fang Yu Liang had such a Gu worm, and it was a huge support to his wisdom path deductions. As for Fang Yuan, this Gu suited him even more. Different from Fang Yu Liang, Fang Yuan was a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. His body was strong and his mind was sharp. His soul often felt weakness and exhaustion from commanding the beast groups. The refined essence spirit Gu could be the perfect bridge between his two paths. Among the resources, other than refined essence spirit Gu, there was also the recipe for it. Fang Yuan took them all. According to rumors, This Gu recipe was especially created by Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Chongfan in order to cultivate wisdom path. This meant that Dongfang tribe had much greater attainments in wisdom path than others. After Fang Yuan obtains this recipe, as well as the refined essence spirit Gu, it would be the same as obtaining Dongfang tribe's experimental results for himself. Gu worms only need one thought from the Gu master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain refined essence spirit Gu. The imperial court competition every 10 years was not only a purification and refinement process to weed out the weak, it also assisted in the interactions between all the large forces. The way of Gu originated from the immemorial antiquity era, and Rinzhu was the first Gu master who used Gu worms. After that, there was the remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Until today, the way of Gu prospered. In fact, it was blooming all over the world. Countless paths were created from all the eras like ripples in the river of time. Numerous paths flourished at times while vanishing at others. But because of the harsh living environment, the concept of trading was not very popular with people. All the large forces liked to do their own research and treasured their findings, keeping it from others. Back then, one of the invincible venerables, Giant Sun, felt this and set up this huge arena. Because of the battle reparations, the Huangjin family could pass on their learning throughout the ages, grasping the overlord position of Northern Plains throughout history without declining. After countless imperial court battles, Northern Plains became the publicly acclaimed strongest region out of the 5 in terms of fighting strength. But if we look at total power, Central Continent is the strongest, followed by Northern Plains. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He understood clearly the strength of the 5 regions. During the Battle of the 5 Regions, Northern Plains was the region which resisted Central Continent most fiercely. The other 3 regions, although having the same terrain advantage as Northern Plains, were suppressed fiercely by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains managed to organize troops to fight back, invading Central Continent in return. Northern Plains has such great strength all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's setup. Because he used battles and war, while restricting it to a certain level, it allowed Northern Plains to hone the greatest fighting strength. Unfortunately, his plans were still too restricted. He only cared about his bloodline's benefits. In contrast, Central Continent was strong due to their systemic reforms. It was an advantage that stemmed from their core. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective. Together with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding towards the true nature of society. There are over a dozen Amplify effect Gu. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts as he continued looking at the list, finding a new surprise. Amplify effect Gu was from the rule path. It was used to supplement other Gu worms, to amplify the effects of the chosen Gu worm. As for the amplification level, it would depend on the rank of the Amplify effect Gu. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, the drawback was that the Gu master's primeval essence expenditure would be relatively higher. Amplify effect Gu was very popular among Gu masters, because it could be used in any path. Fire path Gu masters could use it, water path Gu masters could use it, and for Fang Yuan, both his enslavement and strength paths could use Amplify effect Gu. Among He tribe's resources, there was only one rank 5 Amplify effect Gu. There were also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest of the Amplify effect Gu were rank 2. Fang Yuan had to pick the best one. He chose the rank 5 Amplify effect Gu. It would boost the effectiveness of a Gu worm by 5 times. But this way, a new problem occurred. Lord Wolf King, you want to take so many Gu, your battle merits might not be enough. The female Gu master in charge reminded him as she chose her words carefully. I know. After all, one of the rank 5 Gu is Amplify effect Gu. That refined essence spirit Gu is also Dongfang tribe's specialty Gu worm. Fang Yuan's words were very understanding and accommodating. But his next sentence was not like this. Never mind if I do not have enough battle merits. Just credit another 500,000. The female Gu master was shocked. She carefully said, Lord, you still owe around 300,000 of the previous 500,000 battle merits you borrowed. According to the rules, you have to pay them first before borrowing again. Fang Yuan raised his brows, saying nonchalantly, So what? Rules are made by men. Since they can be made, they can be altered. I'll borrow another 500,000. No, 800,000. I will explain to He Lulan personally. Now give me the goods. Chapter 523. Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The weather was gradually starting to get cold and gales started blowing over the grassland, causing the beast groups to become fretful. The aura of the 10-year blizzard was already manifesting. And in the majestic northern plains, heroes were rising and vying for supremacy, causing the flames of war to burn everywhere. Mirror Lake. Ma tribe and Song tribe had officially started their battle. Both of them had erected 3 to 4 defense lines before starting this confrontation. In Ma tribe's main tent, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng was in the main seat looking with a heavy gaze at Song tribe's dense battle formation that was surging battle intent. Ma tribe's military force was stronger than theirs, but it would not be easy getting the victory. Lord Alliance leader, please send me out to challenge enemy general and raise our army's prestige. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to be sent to battle. The first battle belongs to me. No one shall compete with me. Gu masters were very impatient and eager as they requested to be sent to battle one after another. Ma Shangfeng looked around him before hesitating at Fei Sheng and Cheng Hu. The two were both rank 4 Gu masters. Fei Sheng cultivated Wood Path and had been taken in by Ma tribe after they annexed Fei tribe. Cheng Hu cultivation transformation path and came from Cheng tribe. Cheng tribe was subjugated by Ma tribe during Heroes Assembly and was now the second most influential force in Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfeng pondered and then smiled towards Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu, you shall go first and stimulate my army's morale. Cheng Hu was overjoyed as he hurriedly bowed and rushed towards the front line. Huh, I am Cheng Hu, who dares to approach their death? Cheng Hu challenged loudly. Arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. A rank 4 expert flew out of Song tribe army. Cheng Hu did not say anything else, but directly pounced towards the other person. Bam bam bam. The two were incomparably valiant and attacked with grand momentum. For a moment, the stronger and the weaker side could not be determined. The two continued to exchange moves, sending rocks, grass and mud flying around in their battle ring. The two armies concentrated on the battle with all their attention. Lower-ranked Gu masters felt their hearts shaking, while the upper-ranked Gu master experts were fired up. Northern Plains was filled with many brave heroes, and the blood of warriors permeated the bones of their Gu master. Alliance leader, Fei Sheng requests to be sent to battle. Fei Sheng shouted with a fierce glint in his eyes. He was a newly subjugated person and was filled with enthusiasm to show his loyalty. Ma Shangfeng nodded with a smile. Fei Sheng went to the battlefield, and Song tribe army also sent their expert to battle him. The two had just exchanged 3 moves when at the other battle ring. Cheng Hu suddenly roared, his whole body giving off dazzling orange light. After the orange light dispersed, he had unexpectedly transformed into a striped tiger king, the size of an elephant. Cheng Hu was a transformation path Gu master and could change parts of his body into a tiger tail, tiger claws, tiger skin, and so on. The complete transformation was a killer move. This was also the superiority of transformation path. Every transformation path Gu master possessed at least one killer move as long as they collected the respective Gu worms. Su-yi turned pale with fright and started to retreat in panic. The Tiger King pounced on him. Su-yi frantically activated his movement Gu and narrowly dodged this attack. The Tiger King swung his tail without turning around. The tail lashed through the air like a steel whip, producing an explosive sound through the air. Su-yi quickly activated his defense Gu, which created a light barrier over his whole body. But the Tiger Whip was very powerful, and as it fell on the light barrier, the barrier was broken in an instant. The defense Gu died, and Su-yi spurted out a large mouthful of blood due to the backlash. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late. An intense bloody wind pounced on his face, and the next moment, he only saw a huge tiger mouth shrouding over his head. Crack! The Tiger King directly bit apart Su-yi's head. Cheng Hu won, obtaining the first victory for Ma tribe. Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe's troops rejoiced. Victory! A great start means half the success. Today, my army will definitely win. In the main tent, Ma Ying-jie clenched his fists, an extraordinary light flashing past his eyes as his spirits roused to the limit. And on another battlefield. In the vast battlefield, one side was shouting in high spirits with their banners fluttering grandly in the air, while the other side's army formation was shaking, their morale low, and was already showing signs of defeat. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't hold them back. We need to retreat. A commander needs to be able to judge the situation properly. Right now, Lu tribe's experts are like tigers. Our army truly cannot match them. The several higher-ranked Gu masters shouted hurriedly. All of them panicked. Luo Bojun looked around him and smiled bitterly. Retreat? Tell me, where can we still retreat to? This is already our last defense line. Sigh, forget it. Since the battle with Lu Wenwu started, which of our defense lines could hold for more than 3 days? They are way too strong. We might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Emo Shirkwang and others. He had yet to recover from it. These days, Luo tribe army kept on being defeated again and again. No matter how much efforts he made, he was unable to reverse the situation. Now, as he completely realized the enormous gap between the two sides, he became disheartened and had already lost any intent to battle. The higher rank Gu masters let out a sigh of relief at this. Because of poison vow, they could not easily say it, but since Luo Bo Jun himself mentioned surrendering, there was no problem. The command to surrender was quickly spread, and the battle also soon calmed down. Ha ha, didn't I say it? As long as we three brothers join hands, we can rule the world. Mo Kwang laughed heartily, extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu also laughed, his heart filled with huge joy. Lu Tribe Alliance had won their first battle. Now, they would annex the enemy army, take in the captives, and increase their strength before continuing forward. Mengqiu, the leopard group hissed and growled as they fought a bloody battle with Rat group. The great army of Gu masters of the both sides instead became a background. New Heir 2 held his hands behind his back with his head high. Mutated leopards moved beside him, showing their dignity and prestige. By contrast, his opponent Zhang Baoya, who was publicly proclaimed as one of the enslavement path masters of Northern Plains, was sweating greatly and was as pale as paper. Zhang Baoya, you have already lost. Do you know how you lost? Your rat group scale is too large, reaching 650,000 in numbers. Troops are valued for their quality, not for their numbers. It is the same with beast groups as well. Now, quietly become a stepping stone for my name to spread in Northern Plains. New Heir 2 lightly spoke, but his tranquil voice resounded within everyone's ears. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have my trump card. Zhang Baoya let out a hysterical shout. I will let you gain a first-hand experience in my enslavement path killer move which I have never displayed before. Rat Epidemic. The moment he finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of rats self-destructed at the same time. The leopard group suffered disastrous casualties in this chain explosion. The ground slightly shook, turfs were flipped over, soil and stones splattered everywhere, and huge amount of yellow poison gas started appearing. The surviving leopard group was covered by this poison gas, immediately becoming sickly with their movement slowed down. Their battle strength had sharply fallen. By contrast, Zhang Baoya's rat group moved around in this yellow poison gas without being affected. Ha ha ha, the final winner is me, Zhang Baoya. Young man, you want to step on my position, keep on training for 500 years more. Zhang Baoya howled with laughter. I had intended to keep on hiding it, but since you want to die, don't blame me. New Heir 2 snorted, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He suddenly shouted, Killer move, leopard dash. Howl. Leopard group howled and unfolded an unmatchable mad charge. This, Zhang Baoya's eyes opened wide. The leopard group's battle strength had surged by over 2 times. Furthermore, their speed increased by an astonishing 8 times. Under everyone's dumbfounded look, the leopard group quickly charged out of the area covered by the yellow poison gas and breathed in fresh air, before charging forward like a terrifying tsunami, swallowing and engulfing everything. Dujiao. A large battlefield had already ended. Fire blazed towards the sky, the whole battlefield covered by raging inferno. A Gu master stood loftily in the inferno like a fire deity. He played with the fire in his hand, changing it into all kinds of shapes as he looked at the surrounding Gu masters with his narrow eyes and spoke, his voice appearing extremely cruel and cold in the blazing inferno. It is your honor to be defeated by my supreme fire path. Surrender, otherwise, all of you and this lowly grass shall turn into ashes. The surrounding Gu masters looked dejectedly at each other. After few breaths of time, they kneeled one after another. We surrender. After He tribe obtained the first victory against Dongfang tribe, the curtains to many large battles that had started over Northern Plains also fell one after another. The defeated did not lose everything. Some surrendered, and some ran away, choosing to side with another force. This was only the initial stage of the struggle for imperial court. They still had hope and chance. The winners swallowed the weak, obtaining huge amounts of war reparations and expanding themselves. The countless corpses of beast groups, Gu masters, and ordinary mortals instead became nourishments for the grassland, and in the future would sink down under the snowy land, doomed for eternity. Winner takes all. After resting and reorganizing for over 10 days at Chao Fu, He Lulan finished absorbing the captives, expanding his military strength by 60% and resumed the expedition. This time, his target was Guanxi. The Gu tribe 1 army stationed there had weak military strength and thus became the optimum target for He Lulan to expand his force. 7 days later, He tribe army confronted Gu tribe army. Gu tribe suffered a huge defeat at the first battle. Gu tribe alliance leader Gu Guolong resolutely gave the order to abandon their 3 defense lines without using them and retreated to their tribe's main camp. He Lulan laughed heartily as he led his army with a crushing momentum. But at the final battlefield, he was dumbstruck and asked his subordinates, "How is there a mountain here?" Gu tribe army might be weak, but they had their own ways. They built up a mountain by piling stones and garrisoned on the mountain, with countless traps set around the foot of the mountain. They occupied the high ground, having huge geographical advantage. Their intention to defend to the death was abundantly clear. He tribe army attacked several times, but were defeated every time, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield with indifference and did not use his full strength in mobilizing the wolf group, only doing it to show he was putting some effort. Adding in that there were many trees and undergrowth on the mountain, the wolf group could not show their strength properly and were instead separated and killed. Thus, the battle situation might be progressing, but it was very slow. Above all, Gu tribe army was still continuing to add in stones to the mountain, making this mountain become taller and taller. He Lulan was furious. Gu Guolong is as obstinate as the rumors said. After I win, I will definitely step on him to death. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Just the rocks dropped by mere mortals possessed the strength of a rank 1 Gu when dropped from such a height. If I had known this earlier, I would not have come here to chew on such a hard bone. He Lulan had the intent to retreat, but right at this time, a person walked out of the camp. This person held a letter as he came in front of He Lulan. This old man Tai Bai Yun Sheng received benefactor's letter and came to lend you a hand. He Lulan was joyous as he grabbed this person's hands. With old sir helping us, we can definitely succeed. Chapter 524. Number 1 in prestige and merit. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was tall with a strangely ancient appearance. The hair near his temples had turned white and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. He was already over 80, but his eyes were not dim and blurred. Instead had a gentle look that seemed to pity the fate of mankind along with a calmness that had seen through the secular world. Since he was 7, he had been determined to travel the northern plains to help common people. His life was full of turmoil, as he was frequently toyed by fate. He became an enslaved Gu master after his tribe was annihilated. Then he was betrayed by his wife and became a captive of variant men. Then in a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a time path Gu immortal's inheritance and was rescued by his brothers when he was at the verge of death. Now, he had already become a living legend. Although he was a loner, he was publicly accepted as a great righteous path Gu master. His benevolence reputation had entered the depths of northern plains people, the level of his prestige far surpassing people like Chang Shanin, He Lulan, and Lu Wenwu. Right as He Lulan was at his wits' end considering the battle situation and had the thought of retreating, Tai Bai Yun Sheng came to the camp by himself, holding a letter in his hand. He Lulan read the letter and immediately realized the reason. Back then, He tribe's supreme elder He Bai took a fancy to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, guiding and rescuing him many times. Now that He tribe army had fallen into a predicament, He Bai, who had been secretly observing all along, sent a letter to Tai Bai Yun Sheng to provide assistance. He Lulan knew the ability of Tai Bai Yun Sheng and was thus overjoyed. He arranged a banquet that night to serve Tai Bai Yun Sheng. On the second day, the sky had just become bright. He Lulan impatiently arranged his army formation and requested Tai Bai Yun Sheng to make his move. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly walked to the front and looked at the tall mountain in front of him. Gu tribe was specialized in earth path and were long famous for it in northern plains. Piling stones to form a mountain, this would be an unimaginable and impossible tactics in earth. But in this world, this mountain formed in about 10 days proved nothing was impossible. The alliance leader Gu Guolong looked at the foot of the mountain from the summit. When a white-clothed, white-haired old man walked in front of the formation, the Gu masters around him roared in laughter and made disdainful comments. But Gu Guolong, however, had a bad feeling in his heart. He was well aware this mountain that they had formed by piling stones was built on many foundations constructed by his tribe's earth path Gu masters. Other tribes might find it hard to imitate, but it was not like there were no ways to break through it. After being defeated repeatedly for several rounds by He tribe army, Gu Guolong's military force had suffered damage and his ambition of vying for supremacy had dimmed down. He pondered over this and had decided to side with Lu tribe. Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu was wise and benevolent, treating his people leniently and being strict to himself. His reputation was much better than He Lulan's. Several days ago, Gu Guolong had secretly sent a letter to Lu Wenwu express his intent to side with Lu tribe. Lord Lu Wenwu has already replied and agreed to my tribe's request to seek refuge, and is leading his army to reinforce us. As long as I defend for 7 more days, this predicament before us will part like clouds and allow me to see the clear sky. Just as Gu Guolong was inwardly encouraging himself, Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly extended his hands. His large palms were covered with callus and wrinkles, just like an old tree bark. He slowly transferred his primeval essence. A weak silver light blossomed forth from his hands. The silver light was weak at first, but soon turned brighter and brighter, and in a few seconds, the silver light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Mountain as before. Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly chanted, his voice resonating in the air. On the summit, Gu Guolong heard this voice and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Oh no, he is Tai Bai Yun Sheng. At the very same moment, silver light burst out, transforming into a straight light pillar that directly rammed into the mountain peak. Countless Gu masters saw the situation turning awry and immediately activated their defense Gu or attacked to intercept the light pillar. But the silver light disregarded all interception and shone on the mountain peak. Both humans and beasts were unscathed, but the mountain stones below Gu tribe, regardless of how enormous or thick they were, under the silver light, were like snow under scorching sun, as they turned into nothingness in a visible speed, seemingly like they had never even existed. As Gu tribe army lost the support under their feet, they started falling down one after another. It was a crushing defeat. Countless died as they crashed down to the ground from a height of 500 to 600 feet. Even if Gu tribe masters were stupid, they would become aware of their crisis at this moment. They exclaimed in shock one after another. Such strength. This is Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng's mountain as before. Heaven, why is old Sir Tai by helping tyrant He Lu Lan? Lord Tai Bai Yun Sheng helped us restore our tribe's spirit spring back then. He is our tribe's benefactor. Now we need to fight with him. The mountain was the source of Gu tribe's army's confidence, and now it was loudly crumbling apart. But even more than that was Tai Bai Yun Sheng's prestige that shook their will to battle. Ha ha, Tai Bai Yun Sheng is indeed worthy of his name. Once he moves, it will be out of the ordinary. He Lu Lan laughed wildly as he looked at this scene from the main tent. Even he had not expected there to be such a hidden expert in the tribe. But each super tribe's supreme elders would occasionally fancy someone from demonic and righteous paths mortal Gu masters. They would then select these seeds to cultivate. In case these seeds were able to become Gu immortals, they would often be taken in by the super tribes and become their external supreme elder. This was one of the tactics the super tribes used to preserve their position and develop themselves. Clearly, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a seed the rank 6 Gu immortal He Bai thought highly of and believed he had hopes of advancing to Gu immortal realm. Seeing the sorry figure of the enemy army, He tribe army's morale surged. Many started laughing loudly, and there were even more who shouted of slaughtering everyone in the enemy faction, even the old and the young. The Gu master experts in the main tent were also excited, with only Fang Yuan having a calm expression. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's appearance was already within his expectation. In his previous life's 500 years of memories, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had joined He tribe army from this point onwards and provided an enormous assistance to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan being able to become the winner in the end was mostly because of Tai Bai Yun Sheng. But Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a benevolent character, and during the expedition, he became deeply aware of He Lu Lan's savage and brutal nature. Thus, when he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land and advanced to Gu Immortal, he did not agree to He Bai's request to become He tribe's external supreme elder. Kill these bastards. They actually dared to pile stones into a mountain to make a stand. He Lu Lan excitedly shouted. Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was at the front of the troops, heard He Lu Lan's words and frowned. He heaved a deep sigh and did not continue to attack, instead transmitted his voice to He Lu Lan to persuade him. Alliance leader, heaven care for every living thing. Why the need to kill? Throughout history, the struggle for imperial court has always been accompanied by blood dyeing the land and disastrous deaths. Since Alliance leader wants to enter the imperial court, it might be better to take in Gu tribe army. I am willing to persuade them on your behalf. Gu tribe piled up stones to form into a mountain and used it to contend against He tribe, but against Tai Bai Yun Sheng. This mountain they created instead became a fatal trap to themselves. The current situation was He tribe army tightly surrounding Gu tribe army. If Tai Bai Yun Sheng just made a casual move, he could reduce Gu tribe by over half. Gu tribe would naturally not sit and wait for their death. But when the mountain was completely collapsed, they would have almost no battle strength left, and their final charge would contain no threat. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not do this. He Lu Lan's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Although his heart raged with killing intent, he needed to think about Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was not an ordinary Gu master. He was one of the extremely rare time path Gu masters, and had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. His prestige in northern plains was like the sun in daytime. His influence was spread throughout the entire region. He Lu Lan thought to himself before replying. Then I shall listen to old sir, but it is too dangerous for old sir to go up the mountain alone. I will send 6 rank 4 experts to escort old sir. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded his head and climbed up the mountain under heavy protection. He had great prestige, and his benevolent reputation had spread into the depths of people. As he climbed up the mountain, the enemy troops spontaneously parted way to reveal a passage in middle. I did not think I would meet benefactor at such a time. Gu Guolong laughed bitterly as he went forward and greeted. Back then, Gu tribe's spirit spring had dried up, and they were pushed aside by several large tribes. It was very dangerous for them to migrate, and thus they requested Tai Bai Yun Sheng to help them. Tai Bai Yun Sheng helped them without taking any fees and became a benefactor to everyone in Gu tribe. Under Tai Bai Yun Sheng's persuasion, although Gu Guolong admired Lu Wenwu, circumstances are more powerful than individuals. He had no choice but to lower his head. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had only been on the mountain for a quarter of an hour before he descended. When he climbed up, there were 6 people with him. When he descended, there were over 100,000. Evidently, Tai Bai Yun Sheng's persuasion was successful. Gu tribe army pledged allegiance to He Lu Lan. Thus He tribe army's military strength increased sharply. Tai Bai Yun Sheng changed the battle situation by himself. And with his deep prestige, he saved over 100,000 lives and also established great merits for He tribe. On the very first day Tai Bai Yun Sheng came to He tribe army, he reached the top position in battle merit list. And exactly opposite to him was Fang Yuan. Wolf King Changshanyan's name was listed at the last on the battle merit list in scarlet red color and was negative, forming a stark contrast with Tai Bai Yun Sheng's battle merit. That very night, He Lu Lan sent command for a celebratory banquet and also a welcoming reception for Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The moon was bright and stars were few, as bonfire raged high. It was a festive scene with cheerful sounds resounding throughout the place and beautiful young girls in northern plains clothings embroidered with gold, silver, and precious jewels danced around the bonfire. He Lu Lan repeatedly toasted towards Tai Bai Yun Sheng and praised, "With old sir assisting us, all defense lines are useless." Tai Bai Yun Sheng had 2 rank 5 Gu that were recognized by all northern plains people. One was mountain as before, and another was river as before. Both were time path Gu worms. The former could restore earth, hills, mountains, mounds, and valleys to their original appearance, and the latter could restore rivers, lakes, streams, springs, and waterfalls back to their original appearance. Gu Guolong created the mountain on a land that was originally a flat grassland. Thus, under the effect of mountain as before Gu, it returned to its original form. Gu tribe's spirit spring had been restored to its original state by river as before Gu, being able to create primeval stones again. In the battles between great armies, defense lines needed to be created, and this usually relied on earth path Gu worms to create long and tall defense walls. These defense walls would be restored to flat grassland under the effect of mountain as before Gu. Thus He Lu Lan's words, "All defense lines are useless," had deep reasoning behind them. Chapter 525, Rapid Changes and Fierce Experts. Northern Plains Calendar, middle of June. It should have been summer, but the aura of 10-year blizzard had already thickened. The sky would often be gloomy and cold wind blew with increasing condensed frost aura, and the struggle for imperial court that covered northern plains was advancing forward like a wildfire. At Mirror Lake, Ma tribe army and Song tribe had started their battle. Ma tribe's dominance was huge, and they broke through 2 of Song tribe's defense lines in a row. Song tribe alliance leader Song Qing-in led the army to counterattack and ambushed Ma tribe, causing them to give up a defense line. But soon after, Ma tribe's enslavement master Ma Zun moved and mobilized his trump card Pegasus group, surrounding and killing Song Qing-in in the air. Song tribe army became a headless dragon, and after an internal discord caused by Ma tribe secretly, they finally crumbled apart. Ma tribe annexed most of the tribes while some remnants managed to escape to all directions. In this battle, one of the few flying masters of northern plains, rank 5 initial stage water fairy Song Qing-in died and became a stepping stone for enslavement path master Ma Zun's fame. The strength Ma Zun displayed shocked the people. Faintly, people were already calling him Northern Plains #1 enslavement path master. Meng Qiu. New Heir 2's battle with Zhang Baoya. New Heir 2 was originally not an enslavement path Gu master and had switched to it midway. But the leopard group he led was unexpectedly able to overpower and defeat the veteran enslavement path master Zhang Baoya. Just because of this battle achievement, New Heir 2 rose to the ranks of enslavement path masters of Northern Plains, and together with Zhang Baoya, Yang Pring, Ma Zun, and Chang Shanin, were called 5 Beast Kings. However, although New Heir 2 managed to become famous, the price he had to pay was very high. Zhang Baoya's counterattack had inflicted disastrous damage to New Heir 2's troops. Despite annexing the remnants of the enemy after the battle along with the war reparations, New Heir 2's army's momentum was hindered. Rat King Zhang Baoya managed to escape with his life and gathered the remnant army. His original rat group of over 600,000 now had less than 300,000 left. But even as a defeated general, many large forces still showed interest towards him, and over 10 forces had already sent him an invitation letter. Du Jiao. Yi Luisang was empowered by the immortal Gu, and with his formidable rank 5 peak stage fire path strength, He suppressed all the heroes and swept through the last obstacle, succeeding in dominating Dujiao region. However, just as Yi Lui's army was spreading towards all directions like an unstoppable wildfire, they were pincer attacked by an alliance of 7 armies. Each of the 7 armies had at least over 100,000 troops. Although none were super tribes, they had famous Gu master experts. The alliance of 7 armies created an aggressive momentum. Yi Lui's army, who had just gotten a head start and were about to continue with great momentum, fell into a perilous situation. At the same time, He tribe army was also confronted by a great enemy and did not have any time to relax. Lu tribe, Lu Wenwu personally led his army and was pressing closer to He tribe every passing day. Previously, Gu Guolong had sought help from Lu Wenwu. Lu Wenwu was quite excited at reading the letter, knowing this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Guolong's side could hold on, Lu tribe army could pincer attack He tribe from behind and gain the upper hand, causing He tribe to land in a passive situation. But the result was that the situation changed way too fast. Lu tribe army was just halfway on their way when they heard the report of Gu tribe's defeat and submitting to He tribe. And the crucial character that made this possible was Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Lu Wenwu was shocked at this report. A legendary character like Tai Bai Yun Sheng had actually taken the initiative to come out and help He Lu Lan. Obtaining this person was like adding a huge army to He Lu Lan's forces. Lu Wenwu soon realized this was the behind-the-scenes move of He tribe's Gu immortal. According to the rule Ancestor Giant Sun said, Gu immortals could provide some help to mortals in the struggle for imperial court. Naturally, this type of help had its restrictions. At least the Gu immortals absolutely could not move personally. Whether it was the immortal Gu on Yi Lui's Sang or Tai Bai Yun Sheng who assisted He Lu Lan after receiving the letter, they were both Gu immortals' pawn pieces. Lu Wenwu naturally also had the privilege to request help from the Gu immortal supporting him. He Lu Lan obtained Tai Bai Yun Sheng's assistance, who in Lu Wenwu's opinion was much more terrifying than Wolf King Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's reputation was extremely high, whether it was righteous path or demonic path. Many had received his grace. If just a small portion of these people had the heart to repay gratitude, the force they could gather would be very terrifying. Besides, once He tribe expanded, those scattered demonic Gu masters who had been watching from the sidelines would see the hopes of entering the imperial court in He tribe, and would side with them of their own initiative. And Tai Bai Yun Sheng's existence would cause them to be even more inclined to choose He Lu Lan. With this, He tribe would continue to be stronger, and as time passed, they would throw all the other competitors behind. He Lu Lan defeated Dong Fang Yu Liang and obtained a super tribe's war reparations. This by itself is a great profit. By contrast, we might have defeated several allied armies, but they were all an alliance of large tribes, so the war reparations we received are lower than He tribes. Now, He tribe has Tai Bai Yun Sheng, a living signboard with him. If we give him time to expand, it will be very difficult to deal with him later. Lu Wenwu contemplated for a while before resolutely sending a command. Lu tribe army continued along their original plan, pushing on towards He tribe. He Lu Lan laughed heartily at this news. Come, come. He then sent the command to set up defense lines around the area. After constructing the first defense line properly, the large army slowly moved towards Lu tribe army. At every 1,000 li of distance, they would stop in garrison for several days to construct another defense line. 12 days later, He tribe army moved on from their 4th defense line and traveled 500 li before coming face to face with Lu tribe army. The two army parted away for the experts challenging stage. He tribe's expert Hao Ji Lu charged forward, not giving precedence to others. Lu Wenwu saw this and sent Pei Yin Fei. Hao Ji Lu was at rank 4 upper stage, and Pei Yin Fei was also the same. The two exchanged 20 moves. The situation was still neck and neck. Hao Ji Lu's offense surged higher and higher, causing people's hearts to shake, while Pei Yin Fei used sharp and precise attacks, moving back and forth within the attacks, and sweeping everything before him. As the battle continued on, both of their primeval essence were running low. Gu masters were not good at prolonged battle, and once their primeval essence was exhausted, their battle strength would sharply fall. This cannot go on. The two had similar thoughts at the same time. Waterfall Gu. Hao Ji Lu took the lead and pushed forward his palms. A giant waterfall fell from the air and crashed towards Pei Yin Fei with a rumbling sound. Pei Yin Fei did not face it head-on, instead using his movement Gu to soar to the sky, evading the waterfall. Rank 4 Golden Coat Gu. Rank 4 Swallow Wings Gu. Rank 4 Rainbow Transformation Gu. Killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. Pei Yin Fei staked it all, using his signature killer move. At that instant, he turned into a golden rainbow and made an arc through the air as fast as lightning, cutting open the waterfall before bursting through Hao Ji Lu. However, Hao Ji Lu turned into water after being burst. It was not his real body. Water Image Gu. Hao Ji Lu had fought for a long time and already had the intel on Pei Yin Fei, and knew Pei Yin Fei did not have powerful detective Gu. Thus, when he sent the waterfall, he took the advantage of the giant current blocking Pei Yin Fei's line of sight to quietly use his water image Gu while his real body hid inside the waterfall. His actions were extremely secretive, and most of the Gu masters from both sides had been deceived. Pei Yin Fei burst through the water image and immediately had warning signals going off in his heart. Without holding back, he transferred all his remaining primeval essence into his swallow wings Gu. The two pairs of swallow wings on his back rapidly flapped and took him away from the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu stood on the spot, his whole body soaked in water. Even though he won the battle, he was not happy. The enemy's killer move had astonishing power. This time he used water image Gu to deceive him. But what about the next time? Big brother, let me go out. Pei Yin Fei returned in defeat, causing Mo Shikuang to fume with anger and impatiently requested to be sent to battle. Lu Wenwu had a smile on his face, but he did not agree. Third brother, no need to fret. You came forward in the previous battle. It is my turn now. An extremely tall and thin Gu master with robust and shiny bald head stood out and patted Mo Shikuang's shoulder. Second brother. Mo Shikuang helplessly shouted. This person's name was Ouyang Bai Sang, a demonic Gu master. In their early years, by chance encounter, he met Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang in an inheritance site. The three combined their strength to tackle the obstacles and obtain the inheritance, and because they felt affinity with each other, they became sworn brothers. I am Ouyang Bai Sang. Who wants to come spar with me? Ouyang Bai Sang slowly walked towards the front of the troops and shouted in a soft voice. Soon after, he looked at Hao Ji Lu. If Water Demon wants to fight with me, you might as well get some rest first to recover your primeval essence. Water Demon snickered but did not agree to the provocation. No need to hurry. There will be many chances later on. After saying that, he returned to the camp. With the struggle for Imperial Court advancing to this stage, the intel on experts of every forces was widely spread. Ouyang Bai Sang was Mo Shikuang's second brother. Just this status alone made him someone who could not be underestimated. His performance was extremely glorious during the several large battles before. He was a transformation path expert, and the Gu masters of this path possessed at least one killer move. With a cultivation of rank 4 peak stage, he was same as Mo Shikuang, possessing the battle strength comparable to a rank 5 Gu master. During his first battle, he had killed the enemy side's rank 5 alliance leader. A dazzling battle achievement, like crossing realms to fight, was something many people would look up to their whole lives. Facing such an expert, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu might have small chance at victory even if he was at his peak stage. Let alone now, when his energy was already exhausted in the battle with Pei Yin Fei. A Gu master's state did not just depend on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture. Seeing Ouyang Bai Sang coming forward, He Lu Lan felt a slight headache. In contrast to Lu Wenwu, he currently found that he lacked fierce generals beside him. After taking in Gu Tribe Army, He Tribe Army now had 3 rank 5 Gu masters, He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and the just recently subdued Gu Guolong. He Lu Lan could not easily move because of his status as the alliance leader. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a healing Gu master and was not good at fighting. Gu Guolong was a rank 5 Earth Path Gu master, but the other was at rank 4 peak stage. It would not conform to the rule of battle if he was sent out, and they would only be sneered upon. He then looked at his rank 4 Gu masters: Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Little Fox Commander Tang Miao Ming, and Soul Blade Pan Ping. Chang Shan Yin and Tang Miao Ming were enslavement path Gu masters, so they could be excluded. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had already went up, so He Lu Lan only had 2 choices left. His gaze moved between Pan Ping and Bian Si Xian. Pan Ping knew he was not Ouyang Bai Sang's match by just relying on his trump card, so he looked uncomfortable, while Bian Si Xian's face was covered with a black veil, revealing her cold and clear gaze. He Lu Lan turned around towards Bian Si Xian. For this challenge, I will have to trouble Shadow Sword Expert to make a move. I can only ensure that I won't lose my life, but I can't guarantee a victory. Bian Si Xian coldly replied. He Lu Lan gave a hollow laugh. Although he was alliance leader and Bian Si Xian had taken the poison vow, He Lu Lan could not forcibly make Bian Si Xian fight to the death.